Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one, or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of
Morning in, everybody. Welcome in, everybody, to the show. Shout out to Speakeasy. One sec, I got some new clips. My
fucking man!
You see what I'm saying? I got some more clips for the rage. You know what I'm saying?
That's why he's the MVP! That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
The GOAT. Gotta look at that form.
Yeah! Look at that form! Look at that! Get it! Now respect it. Man!
Now, chat, before we start the show, just want to read out some lyrics. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Let's raise a glass. Here's to you, dear. Now I was hoping that I'd find you here. Just to wish you a happy new year. Kiss me pretty when that ball drops on New York City. When that clock strikes, I'll pull you near just to wish you a happy new year. I'll quit smoking, I'll quit eating, I'm not joking, I'll quit cheating, I'll quit cursing, I'll quit drinking, I'll be a better person. But tonight I'm thinking, let's get shit-faced. Let's get into trouble. Let's get out of this place. And I'll have faith in the coast that you clear. Say you love me. Happy New Year. Where's my car keys? What we're feeling, we can't do here. Sexual healing. Happy New Year. I know you're thinking, I must be crazy. Don't sweat the small stuff. Kiss me, baby. Yes, September, but with you here, every night is a happy new year. That's what I'm saying, folks. And with that, let's get into the show.
Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Man, we got a damn good show for y'all today, man. Damn good show. I think this is going to be one of the best. We got one hell of a show for y'all today, man. Got a good show. We got a good show for y'all today, man. We got a damn good show. Man, we got a damn good show for y'all, man. Good show. We got a damn good show for y'all today, man. We got a damn good show. A damn good show.
A damn good show. We already got Shazzy set coming in with the $10. It's Happy New Year, Tarek. Happy New Year to you too, Shazzy. And the spin bags at the $15. And we already got a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Steelborn, welcome to the show.
I'm not sure that Mr. is the right term for me.
Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. You know what I mean?
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
We got Shazzy with the 5 gifted members as well. Popping off before we even begin. We're up to 30. I just want to remind you as well, it is the madness of the mods. So it's like the mods got free reign. So Shazzy's got free spins. Williams got free spins. All the mods got free spins. But shout out to you, Shazzy. Thank you very kindly. And the pack was Sniper Eye Shadow, B Ross with the sauce. Hey, that's a good name. Obnoxious Blightbringer. I like it. Craig Lucas 8360 and Becca BK 74 or 714. Sorry, 74. I'm borderline dyslexic. You know what I'm saying? And I add that 15 in. We're already up to $30 in the spin bank, folks. Incredible. But yeah, Steelborn, welcome in.
I'm just saying, I totally fucking beat JS in that debate. That was some BS.
Oh, bro, I'd even argued that like JS won or B or made a better argument than Rev Russ, but that's the thing of like BK. Like this is why I kept trying to tell people. Even like when Kieran was I think Kieran was saying to get rid of the fatalities. I think that was his thing, and even then, like a couple of weeks later, he was like, no, like actually, Easy's right. But I keep saying to people, like, we could literally run this as, like, you know, scientific as possible, like, take all the funs and shenanigans out of it, and then, like do it based on that. And like I said, people will still be like, this, like, more people would actually be like, no, this is shit. You know what I mean? So it's like,
the fact
that's
that
what
I
I keep
keep
trying to tell
robbing that
people.
debate, though, I was pretty fucking proud of myself for that one.
You see what I'm saying? How many W's do you need in a show? You know what I mean?
I know I took quite a few W's.
You know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? But fuck, chat's already saying to me, "Is like, Terry, what are you doing?
Stop stalling, nigga! Okay, all right.
Okay, I'll spin the wheel. Haters gonna hate.
Haters gonna hate. And ain'ters gonna ain't.
That is not an actual thing, people say.
It is now.
Spin it!
Our first topic of tonight is, what is the greatest female actor ever? All time best actress.
Who's the chick who plays Professor McGonagall from Harry Potter? That's the best I got.
Professor McGonagall. Who the fuck played this bitch? Maggie Smith?
Actually,
I suppose she was in Sister Act. Okay, she's in. Obviously, she's in Downton Abbey. I mean, holy shit! Like, I don't know, bro. Not a lot of good filmography here. I mean, not an impressive resume, so to speak.
I gotta look at the list here to make a choice.
Because like Steelborn, your life depends on this question.
I know.
I mean, like that's the hidden rule to the William saying the
So how are we defining greatest though? That's the real question.
That's the meat and the potatoes right there.
Like, are we defining greatest as just like the hottest actress, or are we defining it as like the most most world known? If we were to say the most greatest female actor, be the one who's the most accomplished, and like the most well known actress, then I would have to give that to Marilyn Monroe.
But like that's the thing. Is it the total number of people that knew the person or idolized the person? Is it percentage of the population that idolized the person? And like you're saying, is it aesthetics? Is beauty a part of it? You know what I mean? There's a lot of meat to the bone here. You gotta give me better than Maggie Smith, bro. Like there's like, you know, Margot Robbie.
I just
you know what I'm
said that.
saying?
You know what? Actually, if we're gonna go based off of best character ever played by a female, though, I'd have to give it to Jodie Foster in Silence of the Lambs.
Oh shit. That's another aspect, the actual talent displayed in the acting role.
See, that's the question. Is what's our metrics for greatest here? You know what the real answer is? None of them. Women shouldn't be on fucking TV.
What can I say? That's what are we saying here? It's offensive to women.
That is mahogany.
Oh, you're just saying that like
Exactly.
women are just tits on screen? Is that it?
I mean, what other role do they serve?
It's very offensive because basically, if you think about what you're saying to me, you're saying because I'm a girl and because I'm attractive, my only use for this agency would be to manipulate men.
I think it's offensive too, and that's exactly what I said to Aaron. I said that bitch is blind as a bat.
That's why I keep saying to Steelborn chat that these bitches are blind as a bat. Like this whole like, you know, weird phenomenon that you see women with like the square shaped glasses is where I'm just like, bitch, you taking the piss now. Like these OnlyFans chicks that do the square glasses thing to look more like a nerd when they're on like Twitch and shit like that. I'm like, bruh, enough with the hot tubs and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? Let's call it a spade. Can we call a spade, Steelborn?
Yeah, I think we can call a spade a spade.
You know what I'm saying? It's unbelievable.
What's with all the
Unbelievable.
porn star chicks who try to look sophisticated?
You know what I'm saying? It's contradictory and it's offensive. It's offensive to the naked eye.
What was that? I saw like a clip one day. And it was like Mia Khalifa, and she's like, every time I look at anybody, I just think they're imagining me naked. And it's like, yeah, that's probably true. You did that to yourself.
Like that's the thing. Like they like we live in an era where there's literally like these ladies on whatever podcast are saying that let's like, yeah, like it's offensive that men sexualize me, but I've also built a career of men sexualizing me.
Yeah, I've literally built a career by getting naked and having a sexual appeal.
But like if you're to follow the logic, like they've built a career on being offended.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like the greatest offense is for you to be sexualized by a man, apparently, and then you know you do the whole thing, and then we have the whole this bitch. What the fuck's the name? Philip, Lily Phillips, like doing the whole but like bro, like this is like 2000 and
the chick that got arrested in Bali or whatever.
Yep, same one.
Wasn't she famous for something else too? I don't know. I don't follow up with any of these chicks.
Bro, it's ridiculous because like if we were to say like in terms of men, in terms of the acting, it's okay. It's like the whole looks thing, for example, is a non-issue because in order for the only way for a man to actually get to that thing, get to the height is like it's implied that he is beautiful. You know what I mean?
Nobody can actually name. I don't think anybody can actually name a male porn star being known for anything other than memes.
But I don't think that like men couldn't like I'm talking like porn addict men. Like I don't think they could name a single male porn actor, but they could name like fucking like, they rattle off 100 fucking chicks.
Look, almost every guy knows at least it knows the name of at least one male porn actor, and it's just because of the memes people make about him.
Nah, I'd press X to deal with that one.
You can't tell me you've never seen a meme with Johnny Sins in it.
Yeah, I don't know what this name is.
Look him up.
Like I know there's the piss take one where it's Richard Longhorn, for example, like, but like that's like a meme, if you get me.
I have no idea. So the meme with Johnny Sins is always like, it'll be like different pictures of him from like the intros of a porno that he did, where it's like he was an astronaut, he's a doctor, he's a veteran, he's a lawyer, he's a pizza delivery guy, he's a plumber. And like that's the meme where it's like, look at how accomplished this man is, and every one of those is apparently like a porn intro.
Mm-hmm. Like the whole the Catholic schoolgirl is another one. The pizza delivery driver, the plumber as well. There's that whole meme that was like where it's actually
in all of those outfits or whatever.
But like there's one meme where it's like the dude is actually a plumber, and she's like, "Well, maybe you could like lay some pipe," and he's like,
"Oh, the bald
well,
guy,
I could, but
then
I'd need like put in an extra faucet, and then like where are you going to put the space?" You know what I mean?
I know that one where they're like, she's like trying to like, it's like a joke where she's like trying to seduce him, and he's like, "But no, that's gonna be $100 cash."
Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying?
Angelina
it's crazy.
Is not a good actor though. Look, I've seen movies with her in it. She's not a believable actor.
I suppose like it's because like that's what I'm saying. It's very difficult with like the women's because like the beauty is such a big factor. I mean, whereas like if you go like George Clooney, Brad Pitt, fucking like Denzel, like all them, like it's the same kind of sophisticated look, you know, dark suit, dark shirts, top button on collar kind of thing, or maybe it's a very colored suit with a black shirt. Like it's
I don't know.
It's similar kind of a style.
Explain Adam Sandler. That dude goes everywhere in a t-shirt and gym shorts and plays every movie in a t-shirt and gym shorts.
Yeah, but it's like, is he like, let's say, when you're saying Hollywood perennial stars, or like in terms of like Hollywood's top 10 ever? You know what I mean? It's going to be the George Clooney's. It's going to be the, Brad Pitt's, like those type dudes, the Leonardo DiCaprio's,
That's true.
the Ryan Gosling's. You know what I mean? And then with the women, you would, well, like we had the whole Lizzo era. Holy shit.
So glad
Bro.
we're past that.
Do you know what I mean? And then there's
What
the
time
other
is it for you
dude.
in Ireland, by the way? I'm curious.
It's 1 p.m. actually. You know what I'm saying?
God,
Midday.
dude, 8 o'clock in the morning here.
Daniel, we like to power through, as they say. But I actually, because my sleeping schedule technically is Australian. And then, like I said, I aim towards an American audience, even though I'm European. So I'm in a weird state of my life. You know what I'm saying? In terms of like sleeping pattern and schedule. If I was to compare myself, let's say, to the average Irishman. But the sacrifice we make, folks, the sacrifices we make.
I think Jake Rattlesnake does the same thing. I'm pretty sure all of his streams are designed around America.
Yep.
Like, I think like when he
It's
streams,
brutal
normally
life.
it's like 2 o'clock in the morning for him.
But I suppose it depends on what segment you're going for America. Like, for example, if you're doing like daytime, or let's say just like after work, versus let's say, like Easy's one where it's like starting like 9 p.m. kind of thing, and it's gone for like 6 hours kind of thing.
I wish he would
know?
start those earlier, to be honest.
I don't know, man. Like it seems like it's like one thing that I've noticed, and it's not just with VK, but it's like just with like a lot of things where, especially like games, like you think, oh, like if only we had like this one feature or this one thing, then it would be so much better. But then you get given that exact feature, and you're like, this is dog shit. You know what I mean?
Well, no, the reason I
Time
say
and
that
time
is
again,
'cause, like I always
Yeah, go
wish
ahead.
that Andrew would do his TikTok invasions just a little bit earlier, because usually he won't start until like 9 or 10 Eastern time, and he doesn't end until like midnight. And he'll like do them half the time. He'll do them on like a Monday or something like that. It's like, dude, I got work tomorrow.
The
And
TikTok
I get up at
giveth
5.
and the TikTok take it, because like when you look at particularly, let's say, the likes of like lefties and all that kind of shit, it's like they're going to be doing like those late night Sundays. They're not going to be giving a fuck about their Monday jobs and all this kind of shit. So it's about being able to take them on their kind of take the fight to them. You know what I mean?
I'm on my third monster of the evening / morning.
Mm-hmm.
Because like I'm supposed to be getting up around like 10 o'clock in the morning to do something. And I was like, all right, fuck it. No, I just said fuck it. I'm just gonna stay up at that point, because if I go to sleep for 2 hours, I'm gonna be miserable all day.
Hey, my man, power through, as they say.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you.
William don't care about no female actors though. He cares about madness. Netflix or Disney?
Are we counting of all time?
Yeah, like the whole entities. I suppose it's mainly like in terms of like streaming, just to try and hone in a little bit.
I was
That's what
gonna
happens
do
when you make the
streaming,
questions
I mean,
too
like,
broad.
Because like, if you're gonna include like everything they've ever made, Disney has way more hits than Netflix ever did.
True.
But if you're doing it to just when they started like came out as a streaming platform, I mean, everything Disney's been making since they became a streaming platform is kind of garbage.
Oh shit. Oh, shots fired, bro. But like,
Look, there's a reason South Park made a whole special about it, and it was fucking hilarious. Look, what you got to do is put a diverse woman of color in it and make her fucking gay.
works every time.
Works every time.
But like, would you not say that like in terms of the current offering that Disney has compared to Netflix? Because like when I'm trying to think of like Netflix exclusives versus Disney exclusives.
We also got to include Hulu in Disney's exclusives.
Well, that's the other thing about Disney, is because they're so big, they can just basically buy up other streaming platforms as well. So that's
if we're excluding
potential reason
Hulu,
to
if we're gonna
roofing,
exclude Hulu, I'm still gonna give it to Disney. Because like, what's like good original content that Netflix came out with? Stranger Things. Oh my god, a demon's trying to eat the world. I'm gay, guys. And then Disney is like, at least like they made like fucking Deadpool and shit.
like here's the thing about Disney. Why you don't want to give it to, I think why you wouldn't want to give it to Disney is because, like, for example, like Disney didn't make Deadpool. Like Ryan Gosling was not Ryan Gosling. Ryan Reynolds was the one that has been like pioneering and championing that and like screaming at top as long as you need to make more movies on this character. So like, but then you could say it's like, yeah, but like no one else is listening to him, and Disney's the one that took the chance. So I don't know. It's a tough one.
Well, if you're including all like anything that you can stream, you can still watch. You know, the only canon episodes, which would be the first 6 episodes of Star Wars. Nothing after Revenge of the Sith is canon. That's my view. Rey Skywalker doesn't exist.
Well, like for example, like Netflix has like the Stranger Things, like that. I think that's like the
Yeah,
the
I
bread
know.
and
Demons
butter
are
at the
gonna blow up
moment.
the world. Everybody, I'm gay.
Oh, bro. You know, I mean, like that, like that's just like played across the whole thing. But on the flip side, that like Disney has the likes of like The Simpsons.
They do have
Like that's kind of one aspect to it. Do you know what I mean? So it's like then like the whole kind of like Avengers and all that kind of stuff
Can
that
you
they can
even
roll
name a
into.
more famous like teenager to adult cartoon that's more popular than The Simpsons? Like Family Guy doesn't beat it.
Hmm. Well, which one is South Park on?
South Park's on Paramount, but I think they're owned by Comedy Central.
Because that adds a whole kind of dynamic. Because it's usually like Family Guy versus South Park, and I'm like, nah, bro, that's a bad way to look at it.
No. You
That-
can't compare
that
South
excludes
Park to
South
Family
Park.
Guy. You got to compare. You can compare Family Guy to. You can compare if you want to do based off like main shows. I would say Simpsons and Family Guy is what you would compare, and then you could compare Futurama to American Dad. Because it's the same
What?
creators. Here's why I'm saying it. It's the same creators, and it's a totally different show and universe that they're in. Like the Futurama universe is not in the universe of The Simpsons, and Family Guy and American Dad are not in the same. They're not in the same. Like they're not the same universe going on. They're a totally different thing happening, and they're not spin-offs of each other.
Like no, like you compare Family Guy and South Park because it's like it's basically like that kind of family sitcom kind of thing.
No. Dude, South Park is not for the same audience that Family Guy's for. Family Guy is much less crude.
Sorry, no. I was saying Simpsons and Family Guy is because the whole kind of like family environment, and that's why I compare
Yeah.
there. But when you look at like South Park, it's the same setup. It is more crude, like you were saying, but like that's why I say that it's like when you do it like in terms of that dynamic, you're excluding South Park, whereas South Park has more.
Well, South
longevity.
Park's not in its own. I think South Park has to be in its own category.
No, my argument is that like the reason why people say that is because South Park is better than Family Guy and Simpsons. It does a better job than either one of them, and that's what people say. Oh no, that's something different, but it's the same. It's kids in a family, same way Simpsons kids in a family, Family Guy kids in a family.
Well, by that standard, then you wouldn't be able to compare The Simpsons to Futurama or Family Guy to Futurama.
Yeah, no, you compare Futurama to Rick and Morty, which Futurama wins.
But Rick and Morty, I would agree with you. But Rick and Morty would be more comparable to Family Guy because it's kids in a family.
They said it again.
Well, if the standard for why South Park and Family Guy and The Simpsons are all in the same categories because it's kids in a family, then you have to put Rick and Morty in that same category.
No, because it's you have the whole cloning thing or the different worlds or like
But
are they actually Rick's kids?
It's still kids in a family.
The fuck it is.
The dynamics are about a cross-generational nuclear family, and how they react to a bunch of sci-fi
But
shit.
spoiler alert, but Beth and Jerry split. Like
in season 2,
nothing,
and then they get back together in season 3. So spoiler
there's
alert, even
yeah,
though they're in fucking season 8.
there's nothing about like the like the actual nuclear part of like a family in that show. You know what I mean? The whole essence of that is like basically the family is completely broken down, and then it's still like some sort of like social cohesion or something like that that's bringing that group together. Equally with Futurama technically is family. The whole reason why Fry shows up is that he's going to his great grand nephew.
Well, no, he doesn't. He didn't go to the future for that purpose.
Not for that purpose, but like that's who he's staying with. He's staying with his family.
He's staying with. He's sleeping in a robot's closet. He's working for his nephew.
Yeah. Family run business.
I don't even think that would count. Like that. That's like, yeah, it's a family-owned business, but it's like it's not the same. Because it's like they didn't. There's no like the only connection there is, yes, they have a blood relation, but it's like neither of them grew up in the time of the other.
Oh no! Anyway, last week.
William said, "Spin that wheel." Batman or Superman?
Is the question who's better or who wins in a fight?
It could be either. You know what I mean? Like, which would I guess you got to go both ways in terms of like which dudes you prefer, which I think would automatically would determine who would win in the fight as well.
Well, I say Batman is I prefer Batman to Superman. But also, the only I would say that Batman only wins if he has time to prepare. That's the only way he wins that fight. He has to have time to prepare for it.
And what if I phrased it like we had to get rid of one for the rest of eternity? We're getting rid of one. We only have enough space around for either Batman or Superman. We can't have both.
Get rid of the cape or get rid of Superman.
You get rid of Superman, but then you say that Superman would beat Batman.
Wait.
I said
Superman would only beat Batman in a fight if Batman didn't have time to prepare for the fight.
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
But what if Superman had the same amount of prep as Batman?
Wouldn't make a difference. Batman has a far better strategic mind.
What? But then is it not just 50-50?
No, it's not 50-50 because, like I said, if Batman has time to prepare, he could set up things like a kryptonite suit. And then now Superman's basically useless.
Well, no, like Superman can't get after Batman. But Batman also can't necessarily kill Superman.
No, Batman could most definitely kill Superman. He has a plan for that already. Batman has the contingency plan. He has a plan to take out every member of the Justice League.
Yeah, he's got a plan. That don't make it true, though.
They've actually done that, though, and he does that. They've set it up where that happens. Where Batman has to basically take out every member of the Justice League. I think they like somebody takes over their minds, and he literally has a plan for every single one of them, and he beats all of them.
I don't know, bro. I don't know, but unfortunately, Shazzy, basically, Shazzy coming in saying, "Nah, ain't happening."
Oh no! Anyway, last week.
Spin that wheel. Enough of this comic book nerd talk, says Shazzy.
That's fair.
See, haters gonna hate. You know what I'm saying? Who is the greatest male singer? Forefront.
I gotta look up his name real quick. I know who I'm thinking of, but I can't remember his name.
Jazzy saying Elvis. Emperor
No,
saying
not
Mike
even close.
Patton. Any fan of the Bublé? Bit of Michael Bublé?
I do like Michael Bublé, but I am talking about M Shadows.
Shadows.
He's the vocalist for Avenged Sevenfold.
Okay.
That dude's vocal range is freaking insane.
But would you not like say like an opera, like the opera singers maybe? Like what's the dude? Time to Say Goodbye. What the fuck was his name?
Well, the problem with this question is going to be entirely subjective because it would entirely depend on what our criteria is.
Well, I mean, like that's
Frank Sinatra's great. I love Frank Sinatra.
Frank Sinatra, Pavarotti.
I guess could we at least make the distinction of genre? Because like trying to compare, like Frank Sinatra to M Shadows to Phil Ensemble to, Richie Valens, it's like they're all in totally different genres.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think Frank Sinatra would be able to sing Metallica as well as Metallica does. There's a reason Metallica got special, and that was because they had a unique sound to them.
Yeah, but couldn't you argue that that like there's an award show each year like that has like the best singer? I'm saying like they can't compare because like they compare. It's not like Sinead O'Connor. Nothing compares.
Yeah, but I think I've honestly always thought that like the Grammys and every part of that thing was rigged.
Fair point. Hollywood does entertain lies, they say. But like, what if I said that? Well, yeah, like this is like the cliche question. If you could only have one song on a desert island, what would be the one song you'd bring?
Coming Home by Avenged Sevenfold.
Okay. So in terms of, if I said that like every other singer, we can only have like one form of music, would it still be the Sevenfold?
You said you could only have one form of music?
Yeah, like one. There's only one genre. There's only going to be one band for the rest till eternity.
No, Avenged Sevenfold would not be the band that I chose.
Who would you go for?
Metallica.
Oh shit!
Look, And Justice for All is the only album that has ever been written that I can listen to the entire album and not want to hit skip. With the only close second coming in at the Avenged Sevenfold Hail to the King album.
So then, would you not say that Metallica are better than Sevenfold?
No, because I think that if you averaged out the songs from And Justice for All by Metallica, compared them to Hail to the King album by Avenged Sevenfold, the actual song, the songs all together, the album And Justice for All is better than the Hail to the King album. But I think that Coming Home by Avenged Sevenfold is better than any song Metallica's ever written.
So Sevenfold have the best song, but Metallica have the best album.
Yes.
I don't know, man. I don't know. It is a difficult question. Like, don't get me wrong, because it's like to say that you can only listen to one. Well, like, I guess there could be ways around it where it's like you get you pick an artist that does multiple genres, something like that. Like mine, like my greatest song would be Bittersweet Symphony, but like the band, the Verb, are really kind of like that was the kind of like one hit wonder kind of thing, and it's very like the song is kind of like overplayed. So like for them, it's like telling Oasis to play Wonderwall. It's like, oh my god, here we go. You know what I mean?
Well, the best part is Oasis fucking hates Wonderwall. They hate the song. They always have.
Yeah, because but like that's the like the thing that like no one ever talks about having like that one hit wonder is that that song is going to be like every single place that you walk into, that song is going to be being played when it's like the top hit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So then it's like you basically your own music is chasing around all this kind of shit. It's like, can I get some fucking peace and quiet? Do you know what I mean? So it's like the whole aspect of like be careful what you wish for, because a lot of people want to be famous, but not a lot of people can handle the fame.
Yeah.
Speaking about not being able to handle the fame, people don't seem to be able to handle the madness.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell
William don't care, he only cares about spinning that wheel. Oh, this one got contentious last time, but we'll see what you say, Stillborn. Should Hermione have ended up with Harry instead of Ron?
No, she was a spoiled, rotten bitch.
Yeah, so if Ron was the nice guy, then surely he didn't deserve to end up with a spoiled, rotten bitch.
I don't know. I mean, Harry was the hero of the whole story.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a dude who died.
And
Why
if
does he deserve
Hermione-
why does he deserve the nagging wife?
Like, this is what I'm saying though. Like, because like J.K. Rowling's supposed to be a feminist and all that kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? So if she's a feminist, why didn't the feminist icon, quote unquote, Hermione, no, Leviosa, it's Leviosa. Do you know what I mean? Like that
Emma
bitch.
Watson's a raging feminist.
Exactly. So like, why didn't she get the hero? She got some, Weasley. Even his name, Weasley. He's a weasel, dude.
I don't know. Maybe she likes the ginger mustache.
But it's something that it's like even let's say if J.K. Rowling ain't your favorite artist or author or whatever, or if you genuinely think that she's like the one that's like leading like this whole kind of leftist shenanigans, all this kind of shit, like it gives you an inside glimpse into her thinking. You know what I mean?
I mean,
And, like,
she
for
named
me,
the only
it's-
black character in the entire in all the books. His last name was Shacklebolt.
What can I say, man? What can I say? Propaganda's everywhere. But then, like I was saying, like why does she give the quote unquote feminist icon the fucking the side piece, sidekick? Do you know what I mean? It's like if Lord of the Rings had it ended where fucking Samwise Gamgee, whatever the fuck his name is, gets the girl and Frodo doesn't.
Frodo doesn't get the girl.
Neither of them get a girl. What I'm saying is that
No, Sam does. Sam gets a wife and children. He gets a whole family in the end.
yeah, but the main bitch, like imagine him rocking with the elven bitch.
You mean Aragorn's wife?
Exactly.
But she wasn't. That wouldn't make any sense.
That's that's the equivalent of what went on in Harry Potter. You know what I'm saying? I know a lot of people didn't watch Harry Potter, and like I'm a weird kid because I actually watched fucking Harry Potter.
I watched
Hey,
all
it
the
is
Harry
what it
Potter
is.
movies.
Yeah. So why the fuck is Hermione and it makes no sense.
I don't
Also,
know. Why the fuck should Harry put up with her?
that's what I'm saying. We're not looking at from a collective, But shout out to Skippy Africanus for the $5 says, however, it is obvious see Grinder from C Annabelle, C Rosie is the most talented and gifted singer, and Terence Trent D'Arby.
Is he talking
Appreciate
about
you
cannibal
kindly, sir.
corpses? I'm not sure.
Unfortunately, I guess we'll never know.
do I want a caravan? It's got no fucking wheels.
Why the fuck do you want to show? It's not got fucking wheels. The wheel's not spinning, boys.
You like that?
Like that.
Yeah, I like dogs.
Who was the best movie hero? No, it's not just superhero. It's
Forrest
any
Gump.
hero.
Forrest Gump, because he just felt like running.
Forrest Gump. I don't know. Like Frodo seems like a better Forrest Gump. I'm not gonna lie. 'Cause
No.
it's basically the same thing. They just keep running until they get to the place, and then the movie ends. Same thing, right?
No. There was nothing at stake for Forrest. He just felt like running.
But you see what I'm saying? Like Frodo at least has purpose. You know what I'm saying? Much better story.
Dude, Forrest Gump met JFK and Nixon.
But Frodo met the tree guys, the Ents.
No, he didn't. That was Pippin and Merry.
Oh shit! Yeah, sorry. All the hobbits look the same to me. Sorry.
I thought the fucking I thought that Lord of the Rings is super popular in the UK. How do you not know this?
Well, like I don't know. Like I know the general gist of the story, but like,
Have you never seen the Lord of the Rings, bro?
The finer details. Yeah, that's the one with the spaceships and the hairy guy, and then Indiana Jones shows up, but they don't call him Indiana.
Yeah, I think that was it.
It was one of those things, right?
Yeah, and they had to use their wands and their portal guns at the same time.
Exactly.
In order to get to trying to think of another movie now. They had to use all that to get. They had to use all that to find the spice.
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
We're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Spin that motherfucking wheel, Terry. iPhone or Android?
Android.
Why?
iPhone's made for retards. Their user interface absolutely sucks. Their security system sucks. Android's much more customizable, and they don't fucking they don't just re-release the same phone where they moved the camera over like 4 millimeters, and they're like, look, it's a new phone.
But like, would you not say that the iPhone is more robust in terms of the features?
No, not even close. iPhone is so fucking user locked. You can't even do half the shit. Like you couldn't even do. You can only do like a quarter of the shit that an Android can do with an iPhone. And not only that, Android, like Samsung at least makes like lower end model phones for people who obviously can't afford $1,200 per phone. And since iPhone's operating system actually makes their phones obsolete after just a couple of updates.
Yeah, but like that's what I'm saying. Like in terms of this dynamic, it's like the money is no limit. Like in terms of like what do you think is out and out better?
I would still say Android's better. I mean,
I
even
don't know,
now,
bro.
Androids have better camera quality. They have better security systems. They're much more. You can use them. You can integrate them with much more systems because you can integrate them with Google and Android and Microsoft all at once.
Well, yeah, like you can integrate Android into Microsoft, but when it comes to Apple, like they're all iOS. You know what I'm saying, but they can link into Google, all this kind of shit as well.
Yeah, but then you got to buy the MacBook and all that shit, and it's way more expensive.
Yeah, but if you take that away, like if you were to just look at like the actual like feet, like particularly let's say for
where's your home button?
Like that's the thing. They don't want any buttons, but if there's no buttons, then how can you turn it on? You know what I mean? Like that's my whole thing. But unfortunately, William's like, I'm not talking about no Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs is dead.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you.
Spin that wheel, white boy. Ooh, this is actually one of my favorites. Is reality TV ruining society or harmless entertainment?
Yes, it's ruining society. Give me 1 sec. I gotta pee.
Yeah, no worries. I've got a full rant on this thing. Even the concept of reality TV is retarded. Because reality TV, by definition, is TV, which is scripted. So how can you have reality TV? It makes no sense. And like, I understand with the whole like Jersey Shore and all this kind of shit. It's like, well, that was clearly wasn't scripted. But like large swaths doesn't necessarily need to be scripted if the end outcome is already planned out. You know what I'm saying? Like what the fuck's his name? Paulie D doesn't need to give like the exact fucking word for word. But if we want to stage, let's say, some drama, we just throw these tools into the pit. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it's absolute fucking brain rot, decay. And the even fact that they can advertise it as reality TV is a load of bollocks. But as William would say. Spin that motherfucking wheel.
Oh shit! I just realized too. All right, it's 4:30, guys. Oh shit! Right on the button. William's like, I'm not letting that. I'm not letting that. Get
it. Spin that wheel.
I agreed 100% with your take, by the way.
We got Skippy Africanus with the $2 says, show the child screaming about the coin in the bat. I think he's talking about this one. One sec. It's actually one of my first meme clips, I think. So again, shout out to you, Skippy. Thank you very kindly. But yes, Steelborn, we've moved on to the next topic. The next topic is the best movie villain.
Darth Vader.
Darth Vader, why?
Most infamous.
I don't. Would you not be able to say Satan?
Oh, that's not a. No, I wouldn't even throw that in the same category.
Passion of the Christ.
I'm pretty sure that it's not him who's the villain in Passion of the Christ.
No, is it this? Let's say, where is it? Satan, Passion of Christ. The scene, this weird fucking. I don't even know what the fuck this is, bro. Remember this scene when he's getting whipped and all that kind of shit, and looks over this like, what the fuck is this?
What the fuck? Why are you showing me? I don't even want to look at that.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying,
dude. But nobody can aura farm like Darth Vader.
I don't know. And then like he says, like, he does all look at your father, so is he even a villain? You know what I'm saying? And we got 66. We got 66 Starship Alien with the $10 says, I like your format, Teriak. We'll keep watching. Thanks. Just a question. Are you affiliated to Yaks? No, but I do get mistaken for a lot of people. There's anybody who's any name similar to Yak. I get confused with. Teriyaki sauce is another thing I get confused with. Tazariak, which is one of those Hebrew, like Black Hebrew folk. A lot of memes that aren't actually me, but that get related to me. So it is what it is. And appreciate you kindly for that. Let me get you a little Pepe for that one. Massively thanking you kindly. And folks, we're up to $47 in the spin bank. So if you want to get the spins going, you know what I'm saying? Because it's just, so far it's only William that's having the fun. You know what I'm saying?
Followed by the way, real quick, Hannibal Lecter from The Silence of the Lambs is also probably top tier movie villain.
That's a good one as well. And if you want to talk about our aura farming, holy, he's one. I'd have to say he's probably one of the best. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But as William would say,
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you.
He don't care. He just wants madness, baby. Folks, we do have 47.
The dentist from Finding Nemo would also be on that list.
True. But folks, we do have $47 as well. We got Shazzy as well with the 2 coming in for the goals, and each time we get a goal, we do get one of the legendary clips. And who better off with Shazzy than to have this one?
Black preacher.
What is a woman?
What is a woman?
It's your mama. It sure ain't your daddy.
That's right. Go ahead.
President Biden joining in on the conversation.
We didn't know what a woman. We didn't know what a woman is.
A woman is your mama.
That's right.
You mean to tell me you past 80 and you don't know your mama and your wife is a woman? They keep trying to shove this trash on Africa. And African presidents, one by one, is standing up against it.
That's what the black church used to be. These niggas done went woke over here. Gender and sex are synonymous, always have been. But they say this new gender identity. But then they conflate gender identity with gender. They say your genitals don't determine your sex, your gender. So why are you chopping your dick off? If this determines your woman, why are you chopping your cock off? Just call it a vagina. You're calling yourself a woman.
Master shout out to Shazzy. Thank you very kindly. And a very welcome in to Shiva as well. Shiva, if you want to join the panel as well, join the madness. The panel link should be pinned.
Where's our Australia at?
Where are the Australians? You know what I'm saying?
Where's our Kieran? Why didn't he join Verbal Combat either?
Probably asleep. I'm not going to lie. 'Cause I think at this stage, it's like 3 a.m. for them or something like that at the moment. So it is what it is. It is what it is. But, Steelborn, are you a back door or a front door kind of person?
I don't understand the question.
Well, Starship says, well, I love the Doors Back Door Man song, so it's a back door. Why are you gay? Don't sell that shit to Africa. What can I say? But yeah, like in terms of I don't know how to simplify the question more. Like are you a front door or back door kind of person?
I guess front door.
Oh, front door. Okay. So I don't know, man. Like when it comes to like real estate and stuff like that as well. Like I think a lot of planning. Well, no, it's not necessarily the plan, but I think like a lot of the design and the aesthetics, the buildings in particular, like they don't do any justice to like the actual exits. It's like it's all business in the front and all this kind of shit. But when you look at like business are probably a good example. Like a business's back door is like it looks shit compared to the front. You know what I mean? And then people say it's all because like they can't see the back and all this kind of shit. But like realistically, like to me at least, it might seem like a meme question, but it's there's a lot of things to it in terms of aesthetics. I'm just saying, boys and girls.
Well, that seems fair to me.
There's not a lot of appreciation for the back doors. You know?
Makes sense to me. I still say front door.
But like this was like one of the problems that I was thinking this would be perfect if Kieran was on panel. He'd be like, that's gay, and I'd be like, actually, Kieran, in a way, you're technically right. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. Wasted opportunity.
Everything he says is upside down and backwards, so you got to remember that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's like the instinct for the Australian is to say, well, no, I'm going to be a backdoor kind of person. And then you hit them with it, well, that's gay. You know what I'm saying?
You'd be like, well, yes,
unfortunately.
Terry, technically you're right, but it's like, that doesn't work with the kangaroo. And then he'd be like, shut up, you don't get drunk enough.
No, it'd be one of these.
Yeah. Well, that's Australian and highly contextual.
You'll say yes and no in the actual answer.
I'm so lost right now.
It's Australians for a man. That's what the Australians do.
Well, that and they drink gasoline.
Well, hey, like there has to be an explanation of how they lost a war versus birds, bro. Like real talk. Like how do you lose a war versus birds if you're not like taking some sort of chemical?
That's not the only. That's not the only animal they've declared war on and lost.
Wait, there was another war?
There was multiple wars declared against animals, and they lost all of them.
This is what I'm saying.
Well, it's how you define loss. So what actually happened was a bunch of animal rights activists came out and they're like, "You can't do this," and then they lost like basically all public support for it.
But like, this is what I'm saying. Like, how is the West supposed to look as like an entity, a group?
We don't claim Australia as part of the West.
This is what I'm saying. It's a wasted opportunity, and this is why, like I'm saying, make Australia great again. Not in the same way that Trump is making America great. That would require too much effort. We have to put up billboard signs, all this kind of shit. Too much work, too much effort. But if we just turn that motherfucker into a prison camp again, you know what I'm saying?
I see your argument. You know what? Makes sense to me.
Use
Look,
the
Australians are clearly
as a
too
prison.
stupid to vote.
Well,
Look
I
what they
guess you
do
could
when
say
they
that.
that's what they do when they vote.
But you could say the same thing across the whole West. I mean,
I don't disagree.
like,
I think most people are too stupid to vote.
because it does, like, one does have to ask the question, like, how the fuck did we end up in a situation?
Well, something like 70% of American adults wouldn't be able to pass a basic civics test. I read one off to my buddy. I literally read him the civics test, and he failed, like, badly. Like, I think he got like 40%.
It is what it is.
You could literally probably pass the civics test that I gave him.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Speaking of bold strategy, Shazzy wants to spin that wheel.
Is it necessary? No. Necessary for me to drink my own urine? No, but I do it anyways because it's sterile and I like the taste.
The only necessary thing is spinning that wheel. You know what I'm saying? Speaking of which, Stillborn, who was the greatest female singer of all time?
I'm gonna have to go with the only female singer that I can think of. I'm gonna have to go with Adele because the rest of them don't sing. Most of them just talk about their vaginas.
Unbelievable, chat. We got Whitney in chat. This should be an easy question. This should be Taylor Swift.
That definitely not.
Well, why not?
I'm not even gonna dignify that with an answer. Look, I'm just gonna leave that claim totally unjustified. All right.
Why does everyone be hating on the Tay Tay?
Because she's a progressive scumbag.
Okay, let's get into it. What makes you say that?
What makes her a progressive scumbag? Because all she did was shill for Biden for like 8 years. And then Kamala Harris. I don't know why. Why do Americans put celebrity endorsements like for a presidency like important in the slightest? Why the fuck do I give a shit what Will Smith thinks about politics? Your job is to say lines on a screen and not fuck it up. Why would I give a shit what you think about the border or economics? Am I making sense or am I speaking Greek to you here?
No, sorry. Fuck, sorry. I think I have a bug or some shit like that. Oh god. But in terms of like the message that Taylor Swift is promoting, like all of a sudden about the white picket fence, you know, basketball hoop in the driveway, all this kind of stuff. Would you not say that she's changed her tone?
I think that ultimately what the goal there is just to appeal to conservatives. But the problem is when we allow people whose values fundamentally are not the same claim to be conservative, right? I'll give you an example. Dave Rubin claims to be a conservative. What the fuck is he conserving? His partner's penis?
So I think like his argument would be that he wants to conserve the West.
Well, the problem is, what does that mean? What are the grounding foundations behind that? What are the principles that built the West that made it great? And if from his view, it's just basically going to be a classical liberal view of, you know, my freedom and my liberty. As Ben Shapiro would say, you know, I would absolutely die for your right to hoe yourself out on OnlyFans. I think it's wrong, but I would die for it. And this is ultimately why their view leads to all the degeneracy that they supposedly push back against society. Like, no. My liberty is better than your liberty. But it's like when you
Yeah, but
treat liberty
if
as the highest virtue, that's going to lead to all the degeneracy in society that you see. That's why you
yeah,
can't
but
have
like
built around. Sorry, go ahead, Derek. I wasn't trying to interrupt.
yeah, no worries. The like the counter, let's say, like for example, like George Maloney would say that it's like Western culture is Greek philosophy, Roman law, and Christian ethics, right? So in terms of, let's say, like Dave Rubin, or even like you could even throw the net towards like more libertarians like Dave Smith and all that stuff as well. Like why would I see myself like on the same team as these people when realistically, like all I want to do is like conserve. I'm interested in conservatism. I'm not interested in libertarianism or any of this shit.
Well, let me ask you something.
Yeah, go
In
ahead.
the last 5 to 10 years, have the libertarians and the quote unquote conservatives who are actually classical liberals, have they moved closer to the Christian nationalist position, or have the Christian nationalists moved closer to their positions?
Well, I'd say like the likes of Dave Smith, they haven't moved
farther right.
Well, if you're talking about kind of like moving, like the likes of like Elon Musk and all this kind of shit, they would say it's like no, like we haven't moved. It's these lefties that like have gone like full blown communism, and they think that liberalism or communism is liberalism kind of thing, or vice versa.
Well, yeah, but
It's
Dave
those
Smith has
persons
been
who are
getting
saying
much
that
more
we're-
aggressive on things like the border and on things like on actual like what's the word I'm looking for, like decency, like laws, like decency laws concept, stuff like that. He's moving closer to that position than we have been towards, my liberty position. Because the Christian nationalists, the reason why the Christian nationalists can't be a classical liberal is because it's an actual contradiction. You can't make liberty the highest virtue under Christian ethics because we don't believe that liberty is we don't even think liberty is a virtue. Especially not the way it's defined here.
Well, again, like I said, like there's a lot of meat to this, but unfortunately,
spin the wheel.
Jazzy's saying,
"Shut your fucking mouth! You'll do nothing. You'll do fucking nothing. Not one of you will do nothing. Get the fuck out of here!"
"Spin that fucking wheel, Terry!" Oh shit! Spin that fucking wheel, Terry!
Isn't he running for president in Ireland or something like that?
Possibly. Shit! I didn't click this off. One sec.
Didn't we just do that?
But like, I think like Steve Bannon's kind of like dropped hints saying it's like, oh, like Ireland's going to have its like Donald Trump and all this kind of stuff, and especially like the new ties and all this kind of stuff. I forgot to do that as well. Who do you think is the greatest male actor?
I'm gonna have to give it to. I'm gonna have to give it to Christian Bale. Either Christian Bale
why?
or Christopher Lee. Christian Bale because he is one of the most dedicated method actors I think that's ever lived. I've never seen him actually play a bad role. The problem is Bruce Willis plays the same character in every movie. He's great at the role that he plays, but he basically plays the same character in every movie. You know what, actually? No, I think I'm gonna have to give it to Mel Gibson.
Mel Gibson?
Yeah.
But you wouldn't go for like the likes of Clooney or
no, not even
Brad
close.
Pitt, Leonardo DiCaprio.
Leo's great, but I don't even think he's in the same universe as far as actual talent.
Like, think of The Departed.
Look, my favorite Leonardo DiCaprio role is playing Gatsby.
Gatsby, Titanic.
Well, no, the Titanic's a horrible movie. I fucking hate the Titanic so much. No, I think like he does a great job in The Great Gatsby. I would actually, before even George Clooney or Brad Pitt, I would throw Matt Damon in there.
You put Matt Damon ahead of Brad Pitt.
As far as actual acting talent, yes. Dude, the Jason Bourne movies
shit,
are
boys.
phenomenal.
We about to start World War III on this panel.
Look, I've seen like the roles that I've seen Brad Pitt play the best was the Oceans movies, Legends of the Fall, and Troy. And he did great in all of those. Right? But Mel Gibson's William Wallace makes me want to go put on a kilt and fight England.
But what about Russell Crowe's Gladiator?
Russell Crowe is a great actor, and I do love Gladiator. But the problem that I have with Russell Crowe, like I think his role in Gladiator was absolutely amazing. Not the biggest fan of anything else I've seen him in. The only other movie that I saw him in that I really liked was The Pope's Exorcist.
But to say, Mamma Mia, you don't like the Pope.
It's true that I'm not a Catholic, but he did play like a Catholic exorcist very well.
See what I'm saying? Oh, shit. One sec. My thing's jammed up. I'll be right back.
No, you're good. Can Chad still hear me? If so, you're all fucking legends, and you need to send Teriak all of your money. What are you doing? All of it. All of your hard-earned money has to go to him. Did you hear me grifting for you there or no?
Oh, shit. I was on mute. Yeah. Yeah, 100%, bro. Appreciate it. But we got William coming in, unfortunately.
Oh, shit. I just realized, too. All right, it's 4:30, guys. Oh, shit. Right on the button. William's like, I'm not letting that. I'm not letting that.
Get it. His name is William Grammer, and he says, spin that motherfucking wheel. Yeah, it is what it is. Were Ross and Rachel really on a break? Let's get to it. Let's get down and dirty to the real questions.
Yeah, I just don't believe in the concept of a break.
Like, you don't believe in the concept in terms of like when Rachel said, I want to go on a break, or whatever the fuck she said.
When people say I want to go on a break, what they're saying is I want to go fuck other people.
Okay, so you're in Ross's camp. You're like, Ross was 100% justified. Fuck this bitch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Interesting. But
I mean, all she's doing is like, I just want to whore myself out to a bunch of different men.
Would you not say that like Ross was being like Ross's behavior that was kind of like leading up to that? Do you think that was the most mature way?
God, it's just been so many years since I've seen Friends. Look, all I remember is that Rachel was an annoying bitch and Ross was a funny paleontologist, okay? And he had a monkey. You can't beat that.
Well, okay, how many guys do you know that own a pet monkey?
Exactly. That fucking dude's a fucking keeper, and you're like, I want to go have sex with other men instead.
Okay, right. Let me rephrase. Okay, your friend walks into you and says, "Yeah, I just broke up with the long-term girlfriend, and I bought a pet monkey." Are you like, bro, that's a great decision? Or are you like, bro, we need to have a chat?
Well, it depends on his reasons for breaking up with the girlfriend. But the monkey, I'm not going to question.
What is going on right now? This is why I have this clip.
What the fuck is going on right now?
I'm saying, you never know what you're gonna get. Wheel of Madness. Steelborn is coming in here, is giving like perfectly sound, rational argumentation, and now he's like, "Yeah, I have no questions for the monkey."
Monkey's fucking awesome, bro.
So like, if you just like, if some dude just like walked into, like, was walking down the street with like a pet monkey, you're like,
if I walked over with my pet.
Yeah, but like, you're like this dude with the monkey. He is a perfectly sound and reasonable person. There's nothing shifty whatsoever with this person.
I don't think somebody owning a monkey is inherently shifty. I mean, are you gonna say something weird because I own a tortoise?
Bro, why the fuck would you own a monkey?
I wouldn't.
A turtle makes sense. It makes sense because again, you don't have to walk it. Very easy maintenance. All this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? Bitches love a hard shell. I mean, what's not to love about a turtle? But a fucking monkey, bro. Have you not seen those fuckers like they throw their own shit? When is the last time you ever seen a turtle throw anything, let alone its own shit? Like I actually have clips of this. Look at the look at the sheer velocity of this.
Walk away, big guy.
You want that as a pet?
That's a fucking silverback gorilla.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Monkey is a monkey.
No, it's not. That's not even a monkey. That would be an ape.
Okay, it might not be at that sheer velocity, okay? But it's still the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing. That's like saying it's a fucking 4-foot tall pygmy dude and the 6'6" Viking are the same thing. They're not the fucking same thing. Other than they're in somewhat of the same. They're like in the same category of human.
In terms of having a pet, like Ross was clearly a psycho.
You just compared somebody having a fucking, like you just compared somebody having a best friend who's a dwarf versus a best friend who's 8 feet tall. Okay, it's not the same thing, bro.
Yeah. Okay. Right. let me put. Have you ever seen Friends without the laugh track?
Oh, I'm sure it's really fucking boring.
It actually makes it even funnier, except for Ross. Ross, when you actually like rewatch Friends, the Ross scenes without the laugh track, Ross literally seems like a goddamn psychopath, and you genuinely wonder why the fuck did Rachel even go out with him in the first place.
Ross was never my favorite character. My favorite character has always been Chandler.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like that's like the actual like that's why like fucking the Monica ends up with Chandler and all this kind of shit. Like that was the whole thing, but all that kind of shit. Because like the rise of Friends are all basically fucking the second wave or third wave feminists, whatever the fuck they're calling it nowadays. But anyway,
I mean honestly,
sorry, the wave before the nowadays
Friends isn't even that good of a show.
You know, but like when you look into it, you're like, oh shit, like it's a bunch of like lefty commie gobbledygook and all this kind of shit. But it goes to show if you got the right casting, you got the right production, if you got the right hands around a set, it basically operates itself. Despite the fact that the writers could literally be retarded, like the writers of Friends. But irregardless, right?
Hold on, real
Still
quick. The problem.
Yeah, go ahead.
Kokomo, that answer, Jennifer Aniston is still smoking. That, sir, makes you a fucking simp, and you need to send in at least a $5 super chat to make up for it.
Guys, what I've been telling you about simping and chat.
That when we're on Molly and when we're horned up, might not be horned up. You are horned up. Oh, please. You can have a fucking chub right now.
When we're horned up, gentlemen, we don't make the best decisions. How many times must I tell you? Joey's a good one, but Chandler's better. Chandler's better for the like when you actually compare Joey versus like Chandler's a lot funnier.
Oh yeah, he's funnier. You ever seen his Saturday Night Live bit about sarcasm 101 class?
Oh, bro, unbelievable. But like that's the other thing as well. Like fucking the fact that Matthew Perry's dead is like, yeah, Friends ain't never coming back. But trust me, bro. Look at because like even when you look like Chandler is a bit sad without the laugh track, but it's still funny. Do you know what I mean? Joey as well. Dude's a fucking idiot, but he plays it plays off on shit. But when you look at Ross is like the psychopathic dude, and you're like, what the fuck is this? You know what I mean?
I still think he'd be funny without the laugh track. I still found Ross funny.
Trust me, bro. It's like the craziest social experiment you'll ever see in your life because it's.
I'll look it up. I will look it up and just see what the fuck it's like.
It's crazy. It's eerie. But like that's the whole thing. That it's like the back and forth between like the whole Ross and Rachel thing. It's like technically Ross was justified. You know what I mean? Rachel was being a cunt, but when you look at like the type of character that Ross is, you'd be like, Rachel shouldn't be ending up with a dude like Ross. You know what I mean? Dude's a goddamn psychopath.
I don't know. Rachel deserved to be single with cats and wine stains in her teeth.
Why? See this the same hate that I see for Rachel is the same hate I see for Tay Tay.
Look, here's the thing.
It's mahogany.
Here's the problem with Rachel, right? She was traditional. She is what we would traditionally call a skank.
Is that it?
That's it. Yeah, she's what we would traditionally call a skank, and that's why she deserved to end up with Weinstein's.
Wait, she deserved end up to be Weinstein, bro. What the fuck?
She deserved to be.
Why are we bringing Jeffrey into this? Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one. Sorry, the Weinstein is the Hollywood dude.
No, you're thinking. No, not Weinstein. Wine stains in her teeth.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Crazy cat lady drinking wine.
Yeah, because I was like, geez, you give her to Harvey? Jeez.
No, fuck no.
God damn.
I ain't that bad.
It's like feeding Jabba the Hutt. You know what I mean? But yeah, no, like I would say that Monica was more of a hoe than Rachel. Because like Monica had a lot of like repressed, like I was a fat kid, and now like I can get the guy's attention, all this kind of shit, without even trying. And also, I'd say Monica was the most psychotic. Like a lot of people say, no, Phoebe was the most psychotic. Like, no, Monica was the most psychotic.
No, Phoebe was just some weird, quirky girl, and Monica was definitely like malicious. I think.
Yeah, Phoebe basically ate too much glue. I mean, it is what it is, but like
she was the female equivalent of Joey. Let's be realistic here.
True, that is true. And like I said, like who was Ross's sister, Monica? Both of them, complete psychopaths.
I'm not sure that having a monkey makes you a psycho. It makes you weird, but not psycho.
Bro,
I'll grant that it's super weird to have a pet monkey.
I'm trying to think, like, even marrying the English bitch. Like, he met her after like 2 weeks, he got engaged. This is not a mentally stable person, Steelborn.
Well, mentally stable and psychopathy doesn't exist, so.
Okay, what we would colloquially call a psychopath, a crazy person, someone who is not rationally sound.
Well, did he have a rational reason for why he wanted to do so?
Why, he wanted to marry the English bitch?
Yeah.
Well, I think the diagnosis or the clinical way to approach it would be Ross had repressed feelings for Rachel, and in order to distract those feelings from Rachel, he basically married the next girl that showed any modicum
Did he
of
marry
interest
her?
into
I
him.
don't actually remember I don't think he married her, did he?
No, remember on the altar he says Rachel's name, the goofy bollocks. Which let's all be real, ladies. Rachel fucking loved that. She was like, you could see she was smiling. She was like, yes, he said my name. You know what I mean? They never said it on screen, but bro, every single woman like who's been in Rachel's position before is like, yes, he said my name. You know? Even though like she didn't want Ross and all this kind of shit. And even though Ross cheated on her and all this kind of shit, she still wanted him to say the name. She was glad that, and that's why Rachel's a cunt, by the way.
Agreed.
But it is what it is. We're all a bit of a cunt anyway. But yeah, go ahead.
No, I just said agreed.
But Chandler getting left with Monica, I think that's the greatest travesty in TV show history.
I know, he deserved way better.
Boy Chandler, you know? Wait, actually, who would have been worse, Monica or Phoebe?
Monica. Phoebe's not rational, not competent enough to do anything malicious.
I don't know, bro. She seemed pretty malicious. Like she raised up on the streets and shit. Remember, she kicked the shit out of Ross. Phoebe knows her way around the blade, you know?
That's pretty based. Wasn't there like an episode when like Ross heard like a car backfire and like thought somebody was shooting a gun?
Yep. It was Joey. Joey dove on the sandwich. Because Ross sold the sandwich, so Joey he dove on Ross, and like Ross was like, "Oh my god, you're such a great friend," and all stuff. But really, the only reason why Joey dove on him was because of the sandwich. And then Chandler basically stirs the pot. Beautiful episode.
I don't know. I think I'd have to say my favorite sitcom is The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
This guy, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, get out of town. Get out of town.
The Fresh Prince was great.
You one of these like DEI feds, you know, you just come into these panels and just try to promote DEI shit. You know what I'm saying? We're here talking about friends and all this kind of shit. And then you're like, no, let's talk about the show that has the 100% black cast. What's going on here, Stillborn?
Well, see, here's the thing. Jeffrey the Butler is a fucking amazing character. Seinfeld was great though.
Yeah, see, he's trying to pander to the Jews now. He's like, oh, Seinfeld's great. Unbelievable. No, but for realsies, in terms of the like that period of time, in terms of shows, like, would you really say that like Seinfeld was better than Friends?
Yes.
Bro.
Because the only chick who's a feminist on that show gets constantly fucking screwed over.
I don't know, man. I think Friends had that je ne sais quoi. Because it was able to like rope in the women. I don't think Seinfeld was able to rope in the women as well as the Friends was.
Who cares about that? But
exactly.
I think I gotta hop off here.
Yeah, no worries.
All right. Yeah, we'll go to one though, Tarek. And guys, everybody in the chat, send him your money. Like this isn't a question or a request. This is a demand. Send him all your money. You're watching his stream. Send him your money. It's not that hard.
My fucking man! No, I didn't.
You know what I'm saying? I cannot disagree, chat. Steelborn makes a great point there.
You guys can't even refute the argument. You can't refute it. Premise 1, you're watching his show. Premise 2,
don't know. It even rhymes.
Premise 2, this is a crowdfunded show. Conclusion, send him your money.
Beautiful. Bellissimo.
You guys have a good one. I'll see you on one of the next panels, Teriak.
Take it easy, bro.
A good day to you. All
right, Fez.
I said kiss my ass.
Good day to you, sir. I said good day. As Fez would say. But oh shit, we're supposed to spin that wheel.
Oh shit, I just realized too. All right, it's 4:30, guys. Oh shit, right on the button. William's like, I'm not letting that. I'm not letting that. Get it.
William coming in like John Cena. Spin that motherfucking wheel. And then we get to probably one of the greatest questions ever put on a Wheel of Madness prompt. Is Tay-Tay greatest pop artist of all time? Overwhelmingly, yes, folks. This is clear, like by every conceivable metric. I do believe every genre that she's touched, she has excelled, and she's grown to be number one. See this? Unbelievable. What is up with all the Tay-Tay hate? You know what I'm saying? You're all a bunch of haters. You know? Even Steven's talking about Katy Perry. The disrespect. True. That is true. You know? Okay, Katy Perry went to quote-unquote space. Okay? But does she have Travis Kelce as a boyfriend? No. Does she have, you know, the greatest female singing career you could possibly have? No. You know what I'm saying? All-time Frank Sinatra was pop culture. This is unbelievable, chat. Unbelievable. Taylor Sheet. I'd rather Madonna. Oh my. Unbelievable chat.
You people disgust me.
Disgusting. What's like? Let's actually get to it, chat. And if I have to waste the rest of the show to get to this, then it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make, chat. What is up with all the Tay-Tay hate? Yeah, we got some comedians in chat, some chameleons. You know what I'm saying? Oh, for realsies, like why y'all be hating on Tay-Tay? MJ, see what unbelievable. Like, do I need to pull up like the footage, like from the fans at these concerts? Like, you want to talk with summoning demons? Like Tay-Tay be whipping out like a massive portal and like sucking all these like young women's souls into them and all this kind of shit. MJ never done that shit. You know what I mean? This is the disrespect, right? Madonna. Look at this. Look at this. Madonna is widely recognized as the top grossing female artist of all time based on total record sales, with figures often exceeding 300 million. Followed closely by Taylor Swift, who leads in modern metrics. Madonna, they said. Madonna. Unbelievable. Daniel, you've got to learn your pop culture, guys. I mean, this is why I've been doing it as like the introductory theme and all this kind of shit. Coming at me with Madonna, that's like 80s. You know, you're living in the past, folks. I mean, maybe the 2000s. She had a good like run with the whole Awesome Power shit. You know what I mean? Tried to make a comeback with the whole Deadpool, all that kind of stuff. I'll admit it's a good song, but the choir does a lot of heavy lifting. Let's be real. The choir does a lot of heavy lifting. And folks, we already got, well, technically, it's a return.
And well, guys, if I could still show you around, here is the biggest, gayest man in the world.
He's back, folks. Stillborn.
I had to come back to argue this one. Come on, dude. Michael Jackson had women faint just by looking at him.
Taylor Swift does the same thing.
No, she doesn't.
And Taylor Swift is a woman.
The only time people faint around Taylor Swift is because they hit themselves with a 2x4 because she won't shut up.
You telling me none of those Taylor Swift fans, none of those Swifties are going to munch some carpet?
No. Watch. I'll pull up what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Tay-Tay only hates on the men too. Be smart. You know what I mean? MJ is the king of prop. Madonna in her prime was the queen. Oh my god.
There you go. Pull up that clip that I just posted in the chat.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we've all seen this. Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't never seen Taylor Swift do that. Hasn't even said anything. He just looks at it.
Unbelievable. Yeah. Unbelievable. But where is it? This is.
Sorry, do you want to talk about dancing and singing? Nuh-uh. She ain't got nothing on Michael Jackson. As Conor McGregor would say, you'll do fucking nothing. If you could revive Michael Jackson and bring him back right now, I guarantee you he'd have to sell. He'd have higher ticket sales than Taylor Swift would at the same concert.
Williams coming in here, like not even allowed to give the video footage.
Oh shit! I just realized too. All right, it's 4:30, guys. Oh shit! Right on the button. Williams, like I'm not letting that. I'm not letting that. Get it.
William coming in saying his name is Michael Jackson. Now spin that wheel. Just one sec, changing my headphones. But Steelborn, McDonald's or Burger King?
I took that W on Michael Jackson. I'll take this W. McDonald's beats Burger King. And if that.
Interesting.
Chat needs to send you more money, and I've got to hop. I just had to come back
My
and
man.
wreck you on the Michael Jackson real quick.
Appreciate you kindly, sir. Take it easy. But yeah, folks. McDonald's or Burger King? Let me know. Let me know, chat. A pink cover on his outfit for purpose of protecting his what can I say? What can I say? I'm vegan, of course. Over to chat for this one. Well, that's the thing. We could factor in vegan into it as well, believe it or not. Because when we're comparing franchises or establishments, would we not also have to say that in terms of wide variety of the menus being offered, that's a skill that is able to cater towards itself? That's able to manage the franchise with a wider range of food options. But when you're talking about vegan, if you got a salad bar, technically aren't you covering all the options? You know what I mean? Food for thought, as they would say. But on the flip side, though, as well, you have like the like tofu would be one. I think that vegans. I'm not sure if that's a vegan thing. Is it also like those beans? Like beans are a good source of protein. I think it's like black beans, something like that. Hey, Gilly's saying gotta give it to Burger King. Coming in hot. Gilly's coming in hot. You know? Because like McDonald's does seem to be the perennial, you know? Like what does America export? It exports McDonald's. But like, here's the thing, right? McDonald's has the Big Mac, whereas like the Burger King, it seems as though they're trying very hard to be like, oh well, we're the kings of burgers. But wouldn't we all have to agree that the Big Mac is the king of burgers? And don't be telling me Filet-O-Fish or none of that. You know what I mean? GG's saying, I don't eat either, but I would go BK. Better burgers. McDonald's had better fries. What Burger King burger outdoes the Big Mac? Because like you might say, oh, but it's like it's the size. You know what I mean? But you have like you can have bigger Big Macs. You know what I mean? Or just buy more Big Macs. I don't know, man. Big Mac is it's a difficult one to beat. You know what I mean? Starship saying both have good coffee though. Yeah, bringing in the coffee into it as well. In the US, Macca's, Australian for McDonald's, have veggie burgers. Not here in Australia though. Oh shit! Oh shit! We also have Steven with the big fire says, we may require the child screeching his marbles off due to the fact that there's a bath full of A-Fork Lincoln. Oh, Abra Pork Lincoln. My man. Appreciate you kindly, Stephen. Thank you very kindly. Let's make sure that I'm adding this up correctly. Where is it? Where is it? That puts up to 52 in a spin bank, boys and girls. So again, chat, like, don't be afraid, chat. Don't be afraid. The spin bank's there to be used. But the mods do have free spins. So it is what it is. But thank you very kindly, Stephen. Gilly saying Big Mac have 3 slices of bread, don't they? Per processors. Exactly what I'm saying. The Big Mac questions existence. It questions what you even recognize as a sandwich. You know what I mean? I haven't saying both are shit burgers. But where do you go for a burger then? Because if people say, oh no, like the smash burger is a better burger than the Big Mac, then why not just smash the burgers to make the Big Mac? You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Double Whopper, the patties taste a bit more like actual meat. Oh my god, everyone's a critic. But if you're getting a burger with sauce on it, you know what I mean? You can't tell me that the meat tastes better because you're eating the whole burger. You know what I mean? Starship's like, what the fuck is going on right now? What is going on?
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
We're getting to the heart and soul of truth. You know what I mean? I'm saying they found human meat in Big Mac. Bro. Like, it's like people complain about like food regulations, all this kind of shit, but like, you kind of need to. You know what I mean? People be doing wacky shit. But what I'm talking about though is the main franchise. It's all beef, all that kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? I know, I understand that your local franchise might be a shit franchise, or your local franchise might be the best franchise ever conceived. But I'm trying to balance them off here, folks. You know what I mean? Fundamentally, at the end of the day, it's all beef, or it all should be the same meat, apparently. You know what I mean? Hey, Stephen, my man. It's a good clip, though. It's a good clip, Stephen. You know? We got Jack as well with the $1. Appreciate you kindly, Jack. Starship's just laughing her ass off. It's like, this goofy leprechaun. For an even 50. My man. I didn't even notice that. I was wondering, like, why is Jack doing one? He wants to balance it off. I can get behind that. I can get down with that. Starship says, as a vegan, double whopper means a different thing to me. Arf, arf. I'll carry on, movie lover. What can I say, man? What can I say? I make my own burgers. Well, yeah, I cannot disagree. Once you start making your own burgers, and especially if you're good at making the smash burger, oof, folks, it is very difficult. It is very, very difficult to even want fast food burgers. You're like, nah. When you was it the teach a man fish? Oh no, give a man a fish, feed him for a day. Teach a man how to fish. That's infinity, baby. Gilly says, Burger King breakfast will always rule. I feel very strongly about this. I had a lot as a child. But what's the difference fundamentally between the Burger King breakfast and the McDonald's breakfast? I didn't even know the Burger King did breakfast. Yeah, because like any time that like it's like early morning hours in the airport or whatever, and you're getting Burger King, it's like they always have like the full menu. Or maybe it's just an American thing. America. I was saying fast food is poison. True. But there are, like, for example, like if you go to McDonald's and you just get the patties, then as a carnivore, like that's totally cool. Now, in terms of the quality of meat is a different thing, but main thing at the moment is people aren't eating the right quality, aren't eating the right foods to begin with. You know what I mean? I like my ass off because I can't sit down. What can I say? I enjoy the acid and MDMA and the provide in the Mac patties, so can't complain. Be one hell of a trip. Shazzy says, I love McDonald's hash browns. The old hash browns, but like even when you think about like the breakfasts, just the standard breakfast, you got your rashers, your bacon, your sausage, some hash browns. Oof. Are we getting hungry? Are we getting hungry yet, chat? Starship saying, this is a very fun stream. I cannot lie. Hey, appreciate you. Appreciate you. So I'm here. We're here for the memes. Gilly says the croissants or the sandwiches. Wait, what was that? One sec. We're getting croissants. Ah, yes. I see what you're saying. Going back to Burger King breakfast, croissants. Oof, can't beat a croissant. I mean, especially if like you combine it with like with a bit of Haagen-Dazs, vanilla Haagen-Dazs. Oof, oof. Are we talking about a cheap meal, or are we talking about a cheap meal, folks? You know what I mean? Right, Independent Thinker, welcome in, sir. Welcome in. GTGG says McDonald's bacon and egg muffin wasn't too bad, if I remember correctly. I'm not eating in 4 days. Oh shit! I do apologize, Shazi. You want us to? We can spin. We can spin the wheel, maybe. You know what I mean? But the conversation, the food conversations, it is part of culture. Food is part of culture. You know what I mean? Like the Italians and their pizzas. You know what I mean? Pepperonis and shit. You know. I appreciate you, everybody. Jazzy's not been feeling the best, but all keep running T's and P's. You know what I mean? Jazzy's saying, enough of this food talk, Mr. Leprechaun. What you talking about food for? You know what I'm saying?
Oh no. Anyway, last week
on the wheel. Last week on Wheel of Madness, we got the topic: is Kanye West a genius or just chaotic? I don't know. I don't know about you, chat. I don't know about you. But Kanye, he's a troubled individual. You know what I mean? Some things have come easy. Some things have come hard. But if I was to be honest, 100%, going to my head, like, okay, is Kanye a genius or is he just chaotic? I'd have to say he's a genius. He's lyrically, musically gifted. That is undeniable. Now, I do realize, I'm saying this about Kanye, even though he done fucked up my girl Tay-Tay's speech. You know what I mean? But genius does not denote morality. It's an important thing to keep track of, particularly modern day. You know what I mean? Like, it was the scene in Harry Potter where the wand dude is basically saying, "Oh, like this is a very powerful wand." You know, the wielder of this wand was a great individual, a terrible individual, but great nonetheless. And this whole thing of like, great doesn't mean that they're already good. Great does not mean good, you know? Independent Thinker saying Burger King seems like it uses flame broiled flavoring. This guy, I'm telling you, are you an advertiser for Burger King? Flame broiled flavoring. What does that even mean, Independent Thinker? That's something, I'll tell you what that is. That's something you heard on the ad when you were watching football or some show or whatever, and they got into your brain and they were like, yeah, it's flame broiled flavoring. Like they get in your ears and they start telling you all this kind of shit, and it's like, bruh, give me a burger with pickles, maybe a bit of fried onions. You know what I mean? Burger patty, and the burger sauce and a bit of lettuce for a bit of fancy garnish. You know what I mean? If you're telling me teriyaki, what's your cheat meal? Boom, done. And gives me terrible heartburn. Because the stuff that the flame broiled flavoring is like chemical 49 or some shit like that. And it's like, what? Yeah, it's like chemical 49. Like, that's the names that they come up with this, you know? Gotta stay safe, Shazzy. Gotta make sure you're wearing the layers and all this kind of stuff, because I think it's like ice and snow warnings across Ireland for the next couple of days, I think. Got Starship Alien saying, I had this strain a month ago. It was hell. Yep, 100%. Musical geniuses, I guess. He's a chaotic genius. Now the wheel's starting to turn. Now we're kind of saying maybe he's both. What if we combine the two? Top of the morning to you, Shazzy. Top of the morning to you. Kanye did the whole song wired to the wall with his jaw fully wired shut. Oh shit. That's what I'm saying. Man goes out of his way for the art. You know? Gotta go, feel better, Shazzy. See you, chat and Teriak. Take care. Take care, Giddy. Appreciate you stopping by. Starship says both Van Gogh was a genius in trouble, genius in the brain, not in the behavior. Well, like that's the interesting thing with Van Gogh. It's like he never really kind of gained any popularity when he was alive, but then when he was dead, or like when his works eventually got discovered, like he was he was dead by that stage. But one goes to show though, like the dude cut off his own ear, but his art is undeniable. So, is there some sort of what would be the best word? Like I don't know if it'd be correlation would be the best word or causation. There does seem to be some sort of link between like genius and insanity and all that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Glad to hear, Shazzy. Glad to hear. Puffy Gels is a puffy gelled ventriloquist puppet hard. That's a bit of a mouthful. Puffy Gels is a puffy gelled ventriloquist puppet hard. Okay. Like liquid smoke, but flamed balls. You're doing too much. You're doing too much to it, independent thinker. Whatever happened to, like, because like that's the whole kind of concept around the smash burger. Is that like the smash burger is like the most wholesome of all the burgers because it's like the fundamentals. You're getting back to basics, to the core of what is a burger. You know what I mean? But that's just my 2 cents. You know what I mean? This is my 2 cents. Independent, yeah, bro. That's what it tastes like. I don't taste like. It don't taste like a real flamed up burger. Hey, now I see what you're saying. You're all about the McDonald's. I can get down with that. Elon Musk is a genius of our time, but can't control his sexual behavior. He's got a bit too much of the Marvin Gaye. You know what I mean? He got too much of that sexual healing. But if you were a dude that was like basically a trillionaire, like would you not be like, why not like start as much families as possible? And like that's what I'm saying. Like that's the risk to a lot of risk a risk to having like a lot of fame or just like a lot of wealth and all this kind of shit. It's like eventually you get bored and you go crazy. It's almost like it's like a built-in mechanism. You know what I mean? Like to mankind or to humanity, it's like if you ever kind of like you're winning the game too much, then you know life throws a spanner in the works. You know what I mean? Extra electrolytes for agriculture. Can't forget about those electrolytes. Correct, Teriak, no less a genius though. He was ahead of his time. Like that's what I'm saying. In terms of like modern day, like that's where we get the whole argument of majority, like the majority fallacy. Because just even like in terms of this like current day, you may not be understood, but there may come a time in which you are, and then that's when, you know what I mean, it's most important that like what you're hitting is what it's supposed to be. Message or the viewpoint again, like painting a picture is similar to writing a story. I mean, I eat chicken at McDonald's, not beef. Why? But isn't I think it's like the McDonald's in America. I don't know if it's like a worldwide thing that they're going to be doing. But I'm pretty sure like they're putting the beef tallow back in the frying with beef tallow, and like they're not doing the vegetable oil stuff anymore, which again I like to see. But again, I'd prefer it to be worldwide though. Care for burger is a veggie burger. Oh, core for burger is a veggie burger. Unbelievable. This is blasphemy right here, Starship. Core for burger is a veggie. Unbelievable. There ain't even a vegetable. You know what I'm saying? When you think about like what is the core basics to the burger, it's like the buns and the meat. I would even argue there's just the meat. But telling me that like there ain't no vegetable in that core, in those foundations. How are we supposed to build this burger house with vegetables? You know? Burger King uses fake flavoring that get tasted to me. Yeah. See what I'm saying? Blasphemy. Absolute blasphemy. There was a lot of speculation about Burger King and the fake grill marks. Yep. If they paint that shit on, man, I'm telling you. Not like literally with paint, but that's what a genius is. The average person does not realize the genius takes time. Elon Musk is different. Tech shows the average person that they exist in real time. True that. 100%. Chicken nuggets are died. Hey. Unbelievable. And we got Shazzy coming in saying, enough of this.
Oh no. Anyway, last week,
Shazzy said, spin that wheel. Oh, this is back into the comic book nerdage, folks. Better villains, Marvel or DC. Now, this is, like I said, a lot of people kind of say, oh, like Marvel, clear, or like a lot of the old heads would say DC. But we're specifically only talking about the villains. You're not allowed to talk about any of the heroes. Like, that's the key to this. When you look at the villains, I don't know, because I think Marvel kind of gets a lot of unearned credit because of the way the films have played out. Like, holy shit, like DC or the Justice League, I should say. Bro, that was dog shit. You know what I mean? Like, that was literally like we're just trying to keep up or to have something, like, but we're going to put in the minimum amount of effort possible. That's basically what they were going with in terms of that. They were kind of like, Marvel's like setting the standard, but we can make a cheap book if we do a half-assed job out of it. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, there's that whole aspect. And then, like I said, when we want to talk about Marvel villains, like is Loki a villain? That's one question right there. You know what I mean? Because, like, obviously with DC, let's kind of give the main two, like, you know, Superman, Batman. Who are those counters? Oh, obviously the Lex Luthor, and you got Joker. Those are like the two kind of like bread and butter, kind of easy, like household name villains from the DC. When you look at Marvel, it's like, hey, who are those dudes? Like, who's Captain America's counter? It's the Red Skull dude. Not really, you know, you're not really kind of jumping off the screen because the Red Skull dude showed up in the end game. You know what I mean? That's one aspect. Let's look at Iron Man. Who was Iron Man's villain or main, kind of like back and forth? Again, what the fuck is the green dude? Doctor Doom. You know what I mean? Doctor Doom, again, ain't really moving too much in terms of the pages. But when you look at Spider-Man, we got Venom. Straight up. Has its own movies, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? And like, Spider-Man ain't even one of the better movies, one of the better heroes, and all this kind of shit. And I think that's it, because like especially like when you're looking at like Thanos and all this kind of shit. Wait, Shazzy, it's Marvel or DC. If this was if it was in just best villain ever, then yeah, 100%. But that's the that's the other question. But I think I need to actually change this particular segment off the wheel or off the pop culture around a bit, because I think there's a lot of the reverse questions in it. So I think like maybe taking like the male actor question and the female actor and putting that in a different one, changing it around, all that kind of shit. Constantly tinkering, as they say. We're talking about pineapples. What have we done in chat? What have we done? Shazzy's leading a revolt with the pineapples. I only eat a burger with pineapple and Thousand Isle sauce. Unbelievable. Shazzy wants to watch the world burn. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I don't know. I never trust pineapples. I could never trust pineapple, Shazzy. Because how can you tell me that like we have apples and then these things are like pineapple? GT agrees. Doctor Doom was gay. You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm saying. It's like when you look at like Superman and when you look at Batman, like their villains do seem to be better. And like I said, like a lot of people are gonna say, "Oh, but Thanos," all this kind of shit. It's like, yeah, because you guys got like fucking like the best, like the stars aligned with like the whole kind of like Marvel universe, all this kind of shit. Like the DC universe got absolutely screwed over, bro. Absolutely dicked. I mean, Shazzy, if we're gonna go with this, well, technically God made everything. You know what I mean? Like God made anchovies. Would we put anchovies on our burger? I don't think so. You know what I mean? I don't know, like what, like because the counter Shazzy would then say is like, well, if God didn't want me to put pineapples on burgers, why did he make it taste so good? You know what I mean? So I think Shazzy has you there in a thinker, but I would say that like, people who put pineapple on pizza, oof, that is a war crime. I'm sorry, I have to go full iron fist with this one, folks. You know what I mean? I know I like to be a little leprechaun and you know, play the joke and all stuff. But when it comes to pineapple on pizza, folks, I don't fuck around. See, I knew there would at least be someone. I was like, name something that like hardly anybody likes, and it's like anchovies. This unbelievable, unbelievable. But see, but you don't put them on burgers. That's what I'm saying. That's what I've been trying to tell y'all. This is unbelievable. You know, you can like pineapple, but don't put it on pizza. Breaking my heart, Shazzy. Breaking my heart. But folks, we do have $52 in the spin bank as well, so don't be shy. And like I said, anybody in chat can use the spin bank whenever you feel like. And of course, obviously, the mods have all free reign. It is a madness of the mods as well, so don't be shy. But like I said, getting back into the villain talk. I would probably have to say DC in this rare instance, where because I usually kind of give a lot to the Marvel. Like if you were to say who was the better heroes, I'd say Marvel. You know what I mean? People be screaming saying Batman this, Superman that, and all this kind of shit. I'd say, yeah, you can have it all. You can have it all. Marvel's got better heroes. But villains, DC's got it. DC's got the better villains. Yeah, you do have to admit. See what I'm saying? Let me just make sure though. Let me just make sure. Let's get the I actually don't even know why I'm asking Google. Because realistically Google's probably gonna fuck this up, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah. Yeah, so it's basically saying the Joker and Lex Luthor, like I said, kind of household names. Everyone knows about them. Then when we go to Marvel, Doctor Doom, bro. Is he Magneto, Loki, Thanos, like Red Skull? Unbelievable. Like who's saying that like Red Skull? This is unbelievable. That's why I should have never even bothered even asking the AI. Goddamn Google fucking shit up. DC has some pretty dark villains. DC 100%. GT right. But like this is what I'm saying. Like a lot of people nowadays would say, oh no, like Marvel is just straight up better on all accounts. I'm like, nah, bro. Like to just like take Joker as a standalone villain. Like there's no other villains in the DC universe, it's just the Joker. Just give me one Marvel villain that compares to the Joker. Marvel, Magneto, that's all I could think of. Because here's the thing, like if you say Loki is like a Marvel villain, and it's like, okay, if we're going to take that as okay, Loki's not like we're not counting Loki as a hero or whatever, he's a pure out and out villain, then he's like one of the worst villains. Because when you like factor in all his like quote unquote villainous stuff, it's literally just the first movie. Well, technically not even the first movie, it's like the first Avengers movie that he's in. Because like the first Thor movie, he's not really a villain. He's just kind of like a petulant child rather than a villain. You know what I mean? And then, like I said, when you compare it in Avengers, he goes against the Hulk, he gets his ass absolutely slapped. And then compare like what Thanos done to the Hulk. Oof. That's another actually really good one as well. Shazzy, Penguin. You have the whole like Motley Crew, Joker, Harley Quinn. You don't even need Harley Quinn, just Joker alone, you know? Marvel needs better villains. But like when you look at what they were able to do with Thanos, you know what I mean? What DC Universe is up against. But folks, unbelievable. I almost lost track of it. Oh, one sec. Wait, everything's bugging out. One sec, the YouTube's bugging out. Or it's catching up, or it's doing that kind of stall thing it does. But folks, we have reached the first third of the show. So I'm just going to change out the wheel and go on a little griff break. So, folks, if you got any spare shekels to help this wee little leprechaun out, fill this wee pot of gold, now's the time, okay? Any spare shekels would be greatly appreciated. I'll see you in about a minute.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of
Welcome back, folks. Welcome back. We're going to be doing a bit of dating. You know what I'm saying? Like I said. liked a bit of pop culture. Like I said, kind of blending in with the dating. Then also, like I said, there's a lot of different wheels that can kind of blend in and all this stuff. Folks, this is one of the what I would say would be kind of a great tester question for a lot of men, just to kind of like gauge where they're at. Because instantly, like a lot of people go kind of with the knee jerk reaction, say no, absolutely not. I want a stern, traditional woman or Christian woman or like noble woman or kind of like woman of high moral character and virtue, something along those lines, right? But as we see, independent thinker as well saying no, not a chance, does not fit in with the lifestyle, all this stuff, right? But aren't we also saying that it's like a man supposed to lead? You know what I mean? Like, aren't we also saying that it's like the woman has to submit to the man? You know what I mean? So it's like if that's one of the deposits or one of the cases that are being made or one of the I don't know if prescriptions would be the right word, but like the way things should be, if that's the way it should be, then shouldn't there be no issue? It's like it doesn't matter if she is a feminist, she ain't gonna be a feminist if it's gonna work and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? Like the reason why like I do kind of like these style questions is I've noticed that like there's a lot of words that get used that get thrown around, and depending on who uses them, it stains them or it muddies the word. Like a good example of what I mean is like the word propaganda. People think that like propaganda is like a bad word and you should never use propaganda, all this kind of shit. But as we've been seeing with Nicki Minaj at the TPUSA event, that shit's kind of changed. You know what I mean? The whole kind of like cultural shift that we're starting to see. Taylor Swift, Tay singing about, the basketball hoop in the driveway, all this kind of shit. Propaganda can be a very good thing. You know what I mean? And like I said, this whole kind of like thing of like being able to say, okay, they are a feminist, or they used to be a liberal. You know what I mean? A lot of people say, oh no, any of that stuff, then it's a red flag. Like, don't even go near it and all this kind of shit. But it's kind of like, are you going? Do you want the partner that's like already complete, or do you want the partner that you can experience the journey with? You know what I mean? Independent thinker saying, I just don't want the girl to always find issues with what I do because I am a man. I agree with the sentiment that like feminists generally tend to kind of say, well, it's all because man bad. I agree with that sentiment. But again, like if it comes to like dating and things like that, like it would stand to reason that if she was interested in going on a date with you, particularly like I said, if you're kind of one of the people that are kind of like upfront and like right from the get go, here's who I am, here's my beliefs, here's my kind of like general thinking or whatever, here's my philosophy. You could say here's my theology, here's my morals or whatever. And she's still like she's a feminist, but she still wants to go on a date with you. That whole attraction is clearly overriding the worldview that she holds. And if that is if that's the phenomenon that's happening, or if that's the thing that's going on, then it's like, well, yeah, like you can basically like take that attraction she has for you and shatter the feminism bullshit and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? That's one, like I said, like that's one aspect where it's like I don't understand why men aren't even willing to engage in terms of like that thought pattern. You know what I mean? It's the same thing like I do with the whole like a woman should pay for the first date. again, this is the first date. This is not like for the whole life and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? But in terms of like that aspect, do you know what I mean? The fact that it's like, okay, to show the actual intention here, because we are in a current kind of epidemic where there is a significant amount of women that are literally just using the whole dating game as like free meals, free transport, free stuff, essentially. You know what I mean? It's just like another form of government. Essentially, like it's like as the socialist looks at the government, the modern day woman looks at the man the same way, kind of thing. You know what I mean? It's the whole sugar daddy or sugar baby phenomenon, all this kind of thing. So, and like there's other ones as well where it's like whoever asks for the date should pay for the date, kind of thing. That's another aspect of it as well. And then if the man is the one that's asked for the date, then like from there as well, like the same kind of standard gets applied of like, oh, like a man should always pay for the first date. But again, like it is a separate standard per se. And like I said, there are like plenty of women that are able to shoot their shot, quote unquote. You know what I mean? Like women have their way of shooting their shot, but you have to be weary. You know what I mean? Because sometimes they ain't dropping the hints. They're literally just like, it is what it is. They're just like saying whatever the thing is. We got Starship saying, no, absolutely not. Male feminists are gay.
Are you gay? Were you gay? Like, what is gay?
And like that is another dynamic to it. Like I don't think this works for women. Like the last thing that a woman should be doing is dating a guy who says he's a feminist. I think at that stage, he's kind of like a lost hope. You know what I mean? My sister is a feminist. I think that's my mother is as well. I'm talking moms against guns and join construction unions. Women can do anything. Men can do kind of feminist. Yeah, but like this is the thing. You don't want that to scare you for like any other woman that you're meeting or any like future quote unquote feminists that you meet out in the wild or whatever kind of thing. You know what I mean? You don't want to be kind of like hearing a certain word, like a woman say, "Oh, I'm a feminist," and automatically think, "Oh, this girl is like completely staunch in her views. She's, fucking like, going on Greenpeace fucking safaris and all this kind of shit." Like she could literally just be like, "Oh, I'm a feminist because like I read fucking like Harry Potter and J.K. Rowling says she's a feminist, so I like J.K. Rowling and she calls herself feminist, so that's why I call it myself a feminist." You're missing an opportunity to, like I said, convert that person. You know what I mean? Nuanced. Not a lot of men like the counter to what I'm saying. Independent thinker. Like the counter to my critique to you would be, well, it's a numbers game. You know what I mean? If you look at it, if you look at a big enough population or a group of people, it fundamentally just comes down to a numbers game. And like this whole thing of like, I don't want to waste time, and even like approach this, I want to get straight to what I need or what I want, kind of thing. But I would remind people that if you're going in and you want that, prepackaged individual or whatever, that like they're already kind of showing up with everything that I'm already looking for and all this kind of stuff, that works both ways. You know what I mean? You might be like, that might be what you want, but in terms of the maintenance or the cost or the requirement for that, may not be a price you're willing to pay. And then you may not find that out until you're 20 years in. You know what I mean? So, like I said, it's always trade-offs. It's always options. You know what I mean? Got to be able to scope the thing out. We got Steven saying, well, not for long because she would probably try to peg my date. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. Starship saying, stay away from feminist men. Just a warning. Take it or leave it. No, 100%. Like I said, to me, if a dude is like full blown, like I'm committing to the cause, I'm on the sisterhood, all this kind of shit, bro, stay the fuck away from that dude. That is a dangerous individual, to say the least. Steven says, yeah, she give me a foot massage and pay the rent. Is it too much to ask? Is it too much to ask just to get a foot rub every day? You know what I mean? Correct, Teriac. Lots of free meal lovers out there. Careful, guys. Exactly. Independent thinking saying simping in men went up, though. But this is what I'm saying. This is why it seems like completely crazy advice to even dare suggest that a woman would pay for a man on the first date. But this is modern dating. You know what I mean? This is modern warfare. You know what I mean? Like, could you imagine Ukraine? Like, they're like, oh, well, if we fly the drones over, then, you know, we could do damage. It's like, yeah, motherfucker, it's war. It's war. I'm saying that in a metaphorical sense. Like, any motherfuckers that think that, like, oh, Teriak's saying that men and women are at war and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Give me a break, okay? Fy favore, give me a break. Independent Thinker says, it's hard to knock the hustle when dudes out there have no problem simping for these hoes. 100%. 100%. But this is what I'm saying in modern day. You're going to stand out from the crowd. Like, what better way to prove to a woman that you're not a simp than saying you're paying for the date? Like, ain't no simp is going to be saying to some chick that he's like, you know, putting the pussy on a pedestal to, you're paying for the date. So, by the man doing that, the woman knows or should know that this dude ain't no simp. That's number one. Then, from the male's perspective, like we're saying, how does this dude know that he's not just taking her for a free meal ticket? Well, she's paying for the date. So, in both instances, the man and the woman are actually coming out ahead. You know what I mean? She knows that he ain't no simp. And he knows that she ain't no hoe. Just saying. Starship says, think with your gray matter brain, not your other brain, guys. Well, that is the tragedy that I believe is the male condition. That we got balls and we got brains, but we only have enough blood for one to function at a time, unfortunately. It is what it is. It is what it is. Men have weaknesses. It is what it is. Independent Thinker says, dude simping pisses me off just as much, if not more, than the feminists. Or the females. Like that's the thing. Like, at what point can you say it's like, well, if you add like a group of people that are like think of like the groupies who rock a rock band. You know what I mean? Are you really going to be like saying, oh, like this rock band really needs to get a hold of like these groupies on us and shit? It's like, what the fuck am I gonna do? These women will literally follow us from show to show just so they can chill backstage. You know what I mean? Like, at what point are we going to call out the dudes? Stop fucking simping. Simple as. You know what I mean? It does no one any favors. There's a way to test the waters, I guess. Like, if she isn't hearing my side of things, which most feminists don't want to hear, then that's then what's the point? No, 100%. Like I'm coming at this from the aspect of like she's really interested in you. She really wants to go on a date with you, but she says like goofy stuff like she's a feminist and all stuff. Would you still be willing? Would you at least be willing to go on the date? You know what I mean? So if she's already kind of like you know, like she's not like willing to hear your side out or anything like that, it doesn't seem like she's interested. You know what I mean? So like that's the kind of at least that's the perspective that I look at it. Do you know what I mean? With a lot of this shit, it's going to be like certain areas of the equation default down to 0, and you can just basically remove that and you continue, you just bring everything else down the equation kind of thing. You know, quick maths, as they say. Starship says J.K. Rowling is also against far left extremist woman haters, though. Good on her. Even her Harry Potter cast hates her for that. Hashtag bring back real women. 100%. 100%. And like J.K. Rowling was like, she didn't need to say that shit. She could have just like followed the script and says, no, I'll go along with all this and all this kind of shit. She's like, nah, fuck this. Fuck yous. Even her own fucking quote unquote metaphorical children with like Rupert Grint and whatever the fuck her name is. Even when they went against her, she was like, no, you're wrong. You know what I mean? Yes, I hate to say, young men now would not go to battle in World War II. It's sad, but and also dangerous. But like this is what like one of the things as a European, like I've got to be asking myself, like, am I going to fight a war against Russia? Like let's just like look at the big picture here. Okay. The EU is more concerned with transing children, abortions as healthcare, free abortions, up until 9 months, euthanize the elderly, gay pride parades. Is that something that like I should be fighting for? Is that something I want to fight for? Not even the lefties who voted for this shit would fight or die for that. So why the fuck am I going to fight or die for that? Do you know what I mean? If anything, do you know what I mean? When you look at Russian culture, it's like, what, 67% of Russians are Russian Orthodox? You want to talk about Christian ethics. You want to talk about Christian values. Do you know what I mean? Just food for thought, as they say, you know? Skippy Africana says, I've never heard of a lady spend... I've never heard a lady spend a lifetime inventing compliments.
My fucking man!
That one's a thinker, folks. But it's a good one. It's a good one. Starships says, yep. Independent Thinker says, you got to find something about her. You got to find something about her to make fun of without hurting her feelings. The whole like negging thing. Nah, bro, you can go like full sledgehammer. Like you can also do that where it's like it's completely out of the blue. It's like completely, what the fuck did you just say? But again, like it's another thing that's like, if you're willing to say that and she laughs, something crazy and she laughs, then you're in there, bro. You know? Because again, you're showing her that it's like, I'm not here to pander or to do the whole pedestal thing and all this kind of shit, you know? Next dating profile for me will have deal breakers feminists. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, Kokomo. Kokomo says, I see what you're doing here, Teriak, and I'm going to take it and fuck it right out the window. What can I say? What can I say? How do I reach these kids? Skippy says, yet Starship's brain bleeds out a lot and wears camel toe pants everywhere. What? What am I like? Am I retarded, or like? Because I have been struggling to read comments all day. You know what I mean? That is a fickle thing, you know. That's a hard one though, because of the trust we no longer have in the government. But I mean, like we could get like governmental, all this kind of shit, but like fundamentally, like that's what the EU stands for. You know what I mean? And again, I've tried to like slice this multiple different ways, independent thinker, all this kind of shit, but no matter what way you slice the pie. It's like that's basically what the EU is going to keep striving for until it gets shattered into a million pieces. You know what I mean? Starship says we would lose with young men now against the EU. The EU love abortions and would rather bring in the third world. They're easy, pliable. But yeah, like this is the thing. I think you mean like we would lose against Russia. But like that's the thing. It's like why like as a mother, like why would you send your son off to war when like that's what you're fighting for? Like none of the you know, the quote unquote far right politicians, or none of like the people that vote with the right wing across Europe want any of this. But it's still being like pushed through, spearheaded through, like in a very ugly fashion, where a lot of lives are being lost, and it's unfortunate, but it is what it is, you know. And when it comes down to that, where they're like, Europeans, let's rise up against Mother Russia, it's going to be like, go fuck yourself, you cunts. Do you know what I mean? Same way you told me to go fuck myself when I was like, I don't want none of this trans shit. They said, Teriak, go fuck yourself. So now when you got a war to fight, I'm going to tell you, EU, go fuck yourself. You know what I mean? But hey, this is just one leprechaun's opinion. Independent Thinker says, like in America, Americans seem like second-class citizens. It's hard to defend that. But this is what you need to like ask yourself. It's like if the system is working against its own people, or the perceived of like the actual like people of its quote-unquote nation, like that's when you have to realize like there's something rotten in the state of Denmark here. You know what I mean? There's outside influences. You know, what would be the word? I was about to say like outside influence is basically destroying the system, but it's like you can't really point to it being destroyed because the police are still doing their jobs. They're just doing it like in a two-tiered way. But it is essentially an outside attack. That's basically what you're seeing, or like what you're feeling. Essentially, independent thinker. It's like it's an outside attack, and it's being done on purpose. But this is why on Monday, just to shout out the Monday show, Film Room, I've even been working on a new thumbnail for the Film Room and all that kind of shit. Going to be combining it with the Clip Central. On Monday, we're going to be getting all into that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Just give you a little sneak peek about what's going on. Like, you know, this is the White House.
Hold the line. Stay with me. Brothers.
So when like Trump is like when the White House is putting out stuff like that, and when Trump is saying, "Go ahead, Maduro, fuck around, find out," they're finding out. You know what I mean? And all like these government officials and all this kind of shit, like Ilhan Omar is saying, "I pledge allegiance to Somalia" and all this kind of shit. Bitch. I better be getting some plane tickets ready. That's all I'll tell her. You know what I mean? We got Starship saying, my feelings against facts is the biggest debate right now against women. Because when we're talking about like the behavioral sciences, you know what I mean? There's a lot of good stuff in there. Okay, Terry, what do you mean by good stuff? As in, like, there's a lot of stuff where if you were to watch the show like The Mentalist, or like just any of these magicians like Darren Brown, like you'll be able to notice that they're able to do a lot of stuff that like you may even notice, but you kind of ignore it, or they're able to play on that aspect. That stuff is good stuff. You know what I mean? But when we're talking about like what we see being discussed, where it's like OnlyFans, okay, and the counter argument that's given for it is my body, my choice. Like that seems as though this is like some sort of like coherent, like rational position that's been structured, and this is why. I mean, this is the justification of why like this can't be made illegal or whatever the fuck. Do you know what I mean? It's we're talking about human rights or whatever. But like saying my body, my choice is effectively saying my feelings. Because when Rona came round, nobody was saying my body, my choice. The same people that like are in the streets, my body, my choice. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. So same people were attacking other people for not wearing masks. Do you know what I mean? So it's like by saying like my body, my choice, for that to even be an argument, or even if to be a slogan in the first place, is literally all feelings. Do you know what I mean? And like I said, there's a lot of there's a lot of what would be the right word? Like there's a lot of chauvinism that's like come back, and from that, like the reason why like chauvinism is can be a dangerous thing is that there's a lot of, let's say, wolves that will hide amongst that and try to use that as their weapon. Same way that like I'd like to point out like that we have the female what the fuck's her bitch's name? Oh my god. The Johnny Depp. Who the fuck did sue Johnny Depp? Amber Heard, right? Same way that we have like that like archetype or that kind of character or that image of Amber Heard, there is a male equivalent that exists. And you have to be very careful when we're doing the whole culture war thing that we don't just enable the male version of Amber Heard. You know what I mean? That's why often like a lot of these conversations are complete shit shows. But people also love the shit show as well. So it's kind of everybody gets their whole thing, you know what I mean? The biggest issue in the workplace is not hurting women's feelings. I started work with men as bosses. Yup, a few issues, but not like the current workplace. It's hard on men now. True that. 100%. Russia does not give a fuck about feelings. If the US was to invade Russia now, they would lose. Their men are still men, not feminists. 100%. 100%. Facts. Independent Thinker says, how far does the system have to take how far does the system have to take it to make it seem like your government no longer works for its people? But this is what I'm saying. Like, why is the system even broaching that? Like, why is the system trying to constantly push its limits to break? What is causing that? I would point to it's an external influence that is trying to cause the downfall, etc., etc. You know what I mean? John Z says, yes, I would fuck a feminist. Feminist. Hey, wait, what? A feminist, not feminist. No, bro. Yeah, you got to be careful. You got to be careful. Independent Thinker says, Caitlin Bennett says women don't make good leaders because they think more with their hearts. Like that's the whole thing with like what we're seeing, like this whole empathy. Empathy has been weaponized and it's being used against people, men and women alike. You know what I mean? I want Trump as my prime minister. The Australian far left traitor prime minister needs to be taken like Maduro. Why he siphons tax money to pay for a new. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like that's the whole gig. Why is the government importing in votes? Like, why not just incentivize more people in your home country in the country to vote? Why are you importing in votes? Is it because the native people don't actually want these policies, and that's why you need to bring them in? Why would the government then start doing that? Why is the government acting against the interests of its own people? It makes no sense. Nope, it was a listen to the science and it's your body until the collective decides differently. Exactly. Which we can deduce from this whole argumentation, this whole slogan, my body, my choice, no justice, no peace. Like this whole shit, it was all fifis. All of it was fifis. You know what I mean? Lots of misandry right now. Amber Turd. Yep. Their body and their neighborhoods and towns. Like that's the whole thing. Like the whole Chaz and Chopped situation. That's not an insurrection, but January 6th was. You know what I mean? Get the coffee in, you know what I'm saying? Even Pepe drinks coffee. You know, that's a proven fact. Pepe's got his coffee out here. Staying nice and warm, you know what I mean? Because it's getting very chilly in Ireland, you know what I mean? I think January is usually our worst month in terms of like chills, all this kind of shit, you know? Gotta fill up that pot. Yeah, actually, I think I need to grab a bit of coffee myself. Not gonna lie. Happy New Year. I'm good, thanks. Hope you're well. Hope yous are well. Hope yous are well. Amber went through a whole herd of cows whilst picking psilocybin. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. Yep. A lot of that too. A lot of that too, Starship. That's, like I said, that's the counterbalance that we're talking about. Like, there's the Amber Turd, but then there's also the male character that exists from that as well. You know what I mean? Independent Thinker says, especially now around the Western world, it definitely seems like there's an external influence parking shit with a stick. Poking shit with a stick. 100%. Why won't Piers Morgan talk bad against Islam on a show? Do I need to pull the Tommy Robinson interview from like 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and how Piers Morgan has remained consistent on that one thing, that he will never disparage Islam on live TV? Crazy, ain't it? But Creator Witch says, define feminist as some men think women using their brains is being feminist. Well, that's what I'm saying, Creative. Like, that's what I'm saying with that. Like, there exists a male equivalent of Amber Heard. Do we really want to enable like those retards? No. You know what I mean? And that's why it's like anytime there's a shift in the pendulum, or there's like a power struggle, which is what we're seeing across the West, there unfortunately is going to be a lot of broad strokes brushed, to say the least, and there will be a lot of the whole get back in the kitchen, even though like I thought we're supposed to deal with arguments, you know. But that's why I keep saying, though, it is still a winnable situation, especially with the shit that's going down in Iran. Like I said, we'll be getting more into this on Monday's show, but shit going down in Iran, it is good shit, I can tell you that. My body, my government's choice to prick me with a needle during COVID. Hell yeah, my body, I'll kill my kid. What the fuck? Exactly. You know what I mean? Like, you literally, like, you take one look up at, like, what they're actually saying, and you just, like, you try to have a rash conversation with them, and you're just
Yo,
like,
what the fuck is going on right now?
So, like, let me get this straight. Like, we're in a population collapse. I mean, like, we literally cannot reproduce our population. We are below replacement rates. And the key thing right now is that we need to, the key focus is we need to euthanize the elderly and abort the young. Kill the elderly and kill the young. It makes no sense. Unless you are an enemy. I just think about this. Like, would you not want your enemy to be killing off all the old people, killing off all the wisdom and the experience, and then also killing off the repopulation. They can't reproduce. That's what I'm saying in terms of like taking a step back and just looking at like the whole system of like what is the system's main goal here? What is the main objective? What is happening? You know what I mean? What direction are we heading towards? You know what I mean? Let a Haitian feminist destroy Western civilization. But this is the thing. Ilhan Omar ain't a feminist. She'll say all these feminist talking points because she knows that these things destroy a nation. You know what I mean? Like, this is part of script. Yeah, get them to kill their babies. Yeah, get them to kill the elderly. Yeah. More benefits for the Somalis. You know, more daycares for the Somalis. Like, that's the whole shtick. Amber Heard is a disgusting woman. Yes, and the male equivalent is a disgusting man. You know what I mean? It goes both ways. And it's like the same thing with like the child abuse with the teachers. You know what I mean? Everyone's always able to recognize the dude predator, but they're never able to see the female predator. You know what I mean? But like that shit goes both ways. Like with everything, it goes both ways. You know? Most people don't. Yeah, most people don't, unfortunately. But it is what it is. Why you got your boy here, Teriak, the leprechaun, exposing all his illusions. You know? Because Pierce is paid. I have no evidence, but it's obvious. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like they all go to the retreats in Qatar and in Saudi and all this kind of shit. And like you look at all the companies they work for or any of the companies or businesses that they run and they're getting like, where's all this their funding coming from? You know what I mean? Same thing in the colleges. Like everyone always goes like, oh, but like we need to talk about APAC and all the money in the politics. It's like, okay, that's one aspect. But let's talk about all the money in the education. Why is there all this, you know, Saudi and Qatari money and Iranian money going into your colleges and universities? And then why are these colleges and universities spitting out all these activists and these protesters rather than actual people with degrees? Why is Andrew Wilson, you know, like Jim Bob, like any of these characters that like don't even have a college degree, able to absolutely destroy, you know, the darlings of the left? You know what I mean? These people with their PhDs and their masters and all this kind of shit. Why is Andrew Wilson able to destroy them on logic? Why did they not even know the laws of logic? Like, what were they doing in college? You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm sorry, creative. To be honest, my reading is retarded today, so I do apologize to everybody in advance. And stuttering over my words, my tongue's too big. What can I say? Seems pretty, but look at South Park and Muhammad. Or seems petty, but look at South Park and Muhammad. Like, here's the thing. Like, when South Park done that episode, they were under tremendous pressure to not do it, right? But why was that same pressure not being applied to the people that were going to cause the harm? You know what I mean? It's literally like victim blaming. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. Piss Moran. Yep. In Ohio, we had a few Subway restaurants that refused to sell bacon at their location due to Islam. Bro. Is this not America? Is this not America? You know what I mean? I don't know, bro. I don't know. Shit's gotta change. Shit has gotta change. I got you, but that's not the point. Men have always acknowledged women's brains, but now women think they build society and can survive without men. Not true. But like, this is the thing. This is like it destroys the feminist myth. Like the ancient Greeks worshipped goddesses. You know what I mean? Like, what is more like pedestalizing than literally like worshiping the gods? You know? I mean, shit, isn't that the reason why Planned Parenthood was founded? No duh. No duh. You know what I'm saying? And now they're saying we need to make this a right, a healthcare right under the law. And we're now going to get the government to pay for it. Craziness. Some, not all. I need to get that Jesse Lee Pearson. Or it's like, some, not all, not all, not all. Millions of Soros-funded Nigerians and Somalians to facilitate your wife whilst you're at work. But like, Soros funds the Nigerians and the Somalians. You know what I mean? Like, this is what I'm saying. It's, you just need to look at it from the big picture. But hey, it is what it is. Only that was for a specific. I don't know what that's in relation to. I think I read you wrong. What up, Mark? I'm actually really far behind the chat. One sec. It's easy to do the chat. I do it myself sometimes. Hey, what can I say? I can't even fucking read comments. I'm saying this is that's why I always have the disclaimer. Please be patient. My mom did take Tylenols. You know what I mean? Oh, sec. Facts. Right. I've dated feminist men 10 years ago, thought, oh, he understands me. But then I thought, oh, he's soft. Simp in current lingo. Suckers idolizing mediocre pussy, I believe is the full definition. Softer than a honey bun. Alien. Yeah, but like, this is what I'm saying. The whole male feminist on shit, it's literally like snake-like vibes, but like not even snake. Like, think of like a rodent. You know what I mean? Like they're there like so desperate for just the crumb, but then like they're like as soon as they're in front of the audience or whatever, you know, like they're the one with the chest out saying, "How dare you?" Do you know what I mean? And like I'm an advocate of the sisterhood, and this is going to be great and amazing, all this kind of shit, and like I'm here to be your hero, ladies. I'm your white knight, and it's like, bro, you don't even get what they're even talking about. You know what I mean? It's pretty much the same thing, creative. Like that's like the whole kind of like Jordan Peterson, where he's kind of breaking down like in the whole Kathy Newman interview. It's like we have like a problem here. You know what I mean? We have men that are a bunch of men that are basically like Peter Pan, like they're running around simping for every woman that they fucking meet because they're so desperate and all this kind of shit. And like when they actually do meet the women, then they're like, "Oh no, but like you're a feminist, which means you can do the work all day long, and I'll just stay home and I'll act like a kid." Do you know what I mean? And as Jordan Peterson was saying, it's like this is no place for like a person in the world. Like, what are you going to do with your life? You know what I mean? There's another video of there was a chick, and again, like I said, like there is like critiques that can go both ways, okay? But like there was a famous clip where chick was filming a boyfriend. I think they were like staying together in living arrangements. I don't know if it was a boyfriend or his husband. But it was something like that. They were living together, and she recorded him when she let him know that like she couldn't do extra shifts at work or whatever. And then like he's basically like eating his chicken nuggets or some shit like that, and then he's like, "Oh, like what are we gonna do?" and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? It's like, bro, why don't you fucking work? How about that? Do you know what I mean? And like that's that's what we need to see more of. And it might seem a bit fucked up. It's like, Tarek, what you mean? You need to see more like dudes, you know, like eating their chicken nuggets and then giving out to their woman because they're not working hard enough, kind of thing. Yes, we need more video footage of that to be able to say to the feminists, is this what you want? Is this the career that you want? Quote unquote career. Because like, that's one thing that I never understood Like these dudes that like want to like build a career for themselves and all this shit. Like those like the NPC dudes. Those are not the dudes that go out and be a Ben Franklin or a George Washington or an Abe Lincoln. You know what I mean? The dudes that just want to build a career. Building a career is the most NPC shit you could possibly do. And how they manage to convince like women to say no, like I don't want my superpower, I want a career. It's like, bro, what is greater than creating life? Do you know what I mean? Like imagine a robot that could like build any robot or just could just like build other robots. That would be the perfect robot. That would be like the super robot, the superbot, you know? And I'm not saying any woman that hasn't given birth or any of that. But like I'm saying, it like to tell women or to like try to downplay childbirth as like like nothing other than a miracle, like what you could call as a miracle. You know what I mean? Life, baby, and either life is sacred or life is not. You know what I mean? Like I said, I think I've gone way too far off in terms of the abortion debate, but it is feminist related. It is tangential. I also need to catch up and chat. Independent Thinker says that was 4 reasons Planned Parenthood was created. Oh wait, no. I think Did I read that one? Right. I didn't say all women. It's just me. I am all women. I wish I was. We wouldn't have problems now. It is what it is. We need to get spokespeople. Who wants to be the spokesperson for women's? And like I said, it might seem like a cushy job, but like bear in mind, you are going to have to put up with a lot of women complaining. You know what I mean? Same thing for the dudes. Well, holy shit, bro. A lot of complainers. A lot of naggers. We got a naggers problem in modern day. Dave says, if I wasn't married, I'd date a feminist, eat the food, then slip out the back before the bill was due. I wouldn't even like that's one way you could go about it, Dave. A better way is to say that she pays. Be upfront with it, be righteous. You know what I mean? Say it with your chest. Okay, over the chat, I need to put my male dominant power to bed. That's our joke. He rules my house back and dead. Yeah, no worries. Take your time. Take your time. Creator saying, if you ever date a mummy's boy, run as fast as you can. Can't catch me. I'm the leprechaun man. Starship says, faux show, faux shizzle. My masculinity doesn't allow me to eat more than 2 chicken nuggets when I'm with a woman. What can I say, man? Are chicken tenders chicken nuggets? Are we counting those? You know what I mean? These are the questions. These are the real questions. You know what I mean? And also, fuck, I've been talking to chat so long, I've been negating my duties as host. Chat, we're up to $52 in the spin bank. You know what I'm saying? You don't need to pace it. But you also, like, you know, you don't want to waste it. You know what I mean? That's 5 free spins whenever you want. Whenever you want, chat. You know what I mean? That's what we do with the... and again, I know I get a lot of shit. You know what I mean? A lot of people, like, be hating on Teriak. You know what I mean?
Haters gonna hate. And ain'ters gonna ain't.
That is not an actual thing people say.
You know what I'm saying? They be saying, oh, Teriak, the whole spin bank is a bunch of commie gobbledygook. Boys and girls, we got to give something back. You know what I mean? And like I said, like being able to total it up, to give you guys the extra spins, more than happy. More than happy. We got Starship saying, I can't wait for robot dominance. It's better for society. There's never been a female dominant society in history. We are not arachnids. I would much rather robots than feminists. Ooh, that's actually a spicy one. Feminists or robots? Choose your overlord. Peter Thiel's Antichrist, or probably the Antichrist. This is a tough one. Dave saying he would text on the way home after he slips out. Unbelievable, Dave. Unbelievable. Most unparliamentary language. But like I said, I'm not gonna lie, it is at least one way to do it. You know? Tennis aren't the same as nuggets. Blasphemy. Independent Digger saying, Teriak, you're a heretic. To even put tenders in the same category as nuggets. Unbelievable, Teriak. L's in chat for Teriak. But yeah, no, sorry. To get back to Starship's conundrum here. Robots or feminists? Robots or feminists? Because like a lot of people would say, nah, like the feminists clearly, the robots clearly, because like if the feminists got into power, bro, it'd be over. It'd be over. They'd fly us into the sun. They'd be like, well, what we need to do as a society is we need to fly the Earth into the sun. You know, say, well, Teriak doesn't make any sense. Exactly. That's what would happen. You know what I mean? Off track again, Teriak. This chat got you all over the place. Unbelievable. These are all a bunch of feminists. That's what this is. Feminist tactics right now going on. Nah, I do love the memes. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, like in terms of the like robots or feminists. Because like with the robots, they're going to be ruthless, and like we've seen with like certain systems that it's like once you put the robots in control, then it's like whatever the word is, that's the way it's going to be. And once you give the robots control, then you don't get it back. You know what I mean? Unless we're going to do some Terminator type shit, which again, like we need to like go into Back to the Future, Hot Tub Time Machine, lot of different shit that would have to go into play to rescue that one back. The Independent even forgot about what the question is. We're talking about robots or feminists. Starship saying that she can't wait for robot dominance. Sick and tired of these feminists. Better for society. There's never been a female dominant society in history. Just give it to the robots. Because like in terms of the force argument, like I'm thinking that like if they took over, which one is easier to rebel against? That's where I'm looking at it. But I'm pretty sure Starship would be like, yeah, but think about the robots could be based. You know what I mean? Like we all played was it not Battlefield? Oh, what the fuck's that game? Oh, it's got Claptrap in it. What the fuck's the name of that? Borderlands. We've all played Borderlands, right? You know? Have a little Claptrap, little robot helper. You know what I mean? I was going to use the argument that you can program a robot, but I guess you can also program a feminist. But like, wouldn't that be the counter? It's like, well, feminists are basically robots because they all just repeat whatever they're told. Oh my god, everybody's a critic. Borderlands. This guy. Boo this man.
Boo this man!
Unbelievable. But I do understand a lot of people's frustration with the franchise because they have gone completely to shit. But it is what it is. It is what it is. You know what I mean? But yeah, like in terms of that dynamic, bro, this is a difficult one. Because it feels like it's a cop out when I try to do the whole, well, yeah, if you just basically say which one's easier to rebel against, then yeah, you pick the feminists. What you're basically saying is like, you're willing to have the feminist overlord to overthrow the overlord, which means, you know what I mean? It just feels like a cop out. But saying that you want robot overlords just feels like a bitch move. You know what I mean? Either way, I'm in a corner here. Nah, I'm gonna go with the feminists. Well, no, yeah, you're a bitch either way, man. Yeah, like that's one of those impossible answers, I think. See what I'm saying, independent thinker? See what I'm saying? Robots or feminists? Hey, we got starships with the Big Ten. Says thanks, Derek. Great stream, thought provoking, great chatters and entertainment. Love to you. Love to you too, Starship. Let me get you a guitar solo for that one. Chad, are you having fun? Are you having fun yet? Absolute banger. Yeah, exactly. Absolute banger for clip. Thank you very kindly, Starship. One sec, let me add that to the bank as well. There's no donation left behind, as you say. So we're up to 62. So again, Starship, if you want to spin the wheel, if you're like, I don't really want to talk about the feminism thing anymore, let me know. I'll get this thing cracking. You know what I mean? Independent thinker says every argument I make in my head seems to have a counteract. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like, because if you're saying, accept the robots, right? There is the whole dynamic to say, oh, but like they'll have like complete objective law. At least the law would be objective. All this kind of shit. But right, you'd have to deal with like what happens if that goes wrong. And then the typical thing is like, oh well, it won't go wrong because it'd be objective, all this kind of shit and all this kind of thing. But it's like fundamentally, you have to be able to factor in corruption. You have to be able to factor in all these kind of things. Equally, so you basically feel like a bitch because you're basically kind of saying you're kind of like opting out of the question in terms of that. And then on the reverse side, when you do the whole feminism thing, like yes, it's going to be shit leadership, but it will lead to revolution. And that feels like the cop out on that side too. So it's basically damned if you do, damned if you don't. You know what I mean? Woohoo, my dad was a bass guitarist in the 60s. Thank you. Hey. Back in the 60s. Damn. Some history right there. Save some cat for the rest of us, bro. Damn. Damn. I'm actually more for dog man myself. You know? Dogs just seem to be lovable, man. I don't know what it is. It is what it is. But yeah, chat, we got 6 spins in the bank. There's 6 topics. You can just spin the wheel for the crack. You know what I mean? It will go wrong. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like the whole aspect of like letting the robots take in charge. Eventually the robots would build a robot to build the robots. Meaning they don't need humans anymore, which means, logically speaking, there is no more humans. And you might say, oh, well, then, technically, Terek, you have to go for feminists. Well, hold on there a second. Nothing's guaranteed that the feminists will actually appreciate life. They're already saying, you know, kill the babies, all this kind of shit. Furthermore, you got like these anti-natalists as well. So them getting power could be the same thing. Damn, this is a tough one, man. It's Nutella's Law or whatever. Gotta have those hazelnuts. You know what I mean? Can't be going too nutty. But yeah, like either way you look at it, man. Either way you look at this thing. Because the robots will be like, we don't need humans anymore. Just get rid of the humans. Feminists would just be like, yeah, we don't really need humanity anymore. But I mean, like, we all seen the Futurama episode where it's like death by snoo. That's that's also a factor that gets involved here as well. Like that to me is basically there's no winnable situation in that. I think that might be a good scenario to say, you know what, fuck it, black pill. You know, it's the only way. It's just the black pill in that situation. If it's robots or feminists, those are the only ones that are taking over. Or fucked, boys. Send the asteroid. You know. It was a cover for the Shadows. Cliff Richard's band. Spin the wheel for the Craig. Bring on robots. Much prefer to the feminists. Bite me. Hey, it is what it is. The old clankers. Starship is saying, nah, give me the clankers. I don't want the feminists. I mean, I'd rather the clankers than the naggers. Spin the wheel for Craig, but you know what I'm saying? It's like, what clip will I play for this?
Oh
one?
no. Anyway, last week.
To be fair though, we did actually get a lot of meat out of that question, but as they say, spin that wheel. You spin that wheel. Is I have a lot of male friends an instant red flag? Okay, so again, we could go both ways because again, we got a mix in the crowd as well. So it's like, fellas, if she was like, "Well, I got a lot of male friends," are you like, "Oof"? If you're on the first date and like she makes that comment, are you like, "Yikes"? Or for the ladies, if you're on the first date and the dude's like, "Oh, I have like tons of girlfriends, friends that are girls," is that like a this dude is dangerous? This dude is trouble. Let me know, chat. Let me know. Isaac, Fig, Newton's Law, bro. Hey. Women have not colonized any society throughout history. Fight me on that. I love women, but hell no. What? The whole force doctrine, you know? We've all seen it play out. We've all seen those whatever podcasts. Why are your male friends gay? Well, that is the key question.
Why are you gay?
But like people, here's the thing. In modern day, people have been asking why are you gay? But they never ask what is gay.
Are you gay? Were you gay? Like, what is gay?
What is gay? You know what I mean? But yeah, like it's basically one of the things that to me yeah, I can't really see a lot of reasons to why. You know what I mean? Like I would take my chances more so. Oh, would I? Would I? I was about to say, would I take my chances with the feminist over the chick that has like pretty close guy friends. You know what I mean? It's a doozy. It's a doozy. Welcome into Joe Cool and chat. Welcome in. Welcome in. Even if she has gay friends, I don't believe any male is truly fully gay. Women are fucking beautiful. You know? But like, also Starship, just to clarify, are you saying that like the only reason why she should have a lot of male friends is because they're gay? I think even towards independent thinker, he's like, even if they were all gay, it ain't happening, bro. Even women find other women attractive. Your girl might be the reason the gay dude might like. True, true. And just even the whole kind of like, oh, well, he's gay, like we were just cuddling. You know what I mean? Like the whole like snuggle, all that kind of shenanigans. You know what I mean? Food for thought. Cause like I said, that there's certain dynamics where it can be explained or it arrives to be. What I mean by that, like, for example, let's say like she has a crazy family size, like she's got like fucking like 10 brothers and like 4 sisters, some shit like that. You know what I mean? You're naturally gonna know like a lot of like, because like all the brothers are gonna have like friends that are coming around, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? But the caveat would be, it's like, well, just because they're my brother's friends doesn't mean that they're my friends, or just because they're family friends doesn't mean that like I'm friendly or whatever the fuck. Do you know what I mean? So can I get heavy now? Will your gay male friends protect you against rape? I would guess not. I would suggest the rapist may even go for your gay friend too. Not even a joke. But like, this is what I'm saying. Like this to me is kind of like a non-factor. You know what I mean? Purely because it's like the advice I always give to my sister and all her friends and all that stuff is, bitch, you always, no matter, even if you smoke or you don't smoke, you always have a lighter in your purse and you always have a can of perspirant in your purse. Why? Because with those two common household items, you can burn a motherfucker's face off. You know what I mean? Especially in close encounters, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? Now, flip that to, America and all this kind of shit, where it's like they actually have a proper country. It's like the Great Equalizer. The El Pew Pew. You know what I mean? Well, yeah, like that's one thing. It's like the whole, you can spray it in their eyes, and then all it takes is like a one click from a lighter, and then all of a sudden, spraying in the eyes, etc., kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? So when it comes down to like, is this dude going to be able to protect you, all this kind of shit, it's like, that to me is like, there's plenty of like straight dudes that would like, I'm pretty sure like there's a video of like some some chick was getting like mugged or whatever at a bus stop right beside her boyfriend, and the boyfriend done nothing. Boyfriend like walked away, and it's like, I think like 3 other dudes from around the area came in and beat the shit out of the dude that was robbing the chick. But suffice to say, I'm pretty sure that relationship is over. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Like, what are you supposed to do as a guy to come back from that? It's like, sorry, babe, seen you getting your ass smoked there, and I was like, I don't know, I don't fancy my chances. You know what I mean? So it's like, when it comes down to a lot of that shit, it's where, and again, it's why I even question this whole thing of like with feminists and all this kind of shit. It's like, why the fuck aren't you talking about that shit? Why aren't you doing these like self-defense courses? Like why the fuck aren't you bitches in the dojo? You know what I mean? Because like fundamentally, when you're talking about like looking out for each other, like this is not just a relationship thing. This is a friendship thing. This is a family thing. This is like it transcends all like all those things. It transcends gender, transcends all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? It's like, are the people that I'm hanging around with, when shit comes but when shit hits the fan, are we all in or are we all out? Are we half in, half out, shake it all about, do the hokey cokey, and you turn around? You know what I mean? Threw down his own kid to run. Unbelievable, Jeff. Unbelievable. And that's why I was talking about that whole thing of like, you don't like, sometimes you don't know until you're 20 years in, and then it's like, oh shit, this is who I'm with, you know? My first two housemates were two gay men when I was 17. They did not protect me fully. They looked after themselves as I did. Oof. And this is where it comes down to like the whole individualism, right? If we're going to be pure individuals, then it's like each out for their owns. You know what I mean? We start to go with that, like, and this is where like you get like anarchists, think like communists to a degree. We go down this whole thing of like, let's just get rid of the police. If we're all independent independent people, the whole sovereign citizen thing, let's just get rid of the police. No, because like not everybody's able to defend for themselves. You know what I mean? That's how you truly defend your freedom these days. Train yourself and know your rights. But I mean, bro, like, I mean, you're walking down fucking street one night with your girl. Bunch of group of 10 dudes come out. And they got fucking weapons. The only thing that's saving you in that situation is a whole bunch of lead. That is your only saving grace in that situation. It don't matter how good the police are, all this kind of shit. The best thing actually in that situation you can do is you basically look at her and you say, run. And you're just buying as much fucking time as possible. You're just basically playing defense for her, and it is what it is. Your eulogy will be great, but it is what it is. And like, that's the unfortunate situation for like the vast majority of people across the West, and why America can never fall, because if America falls, we're absolutely fucked. But it is what it is. Defend women's rights by allowing them to carry firearms. God made us, but Samuel Colt made us equal. Hey, what a line. What a line.
My fucking man! No, I didn't.
Could not have said it better myself. But I still want police to keep order. It's a conundrum. This is the whole kind of what would be the right word for it? Like, that's the whole kind of conflict between the whole, like, even the idea of having a police force. Like, yeah, they're supposed to protect you, but again, they're people, they're corruptible, they're the whole like taking the law into your own hands. Police officers can do that shit too. You know what I mean? Yeah, 1 sec. I'm getting zinged and everything. Oh shit. Apparently, by the way, there's a speech in the White House. So again, I'm gonna keep an eye on that because like I said, a lot of shit is happening in the world right now, past week. It's almost like they wanted to do all this shit, like they wanted to wait till I was doing a week-long thing of madness, so then I wasn't able to talk about it. But hey, it is what it is. We'll get to it on Monday. Don't you worry, folks. Don't you worry. Facts I carry everywhere I go. Why shouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? You know what I mean? Not possible in Australia. Wish it was the case. We need it here. Like this is the thing, like especially because it's like Australia. It's like the whole like Bondi Beach thing, and then like you have the audacity for like the government people to turn around and say we need tighter regulations. It's like, bro, the reason why you got rid of all the pew pews was that you had a mass pew pew event. You said never again. We're going to put in all this legislation and all this gun control. So this will never happen again. Well, congratulations. You put in all this gun control. You put in more and more and more of it. And it still happened. So, like, what are we even talking about? You know what I mean? And what has this got to do with a woman having a lot of male friends? Absolutely nothing. But this is the wheel of madness. So it is what it is. Independent Thinker says, a long time ago, I watched a video on YouTube called A Message from Australia. It consists of people warning America not to give up firearms as they use their own country. Australia as a good example. 100%. 100%. And again, it don't matter if you got a lot of male friends, bitch. When it comes down to like the relationship, and it's like it's even in terms of the like we brought up the police, like the police structure themselves. Like each dude has a partner, and they're supposed to keep each other in line. I mean, but each one of those partners is trusting the other dude with their life. And I know a lot of like people don't want to talk about this whole dynamic in terms of like building a family and all this stuff, but like there's a reason why like they get to pull the plug, or they get the authority over whether or not to pull the plug. Because when you're talking about a family and you're building something like that, the person that you're getting with needs to be someone that you're literally willing to trust with your life. And there's a lot of people that maybe they feel like that in the beginning, but then all of a sudden it changes. And then rather than bring it up, they're like, oh no, I don't want to hurt their feelings, or maybe it's just easier if I don't say anything. And then they're like 10, 20 years into it, and they're like, fuck, I really should have said something. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Was years. Yeah, 100%. 100%, bro. Starship says, I get illegal cigs. I'm sure I can get illegal other things. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But the risk you then run in, you know what I mean? When really it should be like, why the fuck can't I carry? You know what I mean? Bondi is an excuse for the government here to double down further, coming to the US and Europe. I bet you within 10 years. I would disagree with Europe. It's already in Europe. You know what I mean? Like what's going on in Canada? Like I don't draw a distinction between the Canadian government, the EU, and Australian government. All the same fucking people. It's like it's the same connected web of individuals that make up the same entity that is literally destroying the West. I don't have a name for it. I don't have a particular like thing I can point to. You know what I mean? Because like even like doing the whole like George Soros and all this kind of shit. Then people say, "Oh, it's the Jays, or it's this, or it's that," and it's like, Bro, it's not as simple as that. This is why I was giving up. He's giving up. This is why I was giving the example of in like the whole like not like America's National Socialism debate. What I was trying to like show there is that it's like, if I am an evil genius, like, why would I only buy off one side? Why would I commit myself, reveal myself to just one side? Why would I not be sitting in the shadows and playing both sides against each other? Because if you can control both aspects of the political spectrum, in terms of like what people value as like, this is the one side and this is the other side, this is the left wing, this is the right wing, this is the collectivists, this is the individualists, right? Why would I not want to make sure that I have people in both camps, that whatever my policies are get passed either way? You know what I mean? This is why, like, when you're looking at like this whole thing of like Ilhan Omar and what's going on with those kind of shit, why is there such a concern for foreign people, regardless of skin color? You know what I mean? Like, I don't want, let's say, a mass exodus of Australia to come into Ireland and then making everything like, trying to turn Ireland to Australia. You know what I mean? Vice versa as well. I don't want a bunch of Irish people to then try and make Australia Irish. You know what I mean? Let's have Australia. Let's have Ireland. You know what I mean? But this whole thing that you're seeing with the EU, the Australian government, and the Canadian government, and by proxy the Democratic Party, is this whole kind of like Frankenstein monster of like globalism and wouldn't it be wonderful and like the whole utopia and all this kind of shit. It never works and it always ends in tears, but it is what it is. Independent Thinker says every girl that has a lot of male friends, 9 out of 10 is for the streets, with exceptions, with every few barmaids. Or female. I was like barmaids. I was thinking of like Oktoberfest. But barring maids or female music artists. Like, even would you not say, like, in terms of like with the maids and all that kind of shit, that like if your wife was a maid, you know what I mean? Isn't that her kind of like not outsourcing, but like selling some of the stuff that like could be yours? You know what I mean? Food for thought. And most barmaids are for the streets or has been, so that's not even a good argument. That's what I'm saying, independent thinker. Even the female music artists. I mean, like look at all like Miley Cyrus and all these. You know what I mean? We got Mo in chat. Welcome in. Mo says yes. Too many male friends is red flags. And once you're married, any male friends is a red flag. Oh shit, Mo's coming in hot. He's like, any male friends if we're married is a 100% no-no. Like, this is what I was saying, like, Mo, like I genuinely cannot see any kind of good grace that can be given. Like in a scenario where it's like, oh yeah, like you're on the first date, whatever. She goes, yeah, I got like about 30 like close friends that are guys. Bruh. I mean, is there going to be a second date? And equally, like for the women's, like if he's like, oh, I've got like, you know, like 30 chicks that I always hang with. Is he getting a second date? Got 100% Mo. We got re-examination. Welcome in. Male friends know exactly what they're doing. Ooh. Ooh. What are they doing re-examination? Let me know. Let me know. Independent thinker saying, yeah, I was thinking more like a female local band or female in a band that is that had a following, not famous. But even still, like if she's in a band with like 3 other dudes, the re-examination's point, do those dudes know exactly what they're doing? You know what I mean? Starship says, why does a US Senate have a Somalian in charge? Never accepted that. Would you get what you wish for? I can't believe our first world trader. I can't believe our first world trader leaders. Good luck to your grandkids. That's what I'm saying. Why are people that don't want a future telling us what we need to do for the future? You know what I mean? Like these women that want like the whatever, the OnlyFans chicks, all this kind of shit. Like, why should any woman listen to these OnlyFans chicks? These men that are saying to do the whole looks maxing thing and fucking make yourself infertile with all these injections and shots that you're getting, all this kind of shit. The whole looks maxing thing. Like, why are any men listening to this? This dude is sterile. You know what I mean? But the people that like are having kids, nuclear families, all this kind of stuff, no, we're not allowed to listen to those people. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Re-examination says close friends equals emotional confidence equals potential romance. Yeah, this is the whole came up with the male feminists we were talking about earlier on. It's like this whole kind of like rodent type behavior where it's like they're literally like doing whatever they can for crumbs, you know? Independent Thinker says most girls I ever hung out with, I always thought about or fantasized about getting. And again, you might be like, "Oh my god, this is unbelievable."
Saying that when we're on Molly and when we're horned up, might not be horned up. You are horned up. Oh, please. You're gonna have a fucking chub right now.
You know, put the chubs away, gentlemen. But Independent Thinker's being honest right here. He's like saying this is like the male condition right here. So if I'm thinking this, then I know all these dudes are thinking this. It don't take a rocket scientist, folks. You know what I mean? As like a close friend, I mean, not like every girl I came in contact with. Yeah, but like there's a reason why you became close friends. You know what I mean? And it wasn't just because of the beauty or whatever. I get that. Do you know what I mean? But like even in terms of the personality, it's like the what was the How I Met Your Mother reference? It was like the manatee effect. It's like everyone you work with, no matter how ugly they are, if you're the opposite sex, you'll eventually have like the manatee effect, where it's like initially, yeah, you'll see them as the ugly person, all this kind of shit, but eventually you work with them long enough, the mind plays tricks on us, as they say. Starship says, yeah, men will do anything right now. And it's sad to see, man. It's sad to see. You know what I mean? That I have to come on here and I say something goofy like men should pay on the first date, and then I get this wave of no, you can't do that. That's terrible. That's misogynistic or whatever the fuck. Guys, I'm talking about the first date. I'm not talking about like she's the one that's paying the mortgage kind of thing. You know? I'm always saying when I was single and a man whore. Okay, sorry. When I was single and a man whore, the only real reason I had many female friends was to bring them out, so it was easy to pull a girl for that night. Social validation. Yes, I used to be a DJ, but like even Kevin Samuels talks about this. Like he went to like he made like he got a promotion, whatever, and it was like the. Oh no, he went to a new company and it was a big promotion. What he got, it was like VP or some shit like that. And it was basically like the corporate event of the year, like the annual ball or whatever the fuck. And he just like paid a prostitute to come with him, not for like the sex or whatever, purely just for like the whole kind of like status symbol and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like one of like the high ranking escorts, all this kind of shit. I mean, yeah, all horned up. They're all But he's being real. He's being truthful. He's being honest. You got to respect that. You know what I mean? And like I was saying, independent thinker, it's a good point. You know what I mean? If you're thinking that, and that's what you're thinking, I'm always saying the same thing. If this is what I was thinking, then it ain't rocket science that all these other motherfucking like dudes are thinking this. You know what I mean? It's not like we're reading through Nietzsche and trying to fucking like battle the cosmos and find the deeper line meaning and all the shit. It's biology. You know what I mean? Starship says, actually, men would rather play video games than give free meals to hoes. I've seen this a lot. I guess it's true. Go, men. That's what I'm saying. It's going to be a revolution. Starship. It's going to be a revolution. It's going to be amazing. Amazing. Independent Thinker says, okay, so hear me out. Dudes, don't hang out with the ugly ones out of embarrassment for whatever reason. And if he is, we know what's up. I need to read this again. Okay, so hear me out. Dudes don't hang out with the ugly ones out of embarrassment for whatever reason. And if he is, we know what's up. What do we think about this? What do we think about this? I believe there's a film about this called The Duff. Designated Ugly Fat Friend. But man, like, this is what I'm saying. Like, when you have Honey Boo Boo's mother is able to get laid. Get, like, not only get laid, but like get pregnant, like, you know, all this kind of shit. Have we not fallen as a society? You know what I mean? Yeah, we're hearing you out. Don't worry, independent thinker. We're hearing you out. You know? Food for thought. It's definitely something to think about. Re-examination says it's not misogynistic, but we believe it's falling down the job. Men who let women pay for any of their dates are immediately drafted to Gaza. But no, like if anything is misogynistic, getting the girl to pay is misogynistic. No? That's the first part that I'm wrapping my head around. But the second part as well, like we believe it's falling down the job and all this kind of stuff. It's like, but like she's not your wife. You know what I mean? So like, why are you treating a woman on the first date as if she was your wife? Like, why are you the one that's auditioning for her? You know what I mean? Because like if like from the female perspective, right? The problem is that we have too many men that are simping for women. They're a bunch of degens and they're simping for these women, right? So if a dude, like one of the one thing, because as a woman, how are you supposed to know who's a simp and who's not a simp? You know what I mean? Because guys are good liars too. You know what I mean? So the question then becomes like, how is a woman like able to tell whether or not this dude's a simp or not? And it's like, oh, just the way he moves, all this kind of shit. It's like, yes, but what specifically, right? Now we layer on top of this, gentlemen, right? A man's supposed to let the woman know the intentions, like he's supposed to set the pace. You know what I mean? He's supposed to lead, all this kind of shit. What better way to set the tone saying I ain't a simp than saying to have the audacity, to have the sheer nutsack to say you're paying for the first date. Are you telling me the simps are going to turn around and say, Yeah, you're paying for the first date. Uh, fucking Belinda. Do you know what I mean? Like, are we really gonna say that like the likes of whatever like Coomer stereotype typical thing you can think of? Like, are you really gonna be like, oh yeah, he's gonna see? I knew she was in chat. I knew she was creeping in chat. You know what I'm saying? She was sitting there with a little cup of coffee, with a little blankie, you know. I've got the gift. You know what I'm saying? But we do have a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Reexamination, welcome to the show.
Oh, hey. So let me clarify and address, because this is very complicated, or at least it can be very complicated. When it comes to falling down the job, what I mean is the man is auditioning for the role of provider in that. And I don't think the dynamic should be, well, if she cared about the relationship, we're just going to flip it on her and have her prove it to me. It would be more like when the guy opens the door, when the guy lays down his coat on top of the puddle for whatever reason, which I never did, right? Just like, let's go around the puddle, right? When a guy does all these gestures, pulls out the chair, opens the door in the car, all these kind of things, that is a symbol of saying, I'm the one who opens doors. I'm the one who provides. It's an illustration, which is why guys usually are also the ones to get the house. The house is kind of like a metaphor of, I want to be the one to care for you. I want to be the one to protect you. I want to add you to my life and be the husband. I mean, you look at the term animal husbandry. What does that mean? To take care of, to take charge of, and to take care of. And so I think that's totally flipping the roles to do it the other way. So off to Gaza, because that's just unacceptable.
So, like, how were you able to tell whether or not this woman is marriage material?
So I got a phone call. If the man is marriage material, yeah, I don't think just provision is the only thing, obviously, because Hugh Hefner is not marriage material. I think you and I can both agree on that. From myself from a Christian point of view, and yourself from a non-progressive point of view, at least, right? Hugh Hefner would if you were a woman's father, you would not approve of Hugh Hefner as a suitor, right?
Probably not. No,
probably not. Yeah, because you want a guy who is not hoeing around. You want a guy who is a one-woman man. You want a guy who has a proven track record, and I think that's going to take time. And unfortunately, it goes right back to the father and what the father set as expectations for what a real man is, and the kind of man that their daughter should be comfortable with. And if he's a crappy father, she's probably going to go with crappy guys, because that's what's considered expected, normal, and comfortable. And if it is a good father, he's going to set the tone for what kind of man he wants her to marry. So he's going to be thoughtful about that. But guys who just aren't thoughtful about their lives or their kids or their wives, they're not going to even think ahead to set that tone of what to expect. So there's a lot more to it than just paying for the first date. I'm sure you'd agree with that. But I don't think it all hinges on whether or not she pays or he pays. That's going to settle the score of who is a simp and who is not, because you could attach that to anything guys are supposed to do for girls. I mean, goodness. I mean, let's say that you go down in the city, and out of a dark alley comes a crazy homeless person, and you can't say as a man, let's just put strength aside for it. Let's just talk about the principle of it. If you're a man, you're not going to be like, well, if she cared about this relationship, she'd fight the, guy. Or let's flip it around. Let's say it's a crazy homeless woman who comes out, and you can't say as a guy, well, if she cared for the relationship, she would fight the crazy homeless woman for me, and I'm just going to stand over here. It's like, no. You do the fighting. That's your job. That's your role. This is your audition. The audition for the thing that you're going to do even more of in marriage. Go ahead.
Yeah, so like again, it comes down to like on the first date, like this woman is not your wife. So why is she getting this, like, what I would say is like unearned treatment? Because like it seems like you're saying it's like, oh, it's like it's about the audition, but like, why is it all automatically phrased up where I'm auditioning for her?
Because the role would be to be provider, and so if you provide no evidence for that, or if you do the opposite of what your role is going to be, well, what is that? It just seems completely backwards.
Yeah, but when we look at like modern day, like the modern day problem, like it's not the man. The problem is that not that the man's expecting traditional woman and he's holding out for this traditional woman. Problem is that it's like we have non-traditional women, but they're still getting treated as though they are traditional by these men.
Well, the problem is
It's-
if you make the landscape, well, it's the modern day, then women can also say, well, you look at it's the modern day. Women are doing better in college. Women are doing better in the job force. All this kind of stuff. Therefore, we have to accept the new status quo and change everything. Well, it's like, no, we have to go back to what God put together. We have to go back to what nature actually is. The fact that we're pretending that nature is something else because now the technology that men have made has erased artificially the differences of gender in the workplace is that's the delusion we're trying to get over, and that's the reason that we have this feminism propped up so much. It's because we've been so good at technology, it makes everything look easy for everybody, and as a result of that and feminism put together, now we got everything um topsy-turvy, and that's why I think the not paying for the first date is a step further in the wrong direction. I
So
think the
wait,
standard should be what men and women's roles are throughout time, and not, well, today it's a little different. I understand making provisions for being realistic. For example, it's harder to own a house, at least in America, probably in Europe too, for all I know. There's a lot of economic pressures that come that make the things harder, but that does not change what men and women are supposed to do in their roles.
yeah, like we could say it's like, oh, they're supposed to do this and they're supposed to do that, etc., etc., etc. You know what I mean? Like, but when we look at, like, for example, like Crowder is another one where it's like, even it seemed like everything was going as according to plan, all this kind of shit, and then halfway through it, she's like, well, not halfway through it, but she basically was like, fuck this, I'm out. You know what I mean? So like,
Well, yes,
even in
but
that situation, one sec, even in that situation, like he done all the court and all this kind of shit, and like it basically came to naught because she's like doing like she was sucked in by the whole sisterhood. Like that's how powerful like the current problem that we have. That even women that do have like where the dude is like doing everything that he's supposed to and all this kind of shit, they don't even appreciate it, and they say, "No, I'm going to throw all this away because I quote unquote amn't happy," whatever the fuck that means. And they basically destroyed the whole family over and all this kind of shit. I mean, like that's what I'm saying. It's like even like married women are falling prey to this shit. And then in terms of what you're telling like modern day men is like, oh, like you should still basically like audition for her.
yeah, well, you can flip that
makes no
around
sense.
on guys too. Who they have a great wife who's submissive and stays around, and then they still cheat. I mean, again, this is not a man versus woman, man bad, woman bad sort of thing. This is just talking about gender roles, and if we chuck them, how much do we chuck them, right? How much is it? They're like, well, I'm going to make you audition for me, woman. It's like, well, no, she's the weaker vessel. She's the one who's going to be dependent upon the guy. So the guy, if the guy's not strong, then like, what's the deal? Why would you? Let's say you're a father. What kind of guy would you tell him or tell your daughter to marry this guy or don't marry this guy? Or at least if you're going to marry a guy that has attributes A, B, C, X, Y, Z.
Yeah, so like for me, it's very simple. It's like, is he a man of his word? Like, does he keep his word? Like, does he make all grandiose claims, or he's going to do this, he's going to do that, and then none of that ever amounts to anything? Or it's like, does he say, even if it's simple stuff like this is going to happen, does it actually happen? And if it does, then like that would be an indicator. You know what I mean? But in terms of, like I said, to go back to this whole kind of like the way things are framed up, it seems like you just like, oh, we're just going to go back to the tradition thing, but we're not going to factor into the current game state.
Yeah, I think that because it fundamentally goes against the nature of the right male-female relationship, I don't think that that's a practical consideration to be like, well, you pay for the first date, or to expect anything more out of the woman to do that. Yeah, I just don't see that. I see it's like if you want to make it restored right, we have to do the right things. We have to do it how it's supposed to be instead of saying, well, I'm going to let the circumstances dictate some kind of new paradigm that I'm making ad hoc so that I can, either stick it to women or I can either be like, well, she's got to prove it to me because I'm paranoid. Like, I get the paranoia. I get the whole thing about like we look at Crowder's wife. Now, I don't think that there was really a good guy in that situation. I think it's just two bad people in that situation. I'm not saying like everything they've ever done is bad, but I'm not going to say there was like a totally innocent party here either. Yeah, and I haven't even followed much of the Crowder stuff, to be completely honest, after the video came out. But there's been rumors about her like being a conspirator even before the divorce and before the footage came out and all this kind of stuff. So I don't know if any of that's true. But even if all that's true, the instability and the lack of character of some people is not a model for us to get paranoid and be like, well, I'm going to stop doing what men are supposed to do because now I have to like vet you hardcore. It's like, well, if you feel that bad about it, it's, I mean, when does it stop and why does it ever stop? Why not just be the stay-at-home dad?
Yeah, so it's not like a paranoia thing. It's literally just like when like paying attention to like what's going on and then adapting to the rules of the game. You know what I mean? So like when I'm saying it's like, oh, like the paranoia, like from both perspectives, like this is it tells both parties. This is not a thing of like, oh, get the woman and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? Like I know I was memeing on Belinda earlier on, but it's like I said, I was just memeing. But like in terms of the dynamic here, it's like the question that a woman has in modern day is this dude a simp? Is he going to be doing like do this whole like audition for me, but he'll literally do that? He's doing the same audition to 10 or 7 women a week. But I mean, he's got 7 days lined up a week. Is this dude a simp in terms of that nature? You know what I mean?
Well, when I hear simp and I hear your example, I'm thinking of like a guy who's playing the field and not very serious about any one woman, which is different than if he's paying for the date, because you can't, maybe at the beginning you can't tell the difference between a traditional responsible guy who's paying for the first date versus a simp who's paying for the first date. So it sounds like the simp, the paying for the first date part is off the table, and the dating multiple women, I'm talking too fast. Dating multiple women obsessively and compulsively and just unseriously, that sounds like a real problem. That makes sense to me. But the paying for the first date, you can't. That's not enough to distinguish anything between who is a simp and who's not a simp.
Yeah, I'm like distinguishing that. It's like when we say simp, a lot of people think of like incel specifically, right? This is not what I'm painting. Like what I'm trying to paint is like the image of like the dude that presents as though he's got the money, like he's got money, he's got like all these like these characteristics. He's got the money, he's got the 6-pack, he's got the whatever. Do you know what I mean? Like on the surface, he looks like he's all put together and all this kind of shit. But how does the woman know whether or not he's a simp?
Okay, but how would making her pay for the first date fix that? I'm kind of confused on that now.
Yeah, because that dude saying, even having the sheer nutsack to say to a woman that she should be paying for the first date, is clear that he does not give a fuck in terms of like trying to pander towards her or any of that shit.
Maybe he believes that's what that says. I don't know if women would understand it in that way. It could be like, for example, it could be just a guy who's broke, and then he flexes as if it's like, well, the reason I'm doing that is because I don't care and I'm independent of women's affections. Okay, maybe that's true. Or maybe you're just broke and coping, and you say that. Like, I think that makes it worse. I think that's even worse marketing than you could ever imagine. I think you pay for the first date, you test a guy over time. Let's say, I mean, obviously, if she doesn't like the guy on the first date, she's not going to like the guy on the second date unless she, well, that's probably not true. She should probably give, unless she's totally repulsed, she should give the guy a second chance. But after the second chance, and there's like, okay, I've confirmed there's no way, then that's enough time for you, move on. But if she likes the guy, but she has a natural suspicion, and her dad was probably involved in saying, just watch out, just be careful, right? then time is the thing that tells, and paying attention and longevity and facts. It just seems like that's a way better way than paying for the first date or accepting some guy who pushes for a situation where you pay for the first date.
Yeah, so like this whole thing of like overtime and all this kind of shit, it's like this is like you know, music to these sugar babies' ears. Do you know what I mean? Because it's like,
listening.
I need more time to all this kind of shit to scope you out.
Oh, no,
like it's feeding right into their playbook.
Here's the thing. As a guy, you should have a limit too. Like I want.
Let me because this gets to the core, and I promise that it'll get to what you're getting at.
Sure.
When should a guy or what should a guy do to quote unquote scope this woman out? Because bear in mind that he's doing everything he can, like he's putting on the show for her.
Yeah.
So
yeah. So now we're not analyzing how a woman is justifiably comfortable with a man, but how a man is justifiably comfortable pursuing a woman. That's where we're at now.
Yeah, like this is what I've been coming at from the male perspective. Like this whole thing of like men paying for first date makes no sense to me.
Okay, so we're no longer focused on how does she know he's a simp. We're not focused on that anymore.
Yeah, like that'd be her question. Like the question for him is like, how do I know that I'm not just a free meal for this bitch?
Okay. If anything, part of paying for the date is watching her reaction to see if you are appreciated or if you are a free meal. And yes, that's the cost of doing business. As crude as that phrase is for this particular situation, that's just the cost of the venture. But as far as finding out whether a woman is serious, I mean, you first you make her comfortable with you. You be yourself, but not too much. On the first date, you have a preset kind of timeline in your mind to be like, okay, once we're official, I could spend a year with her to figure out how she goes through life. But past a year, there's really no kind of real justification. Let's say we're dating for a year, you probably get married about a year, right? And then if she says no, then you lost a lot of time. She put on a good show and it hurts and you move on. But before then, you got to have somewhat of a feeling dependence based on whether or not this is local or long distance. You got to understand whether she has some things she's got to take care of, and then you give more time or less time depending upon what your vibe is about the facts about her life, how she carries herself, how she reasons through things, how she deals with emotions, how she respects you or disrespects you. There's two factors here. There's the waiting period of before you become official, and then there's during being official. And obviously, if you're wasting your time during the official time, not figuring out stuff about her that's core and stuff about yourself that's core, and seeing if you guys can live with each other's flaws and you guys can help to improve each other's strengths and weaknesses. I mean, once you get that all together, it's I'm not going to call it simple, but it can be clear.
Like what I'm fundamentally trying to get to is like the reason why I'm saying with the like asking the person out on date and all this kind of shit, like there's the it's a whole kind of like answers I've heard before, but like, oh, like whoever asked for the date is the one that should be paying, all this kind of stuff. And technically if you have a culture where the man is the one that's like making the move and all this kind of shit, he's the one that's going to be paying for the date. The reason why I'm saying that the man should prompt the woman to pay for the date is because you're fundamentally from that one gauge, you're going to understand a lot about that particular person just from one simple question. You know what I mean? Now again,
okay, there's two ways to look at that. If you're a feminist and a guy says to you, "Let you pay for the first date," you could still be offended because your female constitution can like recognize that something's not right about this. Even if you're like hardcore septum ring feminist, you would still understand that, I just don't like this anyway. But feminists are offended by everything. And then if you're a traditional woman, you will have these traditional expectations and you will get offended maybe for different reasons and a different moral framework. But typically that doesn't tell you anything. It's just kind of a complicated move that requires some kind of explanation that most people wouldn't be satisfied with the explanation if they heard it anyway.
Okay, so like in terms of like it seems as though you're coming out from like you don't want to offend the woman from the get-go. But like this is what like the core and the essence that I'm trying to get at in terms of like the man's mentality.
Oh, it's
is
not
that like
it's,
I need to
it's deeper than
I need,
it's deeper than not offending the woman. Let's just take not offending the woman out of the equation then. And bring it to like what are the proper gender roles transcendently through all time because of our human ontology. Let's focus on that. That's because that's what I'm concerned about more is the transcendent thing. It's just the emotions are the proxy to what we recognize about our own nature as human beings and as men and women. Sorry, I'll shut up now.
yes, but like what I'm saying is that like typically yes, but like in a dynamic where let's say it's like I'm a 4'2" leprechaun, and for whatever reason, you know, Helga, who's like a 6'6" goddess or whatever, it's like we're just like we just vibe and we're just like it's the beautiful mash on kind of shit. In terms of gender roles, like she's clearly going to be like working in the mines or working in construction and et cetera kind of thing. And again, that's not the traditional relationship, all that kind of stuff. But what I'm saying is that coming at from the mentality of the dude, coming out from the mentality of the man, like if you come at it from this mentality where it's like right from the get-go, what is the shortest possible route for me to find out exactly who or who not this bitch is? Like, does this bitch just want to use me as a free meal ticket? The shortest route to that is literally one question you ask. Like, that reaction will tell you everything. And like I said, in terms of like the way I flip it as well, is that I'll prompt them and say it's like that they pay for the day. And if they agree, then it's like, okay, because I'm the man, I get to choose the day. It's okay, we're going to the beach, or we're going, you know, swimming, or we're going like something that's like cheap. Go get a coffee, like that kind of shit. You know what I mean? The whole kind of like wine and dine me and like pay a couple $100 and all this kind of shit. That's like the woman's perspective. That's what she wants. As a dude, again, I just want to like scope this person out. So in terms of the dynamic, it's bold, it's daring, and I think it's necessary in modern day. I think just playing to this is what our forefathers done, this is what we should continue. It's not factoring in the current state of play, because like for a modern day woman, why I have no incentive to act traditionally, because I can still get the traditional treatment, albeit from a string of men rather than one individual man, but I can still get that traditional treatment. Like Bonnie Blue can have her she's got her baptism or whatever the fuck she's doing now. She's gonna get like Nala Ray has her husband. She's probably gonna start popping out a few kids now and all this kind of shit. And these are literally supposedly the worst women from a society's point of view. Like these are literally like prostitutes, and they're having kids, they're getting baptized and all this kind of shit.
Which
now,
is better. Now, I'm not saying that either of them are truly saved, because I don't
agree.
know, but we would agree that it's better, and your past is your past. And
even if it's a 100% a lie, like if this is all issue just like marketing, all this shit, I would still argue it's better than not. But yeah, go ahead.
Right. So why? I guess my question is, if that's the test, why not do that with everything? Why not her open the car door? Why not her pick you up? Why not her pull out your chair? Why not do all this other things that is, in my mind, appears to be role reversal and emasculating? That's how it comes across to me.
Because you're doing it for the test. If you like,
but those all could be tests. Those could all be tests. Just test in every aspect.
But like this, again, the key thing is like, what is like the one question, the one thing that I could say or like ask her that would tell me the most amount of possible information in terms of like the actual true intentions. I guess true intention is probably the best way to say it. Like the actual true intention this person has, and to me that like makes that's the one thing that cuts through it. Doing the whole extra of like then getting her to open up the car door and getting her to pay the mortgage and all this kind of shit. It's like you're not testing at that point at that stage. Do you know what I mean? Because you've already found out what you needed to know. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think the testing comes down to, I don't think it's as scientific as did money empty from her pocket and did none empty from mine when the check came. I don't think that's a scientific thing, because she could do that just out of pressure, and I would just feel bad for her at that point, because she probably got asked out by a guy she likes.
No. Oh, okay, let me clarify. Okay, this is where the confusion is. I'm saying like right from the get go, right from the jump, and like the first even notion that a date is being mentioned between you and
Okay,
this woman.
even then,
It is
I'm
known
not
that
on
she's
board.
going to be paying for it.
Yeah, even then, I'm not on board. I think that even if I'm not, look, let's take that off the table. Let's say it wasn't like a surprise. You're paying. Okay, that's not my focus. My focus was on the very act itself. So we were on the right track from the first time. You and I we were understanding each other for the at the get go. But I okay. Let's take the surprise check off the table. I still think that the way you vet her is not going to be whether or not she pays or gleefully for your first date or she is willing to do it. I don't think that taking any role reversal whatsoever is going to be a test of her willingness to go forward with that. I think the real test is going to be respect and appreciation, and is she going to let you lead? So I think it's an amalgamation of things, and I can't really articulate it all right now, but it's an amalgamation of things that that would do that. It wouldn't be just any one particular scientific test, like, well, if we get the water down to 32, then it's frozen. That's just not how people or relationships work. Everybody's different, and I don't think it's going to really actually tell you anything.
Yeah, like it's not like to clarify as well, it's not a thing of like if she pays for it, if she doesn't pay for it, all this kind of shit. Like my whole thing is that like right from the get go, the mentality that you're having is that she should be paying. You know what I mean? Whether or not she actually pays in the end, that's still like it's like the whole thing of with Myron Gaines, where it's like he initially said women, you have to sleep with women, 50 women, and now it's changed to, well, you should get to a stage where 50 women would want to sleep with you. You know what I mean? And it's like my whole thing is that it's like she doesn't need to even necessarily pay for the date. It's the fact that she would be willing to pay for the date just to be go on the date with you. That to me is like, there is nothing more a woman could say or do to you as a man to show explicitly her clear intention to wanting to marry you than that.
So the actual payment doesn't have to occur.
Yeah, it's literally a thing of like, you have to have the mentality that it's like when like first time that like it dating or like that image of dating is put in like the conversation between you and this woman, that it's clear that like she is under the impression that she's going to be paying for the first date. And if she still feels the same way about you, my God, man, is there any better test that you can have? Like as simple as straightforward than that.
So I see the logic there, but the problem is we got a conflict of, I don't know what you would call it, conflict of interest. Go ahead.
I just need to answer the door real quick. So again, you have time to think about it, mull it over, chat and all stuff.
Speakeasy, he's pranking you. Sorry, go ahead. All right, well, in the meantime, re-examination show is completely underway. And what's going to happen next is I'm going to ask Teriak, is it okay to sacrifice gender roles, even momentarily or even in spirit, in order to test somebody? Like, to say, does it make sense to say, if you love me, we're going to sacrifice gender roles to any degree, to some degree? That's what I want to know when Teriak returns on the Wheel of Madness. Welcome and top of the morning to you. I'm descendantly Irish, but I'm not nationality Irish. My name is Patrick Finnegan. I do the re-examination show sometimes. Life is busy. The economy is bad. So we got to work multiple jobs in order to make ends meet. And among those would be Teriak here, who needs your donations, needs your super chats. So please send in your super chats for a shout out, a meme, and a spin of the wheel. Where is this guy? Honestly. And I want to know, too, how he got that flaming leprechaun icon. That's pretty stinking cool, with the braided interlays that ring around him, the almost stovepipe-like hat. And I'm trying to figure out whether or not his beard is on fire, or if he has a beard. There's that little torch at the bottom of his icon. It's like going right up to his mouth. Is he going to light a smoke with that, or is he just going to set his face on fire? Same thing, his hat is on fire, too. Not sure. Not sure if this guy's ever heard of fire retardant or water or powder or flour of any kind, but seems kind of dangerous in there. Also, the green fire. Lots of fire going on here. Lots of passion. Lots of burning, which is probably why we're talking about dating for so long. Teriak needs to find a nice leprechaun princess out in the woods somewhere. Maybe she is locked up in a bog by an ogre. That's my guess. I can't even spin the wheel. Oh my gosh. Captive audience here. All right. How many of you people in the chat are going to either let a guy ask you if you're going to pay for the first date, or how many guys out there are going to say, you know what? This is the ultimate test. I'm going to ask if she's willing to pay for the entirety of the first date. And that will be my test to figure out if she is truly marriage material.
I'm back, baby. I'm back. Right.
And he's back.
We do. Yeah, you made a good point. I do have to move on to the madness third. But just real quick, like it's for me, it's one of those things where it's like literally the one thing that you should never do is to like because they always say is you should never ask her away, never do this, never do that. The one thing that it's like you should never get ask her, even to the sheer nutsack to get her to ask her in the first date. It's like the complete wrong move to make, apparently. But like I said, being willing to make that wrong move, or like the ultimate sin, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, like in terms of dating, like that, like being willing to make that mistake, boys. That, like I said, it'll tell you everything you need to know about that woman.
What if she's a single mom and she's desperate?
She's a single mom. Well, yeah, but that's the whole other aspect to it as well. You know what I mean?
Right. So it wouldn't be necessarily that would be the on and off switch. There are other things like the character of the person and what they're willing to overlook, including traditional roles. Like, so for example, let's say, why couldn't I ask for even more traditional roles to be sacrificed in order to signal whether or not this person is serious about me?
Well, yeah, like that's what I'm saying in terms of like the main thing that you're kind of going into it is like is this like another like hoe or whatever, but then the flip side to it is like, okay, why is she like so keen on getting with me kind of thing? Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And in terms of like it's kind of saying like the single mothers, all this kind of shit, that's another thing that like a lot of like women will not mention that shit until you're already kind of like, you know, a month or whatever in terms of the whole thing. You know what I mean? And again, it's basically used as a tool, like the similar thing you were saying there, where it's like, you know, last minute kind of job, where it's almost used as a tool to try and force you into it or coerce you into it kind of thing as well. But like I was saying, we got to move on to the madness. Like I could talk about this like for so long, you know what I mean? But unfortunately, we got to get the spicy topics going. So, folks, I'll see you in about 30 seconds while I change this wheel over. In the meantime, have a bit of Indian wisdom.
Don't beat yourself up over past mistakes. You are going to fuck up again in the future, quite possibly in the most spectacular fashion. Why worry about yesterday's fuck-ups when you have tomorrow's fuck-ups to look forward to? You are a fuck-up, and fucking up is part of your growth process. Embrace the process.
Embrace the process. But as you all know, at the end of each, technically should have been a grift break, but we didn't go on the grift break, but it is what it is. But other than that, it's the Wheel of Madness. This is the Madness Wheel. This is the main section of the show, folks. And without further ado, just to give you a heads up as well, re-examination, these topics are crazy. Would you rather be unseriously serious or seriously unserious?
I would rather be unseriously serious, because at least the unseriously serious people would be ridiculous about having their ducks in a row, and having your ducks in a row would be better than being seriously unserious, because the way I read seriously unserious is that you are committed to being unserious. And any threat to your unseriousness is a threat to your chosen mindset. And therefore, to be seriously unserious is kind of like being the Joker from Batman. And then now you're just committed to chaos. And that's way more indefensible in my mind than being unseriously serious, which is somebody who's kind of a tightwad and takes things too seriously. And so people people don't respect either of these people, but I'd rather have the life of the unseriously serious person. Does that make sense?
Yeah, picking up what you're putting down. Like the way I think of it is like the unseriously serious person is like you'd go to church every Sunday, but you would
I
be
go to
kind of
church
like
every
the dude
Sunday.
that's not really paying it. Yeah, but like you're not really paying attention to what you're doing, or like you're not really going in your Sunday best, or like you're basically the only reason why you're going is just like because you're supposed to go to church kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like you're doing something serious, but you're very unserious about the serious thing. Whereas like someone who's seriously unserious would be like think of like Cheech and Chong at a comedy event, like worshiping the comics kind of thing. You know what I mean? You're like, bro, like this is not church. This is a comedy event kind of thing. But you're treating it as though it's church. Like that would be a seriously unserious person.
Got it. So I proxied serious for committed and unserious for ridiculous or something like that. So if I'm saying seriously unserious as committedly ridiculous, that's how I interpret it. So maybe you interpret it in a different way. And then when it comes to unseriously serious, it'd be like ridiculously committed. So that's kind of how I mapped it in my mind. So obviously you've probably met people who are so serious that they make up rules upon rules, and their favorite thing to do is box themselves into a corner by overthinking and making rules upon every rule they've ever made, and it becomes this Talmudic network of self-restriction where maybe their lives are not bad, but they're definitely suffocating because they're ridiculously scrupulous.
Yeah, because it's like the second word is basically what the undertone is, and then the first word is like the descriptor of that. So it's like the second word is that it's like you're a serious person, but you're unserious about it. Whereas the second would be you're an unserious person and you're serious about being unserious. But it's like the main thing is that it's like to throw like paradoxes and all that stuff their way. Because like most people say, oh, that's the same thing. It's like, no, it's not, motherfucker. Crafty little leprechaun. You know what I'm saying? Also, shout out to Belinda. Speaking of crafty little leprechaun with the rainbows and the shamrocks. You know what I'm saying? Also, chat, that puts us up to how much are we on? How much are we on the spin bank, chat? I think we're on like 52 or 62. A sec. I have it here in my notes. I thought I had it in my notes. Here we go. We're at 64 on incroyable. Incroyable, as the French would say. I can't even believe French is a language, bro. Like the shit that they say, it's unbelievable. But we're at 64 as well. So chat, and again, re-examine if you're not feeling this topic either. You're even as a panelist, you're able to spin the wheel as well. You know, everybody gets to spin the wheel.
Am I? I don't know how to do
we got 64 in the bank. So long as we've got money in the bank, anybody can spin it. Okay.
That's right. Because I don't know how much money I got left after speakeasy last night, and I otherwise it's fun to have you on the panel. I just didn't feel like throwing $90 for the next like 5 hours, but I get it. And it looks like Rev won, by the way. Anyway, enough about that. So do we have enough to spin the wheel, or are we waiting on the next wheel spin?
we I've been waiting for chat to spin the wheel. We've got 6 in the bank and they haven't been using it. You know what I'm saying? Chat just builds up the thing and they never actually use it. So we're spinning the wheel?
Yeah.
Let's spin that wheel, baby.
Spin it! Spin it! Wow!
Would you rather be tragically hilarious or comically tragic?
Okay, in your mind, what's the difference? Like, give me some illustrations, because it almost hits the same. Tragically. Okay, so tragically hilarious would be people are laughing. Comically tragically, people are crying. Oh gosh, that's a great question. See, in one case, you just end up like a lol cow for the tragically hilarious, and then for the comically tragic, you sound just like a victim, which people pity you, and so that doesn't feel good either. I feel like there's less animosity in being comically tragic because at least there's some sympathetic feelings towards you, whereas being tragically hilarious, it feels like people thought you deserved it almost. It's like a Darwin Award.
Yeah, I think again, I'm not 100% sure myself because I write these down and then I forget about them. I'm pretty sure this would be one where it's like tragically hilarious is tragically hilarious would be it's like it's got to do with the like one of them is like, for example, like someone tells a joke and they laugh so hard that they die. Like that would be, I think, comically tragic. And then tragically hilarious would be like someone died, but they died in a funny way. You know what I mean? Or they made a funny noise or whatever, or something like that kind of thing. So comically tragic.
Comically tragic
versus-
reminds me of that news story about this competition to get a Nintendo Wii when those first came out, and they had to drink without peeing, and somebody actually died from that. That's not even funny, but it is ridiculous. It is a ridiculous way to die. I can't think of too many funny ways to die. And it's not that I don't have a dark sense of humor in me, because I do. But I'm trying to think. The next best thing I can think of is this urban legend I heard about the inventor of the Segway actually falling off a canyon cliff with a Segway by accident, and that's how they died. But I think that was not true.
Yeah, there's a lot of like the urban myths that like people doing all this kind of shit. The kind of like the like COVID started because some dude fucking ate a bat, or AIDS started because some dude fucking monkey or some shit like that. It's like, bro, this is the biggest load of bollocks I've ever heard in my entire. How are you even able to prove that, or even fucking unbelievable? But anyway, comically tragic. Well, apparently the difference lies in the dominant tone and emotional outcome of a situation or story. So in a comically tragic scenario, the situation is fundamentally tragic or serious, but the certain elements of the or the character's response present in a way that evokes laughter. The tragedy is the primary element, but the circumstances leading to it, or specific moments within it, are absurd or ridiculous. The audience's main emotional takeaway is likely sadness or a sense of profound loss, tempered by moments of dark humor. So an example of this would be a character who, though a series of incredibly bad and farcical decisions, loses their entire fortune and family, resulting in genuine catastrophe. But their silly antics make you laugh, even though you pity them. The final outcome is grim. However, in tragic hilarious, the situation, the circumstances are primarily intended to be humorous, but there's underlying current of genuine sadness or pathos that gives the comedy weight and depth. The humor is the primary takeaway, but the audience is aware of the unfortunate reality of the character situation. So an example of this is a story where characters behave in a ridiculous, irresponsible way, and you laugh at their foibles, but you also are aware they're facing a very real, sad loss of their family estate. Their overall tone is amusing, but the ending might be bittersweet. I don't know, bro. That sounds like the exact same fucking thing. I'm never using this dog shit Google AI again. Holy shit, boys.
I think this is just a conversation piece and not an actual dichotomy going on here. This is just all impressionistic Rorschach test type stuff meant to evoke these conversations, but not mean anything in reality.
I'm pretty sure that let me double check for my own sanity, because like Grok has never failed me so far.
But will Grok pay for the first date? No, I'm kidding.
What can I say? Who do you think gave me the idea?
That's why there are AI cults. You have all the answers. I just type them in and you spit them out. You are my love. You are my life. Oh, Grok. Oh, Grok.
See, and this is the problem when I speak French. Belinda starts saying, paint me like one of your French girls. Unbelievable. Put the chubs away.
That when we're on Molly and when we're horned up, might not be horned up. You are horned up. Oh, please. You can have a fucking chub right now.
Appreciate you, Belinda. Memes. I'm only memeing. Okay, I'm only memeing.
That's an interesting
We're up to
selfie, though.
$58.
Is that supposed to be a cat on its head, or is that supposed to be Kirby, or what? Is that a selfie? Wait, I don't want to know. Never mind. Moving on.
Wait, is it? Wait, it's that there's a lot of angles. There's a lot of angles going on here.
Yeah, we're doing a geometry problem here with this meme.
Yeah, I think she just meant the purple stuff. Yeah, the purple.
Cool.
But yeah, folks, we're up to 58 in the spin bank. Just to let you know. But yeah, it's Rock is. Oh my god, there's so much to read here. Oh my god. That blend trash and comedy often found on the broader trick. Oh my god, that's not even a word. Evoke the thing. Yeah, it's basically like they're both the same thing because it's saying tragic lyrics lean towards something fundamentally tragic or serious, but with elements so absurd, ironic, or over the top that becomes hilarious. Whereas the comedy tragic is something that starts with comedy or absurd, but is the underlying reality is deeply tragic or pitiful. You know what I mean? So, like, think of like you're following Frodo and Samwise to Mordor, but they're cracking jokes along the way. That would be comically tragic. Whereas tragically hilarious would be something that, you know, some dude dies in the room, whatever, and like everybody's standing around, they're very sad and all this kind of stuff, and then the corpse shits itself, and then everybody starts busting out laughing.
Yep. Sorry, I just don't have a whole lot. I'm usually more amped with dark humor, but you know, the audience is not down for that usually. The closest thing I can think of is, have you ever heard of the band Marillion? It's an English band headed up by a Scottish singer from the 80s. Maybe not.
Oh shit, I was on mute. No, sorry, I've never heard of it.
I'd be like, I think he's dead. Is this comic tragedy? No. So there was a line he had because he was a very poetic lyricist. His name was Derek Dick. That's why he went by Fish on stage. But he wrote this one line about this woman who kissed her prince and found her frog, which is tragic irony with some hilarity. I thought it was always a good line. Also would probably resonate pretty well with the red pill community and embittered men of all sorts. Okay, Belinda says it's someone leaning on their side, striking a pose. Okay. Backing away. But yeah, I think kissed her prince and found your frog is kind of tragically hilarious. But is it comically tragic?
I guess.
Not really. And the reason I say that is because, well, there's an argument for it, but it feels like tragically hilarious is stronger.
It is, like I said, I think at this stage, it's a distinction, but not really one. Do you know what I mean? But we do have $62 in the bank if you do want to spin it as well. Also, shout out to Belinda for the saying, oh, look, the confetti. We do appreciate the confettis. I'm not going to lie. I ain't going to lie. So what do you think? We're spinning this chat. What do you guys think?
I am pro spin, in case anybody wanted to know.
Well, independent thinker is a no pill kind of guy, but we are pro spin kind of people.
Shut your fucking mouth, you'll do nothing. You'll do fucking nothing. Not one of you will do nothing. Get the fuck out of here.
Get this topic the fuck out of here, they say. With this paradoxical bollocksology as you have, Teriak. Is microwaving fish at work a fireable offense? To me, straight to jail.
Straight to jail. You know, the fugitive, the fish fugitive. I would say second time offenders, fireable offense. First time offenders, warning. Also depends on what kind of fish. And if it was an office prank where they literally got a rotted fish off of the Lake Michigan shores and then came into work and became a terrorist and just threw it right in the microwave and just blazed that room with the aroma of salty badness, then definitely a fireable offense. And then they got to pay for the room being torn apart and put back together.
Some fuckers do take the piss. You know what I mean? Like they be cooking all weird sorts of shit that I quite frankly I don't even think is edible. You know what I mean?
Are you a
But
seafood
Mo
guy
does
at all?
maybe shrimp on a good day. You know what I mean? I'm more of it's like a ribeye steak. Can't go wrong kind of thing, you know?
Ever had dry age before?
No, but it's more so because I'm too cheap to shell out. But I understand it's it's a whole kind of prestige. You know what I mean?
It's amazing.
If I did have the money, I would be going for the experience.
Mm-hmm. How about bison? You like bison?
Never tried it, but I've also heard that again, it's kind of like it's a bit memey with like Joe Rogan and all this kind of stuff. But like deer and elk apparently is like very nice as well.
Yeah. Elk meat and chimpanzees on DMT, and oh my gosh, I haven't watched Joe Rogan in a while. But yeah, is microwaving fish at work a fireable offense? I mean, if it's cod, there's like not a whole lot going on. Now, if you're getting, there is actually an ugly fish out there called buffalo. It is scaly, slimy, bony, ugly, toothy, and it's just a pain to cut up. And it is liked among certain demographics, is what I've heard. I've only ever seen it once at the fish market, and it made no sense to me. It looked like just a nightmare for dinner. And so, yeah, if you microwave that at work, yes, fireable offense, reported to police, locked up in the Hague, and death by hanging.
But what if you work at a fish market?
Oh, well, then that's black market industry.
Black market. Well, I would say this like if you're working with fish, I suppose you could say, let's say,
ban fish.
if you're working
Ban the
at a
fish
restaurant.
industry. Fish is off limits. Leave that to the criminals. Ban fish.
But I'm even thinking that like if you work with fish, like let's say if you're one of the fishermen,
yeah,
like who's really going to give a fuck?
Right,
But,
because they all
like-
smell like it.
But also like the boat is also your kind of your home as well at the same place or same time. Do you know what I mean? So it's
Yeah.
like,
Could you imagine
I
being
can
stuck in a
understand
tiny
that.
fishing boat, tiny fishing boat, lots of BO and fish smell for like weeks, and having like no way to get to shore?
facts. But unfortunately,
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you.
Brave don't care about no stinking fish. He cares about the madness. Would depression be cured if we replaced pills with mandatory clown orgies?
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
This is
Answer
the
is
Wheel of
no.
Madness.
Answer is definitely no. In fact, the one of the most depressing things in life is fake happiness to me. I don't think anything is more depressing in life than fake happiness. For example, if I, as an adult grown man, go to Disney World, it's saturated with fake happiness. I would feel so sad. It's kind of like how, for example, you watch movies. A terrible horror movie is hilarious. A terrible action movie is hilarious. A terrible mystery movie is hilarious. A terrible comedy movie is depressing.
But what about the movie Teeth?
Oh gosh, I'm sad that I know what you're talking about. What does that have to do with the prompt?
Because for me, that's like a terrible comedy film, but it's still hilarious. You know what I mean?
Define terrible.
But yeah, like in terms of like what do we define as terrible?
In what aspect is it terrible? Is it terrible because the production was bad, because the writing was bad, because the acting was bad, because the story was bad?
Like, well, clearly the writing, there's certain kind of like cuts that they done where it's like you can clearly tell that this is a reshoot and like this was done even at like a later day or time or whatever the fuck. Do you know what I mean? And just kind of like the acting itself as well, like some of the lines, just it's like the whole like Jesus man, you know, like that clip, like Jesus man. You're not like delivering the line anywhere near the way it should be delivered. I'm not even like a movie buff, and I'm able to tell, or the average person is able to tell. Yeah, like that. That's basically what I go for.
Yeah, so that sounds kind of like the Atlas Shrugged trilogy. Did you ever watch any of the Atlas Shrugged movies that came out?
No?
Yeah, so it's supposed to be a serious movie. We've all heard Ayn Rand, Atlas Shrugged. She was obsessed with her libertarian ideals and all that kind of stuff. And so she expressed that in some kind of economic executive space drama or whatever. And each movie gets progressively worse because over time they recast and recast and recast all the characters, and who used to be super attractive became like whoever was an 8 got recasted with a 6, and whoever was a 6 in the second one got recasted as a 3 in the third one. And it's hilarious because in the first one you have Lou Diamond Phillips playing a character, and in the last one you have the last guy who worked in your car playing that same character. It was just unbelievable. So the point is, all this to say that both of them are fake happiness, and neither of them are appealing to me. It replaced your pills with mandatory clown orgies? No, absolutely not. In fact, promiscuity is going to make your depression and nihilism even worse. And the pills are not good either. The pills are only preventative from something worse. And if the pills aren't preventing something worse, then they're just destroying your neural net in your brain, which isn't going to make you better and isn't dealing with the root issue. I believe that the root issue of depression has to do with our sin. And so we have to turn from sin and ask God for a new heart that loves him and Christ and believes only in Christ's sacrifice on the cross. And that's the only way to get out of anxiety and depression, is having peace with God ultimately. Because if you have peace with God, you can take on a hostile world. But if you have peace with the world, you can't take on a hostile God. That's on a whole other wheel spin.
And even in terms of just like the wait, are you saying to spin it again, or
no. What I'm saying is, it's like, would you rather have peace with the world with a hostile God, or peace with God with a hostile world? That's another type of thing we could go into, but that's not the prompt. The prompt is about depression, and my simple answer is no, but my more detailed overthinking answer was what I just told you. So I'll shut up now.
Yeah, no, it's good stuff. It's good stuff, bro. Because like fundamentally, like I'd say the same thing. Is like without purpose or meaning, like you're not gonna last. Do you know what I mean? It is what it is.
Oh yeah, but even with purpose and meaning, let's say you know God exists and you know Jesus is Lord, and you still won't turn because you love your sin too much. Well, that's too bad. That's too bad. Anyway, I know it got heavy here. So definitely no mandatory clown orgies, especially mandatory. Are the clowns also going to hold the guns?
Sorry, I'm eating as well. No, like in terms of the like the because again, like the putting kind of both things here is because like the whole pill thing that came up from the that, or like the pharmaceutical industry in general, has become kind of like a weird kind of like Frankenstein monster that no one really wants to address in the room, but everybody wants to feel good or wants to feel, happy inside and all this kind of shit. So a lot of this shit is like being played on, like for example, like the whole like Rona thing and all the shit. All these like talk shows, all these journalists, all these like free media. Basically, they all bow down to these companies. You know what I mean? So in terms of like the especially when we're talking about mental health and all this kind of shit as well, like there's a huge danger to like these things that like these tic tacs that we're popping in and we don't even know what's in them. But then like they have like they can be so small. Like we all always like point to fentanyl being like such a small amount can be such a fatal dose. What are these pills doing? And like we're giving amphetamines to kids. Like what the fuck's going on?
Yeah, so it is the industry of fake happiness. It is the we are recognizing that we as humans cannot be self-sustaining. We cannot be the answers to our own existence, and we can't even find meaning just in each other, because if we're all equally meaningless and we don't correlate to a personal God, and by personal I mean not some metaphysical feeling or some vibe in the universe, then obviously anybody who thinks for quite some time on this issue is going to be like, what worth is my happiness even? Like, why does it even matter whether I'm happy or not? How do I even define what benefit is if it's all going in the dumpster anyway? And it doesn't mean anything in the present. It doesn't mean anything in the future. It didn't mean anything in the past. I'm just experiencing either my natural chemicals that come with my brain, or I'm experiencing these synthetic chemicals that we make because the natural chemicals aren't doing it no more.
Then you end up like that dude, the quote unquote looks maxing community,
Hammer
where you becoming fertile. Yeah, you becoming fertile because like you're pumping so much testosterone into your body that your body no longer produces testosterone and you make yourself infertile. It makes no sense. But real quick,
that's depressing.
We have Belinda came in with those 2 donuts. I forgot to check. That actually got us to the YouTube donut goal, which means we get a premium meme clip, sir. And I think we're gonna hit him with a little Joey Diaz.
Get up, cocksuckers, it's all over. Listen, we had a rough couple of months. Fucking Katrina's cousin Maria, the other one, Puerto Rico, Houston, fucking Florida. Listen, it's been tough up to now. The earthquake in Mexico, the White House, whoever the fuck is going on, but it don't matter. They want to shoot, it's time for us to fucking shoot, cocksuckers. They want to get down and dirty, don't forget who the fuck we are, you understand me? We're the baddest motherfuckers out there. You send a message to that fucking North Korean, he's gonna be sniffing my dick and sucking my asshole. That's the focus. We're going to North Korea in like a year. It's gonna be an island. It's gonna glow in the dark. You know why? Because we're Americans, cocksuckers. Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with? Stop with the gun control. They're selling more guns than ever the last 3 days. Stop with the fucking whining. Stop with the Russians on Facebook. I don't give a fuck. Worry about yourself. Keep your eyes open and get the fuck off Snapchat and fucking Twitter, cocksucker. Stay black.
Stay black. Appreciate you, Connie. Belinda.
Hey, Belinda, real quick. Yeah, I want to hit up Belinda real quick and say I published a video on Christmas Day that has to do with a lot of good books from hundreds of years ago that hit specifically between man and God in terms of finding peace, because there are a lot of pitfalls with that come with it. And in fact, someday I'd like to write a book of my own to address it to a modern audience, who, especially the modern debate crew, who is more familiar with philosophical mazes and things like that. Because if a normie talks to anybody who's in this debate space, a normie is not going to know how to talk to them. They'll just say what they've always said, which is just, well, trust God, believe in God. Well, that's all very true. The problem is we have so many philosophical knots tied in our head because of atheists that people have these hurdles that they believe are there, which really aren't there. And I would like to one day write a book overcoming many of those and other hurdles that people have run into in their lives. But a good start would be the video I posted on Christmas on my channel. It has a Google Drive link with a bunch of PDFs, and I recommend God's Way of Peace by Horatius Bonar, who was a Scottish theologian and that was one of my favorite books on the topic. I would encourage you to read that, but there's also more books and more sermons on that, which are actually going to address the needs of your soul by the death, burial, and resurrection of the Lord Jesus Christ, rather than using pills or clown orgies, which in both cases could just cover up an unhealthy conscience sickened by continued sin.
Well, I mean, like, that's the thing. And you know that's going on because rather than actually trying to give like dietary advice and all this kind of shit, ignoring the fact that the food pyramid was complete lies, the doctors would rather just give you more pills to enable you to eat more junk food or to eat more of this bad shit or do this like bad practices, because they're like, we can just charge them more money doing this.
Charge more money, you mean for the pills?
Yeah, like fundamentally, when you look at like the obesity, the overweight and the obesity problem that we have, not just in America. America gets a bad rap that like, oh, like they're all overweight and all obese and all that shit, but this is the same across the globe, even. You know what I mean, even in like China, all this kind of all this shit as well. Like there seems to be a problem with like the way we're going about like our diets or the way we go about like eating, and like I was saying, it's not just like America. It's also Europe. It's also Australia. It's not just like because they're putting the chemicals in or whatever the fuck. It's got to do with like the patterns and the behavior that we're doing. You know, when you look at like sitcoms and all this kind of shit, the one thing that you're constantly being shown is food. Like that's the whole kind of like the new behavior, the new thing. If like the whole like Netflix and chill, like the streaming service and all this kind of shit, the DoorDash, the Uber Eats, all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? All this like constantly like feeding yourself. It's like the same thing you do to a cow on a farm. You know what I mean? Constantly let them graze and all this stuff and fatten themselves up and all this kind of shit. So like in yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, one of the phrases that comes to mind when listening to lots of Rob Knorr. Now he didn't come up with this, I did, but it was like conservatives farm animals and free people, and leftists farm people and free animals. You know, and so the leftist is going to be like anti-human, and therefore anything that brings us down, that's what they're going to do. And the conservative is going to see humans having the most value of any fleshly being in the universe. And so they're going to want to preserve and keep humans on the right track. And part of the right track is responsibility, but it's hard to maintain responsibility if you're a nihilist. If you feel like you have no point. And it's hard not to be a nihilist if you feel like you weren't made by somebody with purpose and intent. You know, if you feel like you were just like the regurgitated outcroppings of the Big Bang and the unfurling of just this long equation of matter bumping into each other, then what's the point of even being nice to yourself or being nice to anybody else? What is nice? What is benefit? What is good? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. And are these even real categories? That's the problem. And the depression that we get from those ideas, obviously we try and deal with it with fleshly ways. We're just going to like, get in the hot tub. We're going to do some acid. We're going to pamper ourselves. We're going to fly to Vegas and find a prostitute. It's all this stuff. By the time you're done, you'll realize how empty it was. And the more you experience the emptiness of things, the more depressed you get, which is why rich people are not happier than the rest of these people. Yes, they avoid different things. But why do you think if money did it for rich people, why are so many rich people doing cocaine?
Here's the thing.
Fine.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded.
I don't think he's muted, Belinda. But I do think
sorry. I was muted because I was saying I'm eating. Sorry. I just literally took a mouthful as soon as you're doing it. But But yeah, like the
You just took a mouthful of depression pills, right? That's your breakfast.
basically, yeah. It's a bunch of pills. Like I don't even need food anymore. I don't even digest the food. It's just all chemicals. I'm just all chemicals now. Yeah.
So those are your real Lucky Charms. It's not actually a breakfast cereal. It's a concoction of different colored pills that you've cobbled together each morning to throw together so you can say, "Spin that wheel."
Pretty much, yeah. You know, it's like the Jordan Belfort regimen. You know what I mean? Where it was on
Oh, I
like I think
don't.
like 100 different fucking like drugs and all this kind of shit, man. Because like because in the scene of the movie that like he's coming down all the stuff, that's not even the full list of stuff that he was actually on. Like in the book, the stuff that he lists out, it's like literally like the full page. That's much different things that he was taking. Like this one counteract this, and then this counteracts the side effects of this one. All this
Oh my
kind of
gosh.
shit. Unbelievable, man.
Okay,
But-
I think the net effect is side effects. That's what it just sounds like. Here's a bunch of pills, and when you put them all together, you get some negative side effects. Congratulations.
Well, like
Okay.
I think the counter that he would say is that it's like the upper like the reason why he's doing it is that it's like you're technically like constantly going through stages of like uppers and then like downers and all this kind of shit, but it's like he's basically using the medication to time it at the perfect or right time. So it's like when he needs to be in the office and be screaming at all these people and all this kind of shit or doing all that kind of shit, he has the uppers, and then when he needs to be all mellow and all chilled out because he's in a business meeting later on that day, he has that as well. And like that's like what he's talking about, where it's all numbers and it's fucking like it's this and it's that and all this kind of shit. And as Independent Thinker says, because cocaine is a hell of a drug. Anybody who's seen the Rick James, I still can't believe, or is it James Brown?
Rick James.
Yeah, like it was. Some of the shit that you seen go on in the 80s was just unbelievable. Like, just to take a time machine back and just to witness the type of shit that would go on, it is what it is. But in terms of this topic, do you think we're all talked about this one? Do you want a fresh topic? We got monies in the bank.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let's spin that wheel, baby.
Here we go.
Our next topic is a premium meme. So I got new features, new. Well, I've got different. I've been staggering the memes, so it's like we have like the quick kind of like nice and easy kind of like
stupid
2 seconds long kind of thing, you know, cut in all this kind of shit. We got the slightly longer ones, like you seen Pepe, you know, the guitar solo, all the stuff. But then we got the premium memes. Now, the premium memes are like usually only when you get the YouTube goals. It's also on the Madness Wheel too. Like the Joey Diaz is one example of the premium memes. Here's another example of one of the premium memes.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist. Everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
Absolute mic drop. You know what I'm saying?
Now, who's paying
Sometimes
for dinner?
the meme. What can I say? Sometimes the memes are funny. Sometimes the memes are profound and impactful. You know what I'm saying? And also, Belinda's saying that was me singing. Yeah, I was actually in the corner of the studio. Like you couldn't see it because it was off camera. It was in the Whatever podcast. I had my little organ. And I was playing that as Andrew was actually doing the speech. You know what I mean? little things, as they say. Also, Mo saying, can confirm I lived in Vegas for 6 years. I saw and did a lot. Never paid for it though, but the whole thing was like throwing actions into a void meant nothing.
Yep.
But this is like getting back to your old thing in terms of like the God and the meaning, all this kind of thing. You would say it's like, with absent that or without that, it's like there wouldn't be any, like what would you be living for? You know what I mean? And it's like, the whole kind of like, well, it's just kind of like random kind of like chaos, or it's kind of random kind of like void kind of thing. We're just like a bunch of fucking apes on a rock flying around a fucking flame, apparently a circular flame in the middle of the base, apparently. All this kind of shit. But my counter to that would be, it's like, despite the fact that it appears to be chaotic, despite the fact that it appears to be random, it does not mean so. It's actually, when you look at it and you study it, it's actually all ordered. You know what I mean? Like the whole aspect of like science itself, like the only reason why that is able to be possible is that there is some sort of like order to all the madness that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Because like for example, like a bunch of blood just seems like it's a liquid or whatever, but then they're able to like fucking put it under a microscope or some shit and say it's like, no, that's your DNA, and they're able to track it like no matter what testing you want to do it. Do you know what I mean?
Not exactly. Excuse me. Not exactly. Also, I thought Belinda was leaving, so I was bidding her farewell.
Yeah, no, that's just Belinda. And hey, like I said, man, that's like, you're at the perfect place. You know, you're dealing with the key, the head honcho of Tylenol babies. You know what I mean?
I'm the head honcho of Tylenol babies, or is that you?
No, I'm the head honcho of Tylenol babies. I'm going to make a Tylenol baby army. So I'm just going to get all the people that like have autism and like, you know, their mom took Tylenols and all this kind of shit. I'm going to gather them all up. Well, I haven't really figured out what we're going to do yet. I'm like, the main thing is just to gather everyone up, and then we'll basically figure out what to do when we get there. You know what I mean?
Once you figure out what to do, don't you out yourself as a fake Tylenol baby because you have something figured out?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's a work in progress. I guess we just like lower the taxes or something. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, that's always the answer. Lower the taxes and honestly,
and spin that motherfucking wheel.
Yeah.
I forgot that I actually spun. I didn't actually spin. Oh my god, this is like the worst fucking move on the board. This is unbelievable. I'm supposed to be making money on this chat. Okay, this is. Oh wait, we have 10 gifted members. Oh yeah, 'cause it's a new month, so we have. Actually, this is going to be a bit of a celebration, a little party dance time. So that's 5 gifted members. Oh. 5 gifted members. 10 gifted members. Hey, we got Mo Rebuttal. Let's fucking go, bruh. We got Mo, we got Miriam, we got Joe Dalton, we got Dart Stoic, we got and Docon or something like that. We got 2623, Sam, Batty B, Big Red Sky, Fredo Fonzarelli. Oh my god, it's absolute pulls and a half. What can I say? What can I say? And don't tell me I never do anything for you, Mo, okay? I'm out here giving you the free gifted, the free gifted members. You know what I'm saying? That's a whole click that you owe me, okay? That took 1 click out of my day.
A click that's never coming back, going into the void with no return and no ROI.
Exactly.
Mo Rebuttal says he's going to make the retarded Avengers the retarders, if you will. Well, I always suspected the Hulk, to be perfectly frank with everybody.
My man. And oh my god, with that gifted members, we got Creative Witch as well. Holy, so we got Mo and Creative. Both in this. Oh my god. Do I pull the best or do I not pull the best, folks? You know what I'm saying? All we were missing was re-examination. You know? But I think to get someone on the panel, that would have been.
In the random dispellings of the universe, you know, that's what happens. That's how it goes, as some like to say.
100%. That's what I'm saying. I got the magic, the magic gifts. Okay, it's like with the lucky charms. Like when I'm gifting a membership, it's gonna be a lucky charm. You know what I mean? Undeniable. But as they say, let's keep this wheel spinning, boys and girls.
Oh, jeez. 3 in a row.
Oh my God, this is unbelievable. Oh God, right. I'll see you in 5 minutes. 1 second, I need to get the clock. Need to make sure I'm doing the clock. We're doing this all legit, okay? Got the old clock here, so I'll see you in 5.
Goodbye. Off to the Tylenol room where he gets his concoction of multicolored pills. Oh, and you know what? We're still spinning. This place is haunted. I didn't do that. I tell you, I didn't do that. We need an exorcist. Is it fair to sterilize anyone who says literally unironically? Oh. Seeing as you would eliminate the entirety of, I would say, Gen X and Gen Z and Gen Y, no, because unless you think it's fair to wipe out the entire human race, I think everyone has used the word literally as if to emphasize a thing, as if everybody was thinking that you're speaking in riddles and illustrations until you say literally. Well, then I can take you seriously. Whereas before, you never speak literally. Before, all you do is you speak in Confucius-like illustrations and meaningless little one-hand clapping phrases. I don't think that's what people mean when they say literally. They want to be understood and they want people to pay attention. And unfortunately, because we're so dopamine burnt in our brains these days, I think we're used to all of our friends not listening to us anymore and not taking account of what we say as a serious indication of something that they should pay attention to. I think, in fact, if anything, we've lost contact with so many friends, partly because not just because life happens and you get a family, or you used to get a family, and then you start your own life, but also just the fact that we're on electronics all the time. 60%, I think, of dating now is online dating. Our lives are spent in so many ways with these colorful shapes and these interactive puzzles and these things just to cope with the fact that we're not dealing with life. When in fact, what we need to do is embrace the pain. We need to take the most painful route that confers the most benefit that we can actually handle with our constitution and go through it. And we actually find more satisfaction in what hurts at first than we find what is easiest later and hurts at the end. So, for example, you can live paycheck to paycheck and spend the rest of your life just spending money on instant things, and you will try to feel better, but inside you definitely feel worse. Whereas if what you do is more painful, like let's say you want to study for an IT certification, well, that takes time out of your day. That takes pain to go through. And you're doing a lot of sitting when you'd rather be doing a lot of anything else. But that's what life is all about. Life is about the pains. When I say life is all about, that's not a denial of Christ. But what I'm saying is life is about the pains that bring you the settling, that you took the sacrifices first, so you get the rewards later. We're not doing that anymore. We're, especially in America, we're a country of over $30 trillion in debt. And that's because our rulers are just like us. And that's because we elect people who are just like us. So in summary, no, we shouldn't kill people who say literally unironically. Does that make sense? I think Teriak is still at the bottom of the well. Where is he, Lassie? Where is he? Good girl. Good girl. Okay. So yes, although I'm not actually Irish in nationality, I am Irish in descent. And I feel bad for my Irish brothers out there who have to deal with the EU's ridiculous immigration so-called policies and things like that, because I'd like to see Ireland in its what I would call, for lack of a better term, its natural state at some point in my life. But because of the way things have turned out, it's really what I've heard, it's really ugly. Like Cork and Limerick and all these places are not how they used to be, and so you can never go back home, which is why also people, going back to my previous topic, people are very nostalgic. People are very longing for a time when they were less cynical, which is why we have so many man children today. And by man children, I mean men who don't take the responsibility that they otherwise can. I'm not talking about people who can't. A lot of times you bring up responsibility and people talk about the stuff they can't do. Oh, literal chat BPD molement. I I have no idea what is going on. Belinda, you're going to have to enlighten me. Can I actually click on these chats? I watch too much Goral World. Somebody, Teriak, you're in the Matrix here. You're the ghost in the machine. You got to help me out. That man didn't take a breath one time. I have infinite lung, don't you know? 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm back, baby. I'm back. Shout out to Belinda. Says literal Chappy BT moment. Hey, it is what it is. 1 second, I need to turn off this dinging in my ear.
Oh, and bring in those super chats. Literally.
100%. And I do like the pun. I do like the pun as well. We're up to $50 in the spin bank because Belinda keeps she's pumping. She's pumping the twos in. And that's why I keep trying to tell everybody the twos, they add up because 5 twos, like that's a free spin. You know what I'm saying? So what do you think? Were we going to spin this one?
Let's spin it.
Let's spin that wheel because as the chat would say.
Why the fuck do I want a caravan? It's got no fucking wheels.
Why the fuck do I want a wheel? It's not fucking spinning. You know what I mean? Should we make competitive childbirth into a sport?
You mean like for numbers or for the ability to launch for a certain distance?
Could be both. We could turn it into a whole Olympic style event. You know what I mean? Track and field.
So it's going to be like pole vaulting where you have like a bar at a certain height and then you're going to see if the baby can reach over that bar.
Well, like we could do like rates. So like how many total children could the mother give birth to? We could do size. Which mother gives birth to the biggest baby? We could do speed. You know what I mean? There's a lot of different factors. I was actually thinking about this. There's a lot of different factors we could actually make into this or turn this into. You know what I mean?
Oh gosh, I feel like so if people use steroids for getting better at baseball, the heck are they going to use to get competitive in this sport? I don't even want to know. It just sounds like a human rights violation waiting to happen.
Aphrodisiacs.
Oh my gosh. No, well, okay. The before the baby exists part is the easy part. We're talking about baby launching. We're talking about pole vault style, trajectories. We're talking about flying human projectiles now. So we have to keep in mind all the incentives we're creating with these Olympic baby games.
Like creative is again like being very creative here. She's saying that like in terms of the furthest area covered when waters break. This is another category that we could have. The longest what the fuck's the thing like the longest term pregnancy as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the 13-year pregnancy. It's a miracle. The kid's already in high school, still hasn't come out.
Exactly. You know what I mean? Like that's what they have to be doing that in China because like these kids are like 12 years old and they got 20 years experience, man. The math ain't math.
They already got their resume together. They're going out in their suits. They're paying for the first date. So yeah, they actually that's a terrible joke. Actually, I just recognize that. Anyway, so. Yeah, I would say no because it creates the sport creates diabolical incentives for the competitors. In the same way, like you thought it was bad because Barry Bonds could hit a ball for like 13 light years, and what he had to do to his body to do that. That's nothing compared to what women would have to do to be competitively advantaged in this kind of competition. So no.
Well, no, because it's a woman only event. I mean, there ain't going to be none of these. There ain't going to be none of these fucking like trans people showing up and saying, "Oh, we're gonna." It's like, nah, man, you ain't got a fucking womb.
It reminds me of that scene from Goldmember where it looks like Mini-Me is coming out of the womb and then takes a knife and cuts his own umbilical cord. Just like, yeah. If you're gonna fake being a woman for this competition, that's the kind of thing you're gonna have to do behind a silhouette of a curtain or something. that's going to make you. Yeah, nobody's going to be convinced. Nobody's going to be convinced. But yes, yeah, I know it's a women's only event, and gentlemen like high concentrations of women in smaller and smaller spaces. But yeah, it would be detrimental to babies, and so I'm against it, and detrimental to women.
Wait, but how? How is it detrimental to women?
I just told you, because the incentive structure to change your body in such a way to make any of these competitions more something that you could win would be we don't even know what we would be doing, like baby launching or opening, like, oh my gosh. I mean, just imagine the things you would have to do to get the results you'd want.
You know what I'm saying is that it's like the woman like would be it'd be like an annual event, right?
Oh, if it's an annual event, that's better.
Yeah, because it's like it's an annual event. Like they're prepping like the whole like 9 months. Like this is like proper like think Olympics, right? Like this is dedication. Like they can potentially make a whole like basically sort themselves out in terms of like reward prize and all this kind of stuff. And it's like based around like the like not like high jump and all this stuff. Like we could get creative with those ideas, but like the main thing would be like the main event per se. Like, do you know what I mean? The way like track and field, like there's all like goofy stuff that they're doing with like the metal balls and the javelins and all this kind of shit.
Yeah,
But,
here's
like,
what
the
you could
main
do.
event.
You
is
could
like
take
the
Tough
100 meter
Mudder.
dash.
We already have a competition named Tough Mudder. We just eliminate the men and send the women through the trenches and the barbed wire and the crawling and the climbing and the suspension and all that kind of stuff. And then before you know that, you'll have babies everywhere.
No. You're missing the beauty of this, right? Because like
Yes,
I said,
I am.
it's like
Yes, I am.
just think of like the simplest things that we could track or they could compete over. Like what
Hungry
Creative was
Hippos?
saying. Yeah, like what Creative was saying. Where is it? Where she was like, wait, where the fuck was it? Yeah, the furthest area covered in water breaks. You know what I mean? Like we could have like I said, like the most amount of kids
Longest
birthed in a
umbilical
single
cord.
session. Longest umbilical cord. All sorts. You know what I mean? Like how quick she's able to give birth. You know, from like as soon as she go like the water breaks to
Wouldn't that
babies out of
incentivize
the womb.
preemies though? Like if you found a way to have a premature birth and you were in this competition, wouldn't that incentivize you to do unnatural things in order to get that gold medal?
No, like we'd have like doctors and all, like even at like sports events we got like doctors and all that kind of shit.
We have doctors for baseball players. They still do roids.
Oh no, like they do like the legal roids or whatever the fuck. Do you know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean. Because otherwise, if they were legal roids, why do they need whatever? Then why doesn't everybody do those roids?
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? Like firstly, like it takes doctors to make the drugs to give to the athletes. You know what I mean? Like that's the first component. So it's like we have doctors to stop them from getting the drugs, but then the doctors are the ones that are making the drugs. There's that whole aspect. But I guess my bigger question is like, hang on a second. I thought that like all this shit was illegal, but you're doing all this like advanced like research and all this shit to basically try and make the same drugs illegal or make the same effects legal or to go against or to go around the whole testing and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? So it's like to me it doesn't make a lot of sense. Like somebody is clearly lying. You know what I mean? And it ain't the fans. You know what I mean? But everyone else they haven't mentioned in that in the Venn diagram is clearly lying. You know what I mean? Like from basically everyone involved. But unfortunately, Belinda says, I'm sick and tired of listening to you guys talk about drugs and sports and shit like that.
Oh no. Anyway, last week.
Spin that wheel, says Belinda. Ain't got time to be fucking around. Would you rather? Sorry. Would you rather your laugh sound like a donkey or your sneeze sound like a foghorn?
It would have to be the sneeze because sneezes are already unpleasant to begin with. And if you laugh like a donkey, every happy moment will be ruined by you and you'll feel like it's personal. And yeah, you'll live the rest of your life with a paper bag over your head with a couple eye holes poked out, and you'll take your knapsack and then go on the abandoned car of a railway train. Runaway train, never come back. And they never hear from you again because you were Donkey Man.
Classic story. Classic story. But
could you imagine?
But anytime
you have the cusp of a great moment in your life, and you were the cause of its ruin within the first 5 seconds. That's torture.
Good point. It's a good point. But like what I'm thinking about is in terms of the consequence. So like when you think of like a sneeze, okay, some people can have like quote unquote bad sneezes, but is it as bad as a foghorn? Like a solid 3 seconds. Do you know what I mean? I don't know, man. It could make a lot of benign situations pretty terrible. You know what I mean?
Break a lot of wine glasses, that's for sure. So don't come to a party sick if you have a sneeze like a foghorn.
That's the other thing as well. Like if you get a bad flu and you're constantly sneezing, holy shit!
Right, they gotta sequester you. They gotta quarantine you to a soundproof room, away from all the babies. Don't want to wake the babies. But yeah, sneeze like a foghorn, pretty bad, and the physics required to pull that off would be probably really painful on your skull. But I would probably take that over my laugh sounding like a donkey, because then you're oh my gosh, I can't handle that. You'd be a lol cow. You'll be a lol cow until you're annoying. You know, you live to be the joke long enough to be the tragedy.
I don't think you'd be a lol cow, but you'd definitely be a lol donkey.
Yeah, I was trying to avoid that, but you got it. You got it.
We don't fuck around when it comes to puns, bro.
That's why I'm in the diaspora and you're in the motherland.
What can I say, man? What can I say?
I've been
Teamwork making the dream work. You know, it's like you got to make sure that you slam dunk it in. You know, but it seems like everybody's kind of going sneeze. Belinda's saying some people have sneeze sound like a foghorn. I guess that you know, a sneeze tired of foghorn isn't far off. Like some people are saying that like they like this is just a lie though. You know what I mean? Foghorn is like
maybe independent thinker thinks foghorn leghorn, where every time independent thinker sneezes, I say, boy, I say, and then that's what they mean.
But bro, I genuinely think that's what they think when they see foghorn. You know what I mean? They're not thinking of like the actual.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what I mean? One sec. I think I got the thing here.
On the Brady sneeze.
Like that every single time you sneeze. Like bear in mind, like it's in the video and all this kind of shit, but that shit is loud as fuck. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you'd have to tell people to run and duck for cover. Blow out their eardrums. Independent thinker was thinking of a truck horn. Oh, believe me, it is worse than a truck horn.
Yeah, like you hear this shit on the coast, and they're like fucking like only coming over the horizon kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
No, but the sacrifice, like you're saying there, is like every single funny moment is basically ruined for the rest of your life.
Right, and then you were the cause, and then so now you have this instinctual, repeated fear of joy, which is horrible. Could you imagine fearing joy?
But like, what about like if you, because fundamentally you could get to a stage where you're like, fuck everyone else, I'm enjoying myself, I'm gonna laugh. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but then you just become like a villain origin story with a donkey laugh. which is great if you're the hero and you get to knock out that villain. But if you're the villain, you got no friends and a donkey laugh.
But wait, why would that make you become the villain?
Because you'll
You know
be
what I mean?
antisocial at that point. Because you'll be like, screw everybody, right? Well, everybody, in that case, will be everybody. Because otherwise, then you're friends with Donkey Laugh Guy. And who wants to be friends with Donkey Laugh Guy? Unless he, like, removed a nuclear warhead from the equation somewhere and prevented World War III, but he has the donkey laugh. I don't see you living down the donkey laugh very easily. You got to earn it in some way, like take a bullet for the president, or if you're a leftist, put a bullet, maybe a TOS. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's very hard to imagine a situation where you're not getting a bullet one way or another. I mean, either like you have to sacrifice yourself for the clan, so then the clan doesn't throw you out of the clan. But then, like I said, if you don't do that, then like you're like someone's going to end up shooting you either way. So you know what I mean? It's Kevlar vests are needed, I think, if you're going to go for the donkey laugh. But still though, man, a fucking foghorn.
Okay,
I mean,
let me
like
ask
imagine
this.
you're in the elevator.
Let's say you have one of those Batman Bane CPAPs, like the CPAP he kept on his face the whole time. Let's say in both cases, let's say you had either the donkey laugh or the foghorn sneeze. If you could find an apparatus to contain that, what apparatus could make sure that neither of them were like a huge threat to your social life? I feel like the foghorn sneeze would wear down on the mechanics of the thing over time just because of the force of the sound. But the donkey laugh, you could just like digitize into something else, which kind of sounds like Abe Dinkus's microphone. Just robot it.
True. Welcome in, Organized Insanity. We're going through the current conundrum between a donkey laugh and a foghorn sneeze.
For centuries, the people in Athens were trying to figure this one out, and we're stuck with it now, generations later.
If only Socrates could have given us this answer, I think we would have had a lot of progress. But no, but in all seriousness, I think an apparatus like basic kind of like a Bane mask thing, like it would still, even in that situation, like let's say you remove the voice box, just put in a new voice box. Like I just can't like in many ways, would that not be worse? Like if you had the whole like or would you rather like a donkey laugh?
Well, if it has to be, if I can use the word literally, unironically, and appropriately at the same time without being peeled, if it was actually like a donkey's laugh verbatim, that I think that would be hard to get over. But if it was only similar, I think people could. I think Mo Rebuttal probably has a good point that people could A, enjoy it themselves, and B, maybe find it endearing. But I'm just thinking like, I don't know. It just that's not what I would choose. That's not what I would choose.
Well, Belinda's saying that we need some donkey laughs to compare with. Well, one sec, let me, because that video is not actually a donkey's laugh. But
The scientific method. We got a mute donkey here. Donkey, you're muted.
Yeah, the donkey ain't laughing. Like this one's like that's some AI kind of like type shit. Oh shit.
Speaking of AI, how did you get your art? Is your art AI?
Oh shit, yeah. This image here. Oh, one sec. Un momento, por favor.
Sí. De nada.
Gracias, señore. So yeah, like basically like this image here comes from firstly like the leprechaun like avatar dude. That's from VK. Easy, like if you win VK, Easy does the character thing. Then like I said, I basically gave Easy's like if you could mix like Loki and a leprechaun, and he was like, "Don't worry, bro, I got you." Boom, this is what we got. And then from there, I have like the original like logo image again, like Easy designer for me.
Wow.
And basically, like I just kind of combined both of them because if you look at like the flame and like the whole kind of like wrap around, it's basically the same thing. So it's just between like adding the imaging, like what was it like kind of like fading out like the elements, and then like just it takes a lot of like a lot of work like to get into the fine details and like pixelate out like the certain things and all that stuff, but just to blend it just right as well. So like I said, it was a huge not a huge, it's been like an iterative process between the likes of it, but like I said, we eventually got there, you know what I mean? And it's
pretty
looking
sweet.
pretty slick, you know. And also like the just a quick shout out as well to anybody who wants to do kind of like the effects on stuff. The flame effects is basically just like if you just I think it's like the GIF images. So it's like I think it's like 3 or 4 second kind of clips. You kind of see them with memes and all this kind of stuff. Think about it as like animated memes. Basically just have like that as like a standard, just like flame kind of image, but it's like obviously set in a constant loop. And then like I said, it's basically I just change with like the hue and the saturation, all the stuff to change the color into green and add it all up. So again, giving you guys the secret sauce, but like I said, just you know to help out if it sparks any more creative ideas from anyone else as well. But yeah, if that's your laugh, you know that's not the worst laugh.
Okay, find me the worst laugh. Like off the top of your head, worst laugh you ever heard that you can show on video. Or if you want to do an impression yourself. Because that sounds like somewhere between like I'm laughing and oh, I have a gallstone.
Well, like that's what I'm saying. Like how bad would a laugh have to be that it ruins everything?
Reminds me of George Carlin's bit, the fart that could end a marriage.
I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. But seriously though, like because a lot of people would say like Joe Cool's laugh.
Well, okay, you gotta tell me
that. Like how would I describe Joe Cool? Again,
is there a video?
Probably would. I don't know if there's one of him laughing because it's like the main thing is to explain that. But like a lot of people would say, like for example, like this would be a bad laugh. But like I look at like that laugh and I say it's like no, like that's infectious. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I just don't know what Joe Cool's laugh is, so I can't judge.
Yeah, that's the thing about this one. It's like it's basically it's got to do with sound, so it's one of those. Are
you an impressionist?
Evidence.
Can you do an impression of it?
Not like this is it's a really unique one. But
do you have any? Do you play any instruments? Maybe you could give me the tempo of the laugh on the instrument or something like that. Is it like an irregular interval of ha-has, or how does it work?
I'm not sound cliche, but it's like it's indescribable. Where it's like it's kind of like I guess like some people could say like oh it's like it's a donkey's laugh or whatever. You know what I mean? But it's not it's not like that or like any of that kind of things. It's like it's just like continued. You know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean. Continued. I mean everything continues until it's over. So I don't know. what you mean. Unless you mean like it just doesn't stop and he drags it out further than it's justified. Like he has unjustified wake of laughter that just destroys every neighborhood in its path.
No, like it's like his laugh is like uncontrollable.
Oh, interesting. Creative Witch says, Joe, a regular here. I don't know if I've seen him.
Yeah, like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm shocked that I don't have anything that I can point back to his laugh, even though like his laugh is like one of the things that like people like. I'm pretty sure if I was to play you a clip of him laughing, you'd be like, "Oh, I know that dude. Like, he's on. Like, I've seen him on the stairs, or I've seen him on this, or whatever." Do you know what I mean?
I've heard Joe Cole's name. I've heard his name. I just don't know anything about him. Let me see if I can find him on my end.
Yeah, he's like he does like cop watching. Joe, like I said, like absolute gent.
Activist / cop watcher.
Yep, that's him.
Okay, he's a masked man. Huh. Well, somebody should tell him to film all the times he's been laughing so I can know exactly what it sounds like for my own personal benefit. And then I'll be done with it in a short amount of time. But yeah, so I would I'm still sticking with sneeze like a foghorn because yeah, social cost. Social cost.
I think I would agree purely for the fact that it's like the ruining of the funny moments, but again, like I said, I'd probably come back to it. You know what I mean? Maybe at a later date, purely because I'm like, no man, like I guess I need to hear more bad laughs, I guess, just to kind of like flex it out more, because there's some people that like have horrendous laughs.
Ooh, I got
Like,
it.
it's like
in the future,
you
can make a wheel of laughs, and then each slice of the pie will be an audio clip, and we're gonna rate the laughs. 1 to 5 is on the bad end, and then 6 to 10 is on the good end.
not a bad idea. It's like Rob still does it with the songs and stuff. Do you know what I mean?
The whip songs.
Yep. It's definitely food for thought. Food for thought. But what what I'm saying is that like Creative Wishes that like Joe's like laugh like drives crazy, all this kind of stuff. But it's like I wouldn't even say that like Joe's like a bad laugh.
But it wouldn't be a laugh you chose. If you could choose your laugh, that would not be among the finalists.
No, but I'm even thinking just to like what would be, let's say, the worst laugh I ever heard, and then like would that laugh be worse than having a donkey's laugh? Do you know what I'm saying? Like to try and compare, it's like, okay, what would be the worst laugh that I've ever heard, and then the compare, it's like, would that actually be like, would the worst situation? Would you want the donkey's laugh versus, like I said, like sneezing and it's a fucking fog? Because imagine if you're in an elevator, man, or a library. That is a nightmare and a half. You know what I mean?
I agree. Situation dependent. But so many questions are situation dependent. But yeah, I would say if I want to spend time bonding with those I care about, and that involves jokes, frivolity, levity, laughter, I would not want to be the people avoid because they couldn't have one moment of laughter with me because I became a barnyard animal.
Also true. Also. Speaking of which, should we spin the wheel? We only have, well, how much do we have? How much do we have? Folks, we have $40 in the bank. What's going on here, chat? What's going on?
Let's do some wheel spinning.
Are we spinning some wheels? Sounds like we're shredding guitars and spinning wheels, baby. Let's make it happen.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
We only care about one thing in this show and one thing only, and that's spinning that wheel. Continuing on that madness, baby. Oh shit, we have the illustrious Chat's voting for the 5-minute drop and our next topic. While we wait for this, my boomer ass to get a poll going. Should we make menopause a capital offense? Is it time?
No, because then all the wise women will be dead and won't be able to pass on their wisdom to the young ladies. And so all we have are dumb young ladies who don't know anything, and people who know womanly things from the side of the spectrum of wisdom, who need to know the womanly things and need to know what good men to look for and need to know how to comport themselves in a feminine way. They're going to need those older ladies who are more in touch with those truths than the younger ones who are terrible at it from the beginning.
Interesting. And just for the retards like myself, who don't know what menopause is the natural end of menstruation, occurring when ovaries stop producing hormones like estrogen and progesterone, typically between 45 and 55, marking the end of fertility and diagnosed after 12 consecutive months without a period. Okay, now, here's the thing. 45 to 55. You know what I mean? Like, you could have a wise 42-year-old woman. You know what I mean? And, like, realistically, you know, like, the younger we keep them, like, the more beautiful they'll be. You know what I mean? Like, no one wants to see an 80-year-old woman. I mean, not even an 80-year-old woman wants to see an 80-year-old woman. You know what I'm saying? Hence why, like, these women spend all their money on makeup trying to look beautiful, like look young and all the shit. Let's just put them out of their misery when they're 45, 55.
By the way, shout out to ladies who are considering plastic surgery. If you're not a burn victim, don't. Just age gracefully, because the awkwardness from aging is at least natural. But the awkwardness from the plastic surgery is it's a notch up. It's a notch up. But so let's say okay. But 45 to 55-year-olds, they still have a good chance of aging beyond that and preserving the truths of the past much better than just anybody who's younger. And so just because they're 45, 55 and they could be wiser, I mean, the body might age like milk, but the wisdom has the potential to age like wine. So there's the trade-off there. And you want more women who younger women trust, who have done it right in their lives, romantically and otherwise, to pass that on to the younger women. And guys aren't going to do that because guys don't know what the heck they're talking about. Guys, we had to look up menopause today, so it's the whole thing. I would rather there be women who are old enough to have contact with better aspects of the past to pass those on, than for women of today who only have feminism from the media and books to educate, quote unquote, themselves on that and ruin the future otherwise. Yeah. So I think otherwise the alternative to that would be locking up the young ladies of the future with feminism as the prevailing female dominant ideology. And therefore we need old women to counteract that who are more conservative.
Well, when you were bringing up the aspect of like making sure that like women age gracefully, and again, I will put out a warning. People, brace yourselves. What the fuck is this? Like,
that can't be real.
What?
That can't be real.
Bro, that's actually what she looks like.
That happened?
Yeah. That's Miley Cyrus.
Okay.
Break my
True story.
heart. Break your heart. I just don't think you'd understand. That's what this is, bro.
Okay. Case in point. Teriak just nailed it. Teriak just nailed it. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Miley Cyrus is not even old. Okay. I'm older than Miley Cyrus, right? This is so sad. Like, I feel I don't care about her music, and she probably disagrees with me on so many ways, but I feel genuinely bad for any woman who has gone through this. Even like Madonna, who I detest Madonna's career. But like, I remember one time I was scrolling through videos and I saw this woman and I was like, oh, somebody wants to look like Madonna, and because she was all like, nip tucked and surgery all over, it was obvious from her face. And then I realized that is Madonna. This is what this is. This is I mean, I feel bad for her. So there's a part of me who wants to roast because I'm just, a guy, but there's also a part of me that's like, I got to show restraint because this is an actual other human being. This is somebody who has a soul, who is a soul. And if I'm just like, I just feel bad because this is not, there's no redo button on this. There's no back button on this. There's no control Z or whatever. This is depressing.
This is fucking hard to look at, bro. Jesus Christ. That looks like something you'd see in like The Mummy. You know what I mean? Holy shit. Ugh. Like I said, I told you to prepare yourselves because this shit ain't it ain't pretty. It ain't pretty.
That's
you know what I mean?
Truth.
Holy shit. And like I said,
she came in like a wrecking ball, says it depends.
Yep.
Well, that part is true. That part is true.
Something got wrecked. Something definitely got wrecked. I can tell you that for the least.
We're getting a shout out from Belinda to Selena Gomez. Apparently, Selena has taken a similar route. I've seen some of the show. I just thought she got a little heavier and then she got a little poofier, but I mean, it could be it's some kind of lip filler. Wait, Jenna Ortega. Oh no. Why? We need to. Okay. I don't know who these guys are that keep. I'm assuming. I can't tell. Is it more guys who are like gay in the industry who are telling women to get these surgeries, or is it women who are like surgery and looks obsessed and they try to fill all these fears into these young ladies, and it's just like surgery after surgery? Because Jenna Ortega, was one of the last young ladies who would have ever needed any change in her looks. She had a bright looks future. So the fact that she got anything like that, I have not looked because I'm not in the Hollywood news cycle nearly as much. But if that's true, that is infuriating. It's like, what are you doing? You're throwing away money and you look worse? It's ridiculous.
Oh, bro.
L's in the chat. L's in the chat for Ortega.
Like, what is going on with these heads, bro? Like, what is going on? This is like this? One sec. Was it? Like when I see, bro. Oh my God! One sec. Let me get this proper and straight. That's what I see. I see like. Am I wrong?
Okay, I have a theory. My theory is lots of stress takes away from the hairline, even on the ladies. And especially if they, one of the things, unfortunately, you learn from watching Zoolander is when you take the ponytail back and you like pull it tight, like you're trying to strap something to the back of your truck, then you start to lose hair. Now, is this like the most recent and up-to-date image of her, what she looks like? Or is there a comparison we can make to early Ortega versus later Ortega?
One sec. If I do.
L's in the chat for Ortega.
Yeah, here we go. Bro, why do they do this to themselves?
Oh my gosh. Okay. Why does she look like she spent the last 3 years underground in the second picture?
Bro, it looks like the Addams Family got to her, and I don't know, like her forehead seems bigger somehow. I think that's because she no longer has eyebrows.
Oh, you know what it is? Yeah, it's the eyebrows. So she has sunken into like the eyebrow to, the space between the eyes and the eyebrows has been eliminated, and it's sunken into her skull. And oh my gosh, I feel so bad. Like somebody needs to. Okay. Forget Doge. We need Elon Musk to go into Hollywood and like take out all the plastic surgeons. We talk about like just taking out all the people on menopause. How about we do this? We'll take the plastic surgeons and we'll run some kind of Nuremberg trial on all those plastic surgeons, and we'll do before and afters. And the severity of the trial will have to do with the hot to no longer hot ratio of the women that they have destroyed with their propaganda machine and their chop jobs. And then we'll just have public executions for all these doctors who are just following orders.
But what it is like they're trying to make all the women have all the masculine features. It's like this whole like square jaw, like that's why I brought up like the Squidward thing. Like that's handsome Squidward. Like anytime there's like a handsome.
Are gay? Do you think they're gay? So they'll take women and try and make them into men, so you kind of have a halfway point.
But then they also turn the men into women. Like all the Hollywood actors, like wearing the dresses and doing all the makeup, and like was it like Sam Smith? What was it?
So the goal is androgyny. That's what it is.
Yeah, like you're telling me that like this apparently is peak male, this is masculinity, and then this is femininity. You not see what they're trying to do?
That's so sad. This is why in the Old Testament there were clear restrictions that men should not dress like women and women should not dress like men, and that continues to this day.
And like, but like even just like, because again, like we're only really talking about like the facial features, but like this is like the square jaw thing and all this kind of shit, and like that's what like, but they're doing this to try and say it's like, no, we're gonna push this trans thing and we're gonna force you to accept this trans thing by making all the quote unquote Hollywood stars. We're gonna turn all these women into masculine features, and then we're gonna turn all these men into the female features. We do have a guest real quick for the last 15 minutes. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Independent Thinker, welcome to the show.
Yo, what up, guys?
Hey.
Yeah, dude, it's all this cult, man. That's the new look that they're going for. The no eyebrows, facial reconstruction. That's the new thing, man.
So
I
sad.
mean, who else? Ice Spice. I don't know. I know you guys probably don't keep up with that one, but she was like had this natural look to her. Thick.
Gotta ruin that.
Total reconstructive surgery done on her body, face, all that. That's the new look. No eyebrows. Strong jawline. Like you got a good point with that, Teriyaki, with the fucking trying to make them look masculine, but it's like this I think it's this cult that's this kind of demonic, man, this no face cult, like to look what's that word where you look kind of like male and female,
androgynous.
Yeah, that word. I think that's what's the plan is.
Well, that makes sense, which is probably why they probably psychologically attack and target all the most beautiful women so as to ruin everything. You can have no standard of beauty. You cannot as a man find, women attractive naturally, because the more you find women attractive naturally, then the more you recognize that attraction to women is natural for men. And then that cannot stand in Hollywood, as you know.
Yeah, and it's all part of, kind of that agenda that we have been seeing for the last, I don't know, 10 plus years so.
The gender agenda.
Yeah, exactly. Nicely done.
Thank you. Well, Teriyaki, we are witnessing the death of women. Oh my gosh! Speaking of death.
Yep. Oh
Ariana,
it's crazy.
Ariana Pequeño. Mucho pequeño. She was never grande, but my gosh, what has happened? Do you hate yourself, Ariana? Somebody pass this woman a ham sandwich. Somebody. We need a fire truck full of ham sandwiches to give to Ariana. There was a Babylon Bee article that said starving children in Africa pooled their food together to help Ariana Grande.
Bro, it's getting that desperate. Do you know what I mean? Like, what cunt looks at a bitch on the right and goes, you know what this bitch needs to do? She needs to lose some weight. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Well, it goes to what he was saying. Ree was saying about changing what we see in beauty. This is going to be the new norm. This is what we see in beauty, and it's easy to do. I remember hearing something about the dude who was like the head of propaganda back in like World War II and shit like that. And a lot of science went into it with marketing and stuff like that. Now things are sold, and it's real easy to pass on what's the new norm or convince people what's the new norm of things. You know what I mean? Like, this is the new norm of how to look at people. And eventually we're just going to see people as, I don't know how to pronounce that word like you do, androgynous or whatever, like we don't see male or female. We just see a body, a being.
You see a stoma. Yeah. Really quick to address Belinda. She says that's bullying re-examination. Let me get this across. I actually believe that the people in her life do not love her sufficiently. The people in her life need to make a voice and say, like, look, what you are doing is damaging to yourself, because you don't do this naturally. You do this because you feel some kind of undue pressure to perform in self-destructive ways in your life. So people say that to Eugenia. I'm simply saying what people will say. Who is Eugenia?
I mean, Ariana Grande started from such a young age, a teenager, man. You know what I mean? At that point, people around you, does love actually exist when you're at that level?
Oh yeah, when
You
you're
know
the
what I
cash cow
mean?
for your family. Yeah, or you're just kind of like pulling the cart for them. Oh my gosh, sadistic.
I mean,
yeah.
since your young age, I mean, how it is with those child stars too, and those families with those child stars. I mean, shit, you could watch it on TV, which is terrible, but you can. You know what I mean? Look at the Honey Boo Boo.
Just real quick, re-examination. You got 5 minutes in the back. I forgot to do the poll, but thanks for reminding me, Conavera. I'll see you in 5 minutes. Yeah, go ahead.
Look at the Honey Boo Boo child and how far that went, just something like that. Or what's that Netflix series that they wanted to cancel that they should cancel with the inappropriate child stuff? You know what I mean? The dancers.
Well, I mean,
groomed.
Yeah, what?
They're groomed at such a young age that, those families don't look at those kids like they're people. You know what I mean? Like you kind of said, it's their cash cow. That's their way into fame. That's their way of, life, I guess.
But like, there's certain things that came out from like the Never launch, like the whole Michael Jackson fiasco and all this shit. And like, there was certain shit that's like where like the mother's being interviewed or some shit like that. And like I think even the interviewer asks her, like, do you not find it was weird that like you were getting like Michael Jackson out of like all the people in the world, Michael Jackson was interested in you, but mainly your kid, and basically like said like, oh yeah, like I'm coming over here to like, I'm bringing you over here to do all the stuff and all that kind of thing, but like you basically never see the kid, your own kid, like the whole time, and you're just like chilling on the beach the whole day and all this kind of shit. You didn't find this weird whatsoever. And they're like, no, but it was Michael Jackson. You know what I mean? All this kind of shit. It's like, bro, like if that's what they were doing in like the 1990s or whatever the fuck, whenever fuck Michael Jackson was around, like what are they doing now? Because like since that, it's like things have clearly not gotten better. They've gotten an infinite amount of times worse. Like we've had like the whole Jeffrey, not Jeffrey Epstein, but what was it, Eric Weinstein? No, it's not Eric Weinstein. Harvey Weinstein. Yeah, I'm losing track of my Steens. And then there's also like the whole Jeffrey Epstein shit as well. Like, you don't think that was wrapped into that shit? You know what I mean?
I mean, you can even go as far as P. Diddy, man. I watched an interview with his old bodyguard talking about a story of having girls from some backwoods ass city in the state somewhere, and they were good singers. It was a group of them, and he basically, diddied them. You know what I mean? So, I mean, you can take that as far back as Diddy and grooming, and making it and able to succeed, I guess. And not many people is gonna say no because it's P. Diddy, and I think that's kind of messed up, especially when you're starting at a young age and your parents. There's a lot of weird parents out there with that star shit, and they want their kids to be stars. I mean, it's a thing. It's such a big thing where Netflix felt like they had to put that fucking documentary or show out, you know?
Mm-hmm. But like that's like, but like that's the general kind of like culture. Like that's what like the alarm bell should have been ringing. All this kind of shit where it's like, bro, like this is what like they're doing, or this is the kind of the laissez-faire, the general like nonchalant kind of like attitude that like they not only that they think they can, but they know they can get away with. You know what I mean? Also, welcome back, Re-Examiner.
Hey. Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was taking a little break. So
yeah, no worries. Because like just pulling up the like another example, just in case anybody's like, oh, like Teriak, you're mahoganyist, you're only doing the woman's and all this kind of shit. But it's like, nah, bro. Like even like our boy JB, Justin Bieber. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my gosh.
And like even with his face and all this kind of shit, it's like, what is going on with these people? That it's like, you would
that's
think
what I'm
that
saying.
It was like
Macaulay Culkin,
fame and money. Well, Macaulay Culkin seems to have gotten a little more stable, maybe a little more stable, but Justin Bieber, yeah, and these people, like the money doesn't fix anything. It just amplifies what's already there.
Those boys from the movie Lost Boys, the two brothers.
Oh, the
from the
Corys.
movie Lost, yeah.
Corey Haim and Corey Feldman. Right. Do we have one more wheel spin in us, by the way?
Of course. Of course.
All right.
One sec.
Because this is depressing.
Fresh back.
Yeah, it got dark.
But what Hollywood usually ends up with, that's why I got to hit him with the Tay-Tay and all this shit. You know what I mean? Got to keep him happy. But I'd say one last wheel spin before we go, folks. Let's get a good one. Would you rather have spaghetti for hair or meatballs for teeth?
Ooh, spaghetti for hair.
Spaghetti for hair. No question about it. Meatballs for teeth. I mean, I go to the dentist. How am I going to explain that? How's he going to put braces on me? Meatballs for teeth. It just means I keep growing meatballs in my mouth, which means one of them is going to dangle off and fall into my throat in the middle of the night, and I'm going to choke. Can you believe that? It's that kind of suicidal biology there. At least with the spaghetti for hair, yeah. But it doesn't say wet spaghetti. It could be dry spaghetti. And then I could just effectively like shave just by rubbing the top of my head. And then I'd be bald, but what else is new?
Touche.
Well, I already got a receding hairline, so I'd pretty much go bald anyway. It's not too bad of a receding hairline, but it's there.
You touch my spaghetti.
Do not break the spaghetti. How many times must I tell you?
Per favore! Per favore! Perché rischiamo veramente di diventare il campo profughi d'Europa. Rischiamo veramente di essere lo zimbello del mondo. Ci stanno ridendo in faccia in tutto il mondo. Vi prego.
Vi prego, Belinda. She says bag hat for hair like Betty Spaghetti.
Huh?
Do not forget the Betty Spaghetti.
Does nobody remember the someone touch my spaghetti meme? It's like a middle 20th century cartoon.
So what was the name?
Nah.
Someone a touch of my spaghetti.
No?
All right. I got to find it. My spaghetti.
Something with like
it looked like
meat in my mouth all the time. With,
all right, here we go. Hold on. I am dropping the link in the chat. There we go.
I got it.
Somebody touch my spaghetti!
Mine too! Mine's gone! And my chair is broken too!
Someone is in this house! It's got a face, but no body.
Oh, hello! I just dropped in.
You go home.
Oh, Papa. Let Holston. She's...
I know. You go relax. You eat the spaghetti. You break the chair, you sleep in the bed. Go home to your house.
Oh, go home to your house.
Meanwhile, in Italy.
Do not break the spaghetti.
That was back when Disney was openly racist.
Well, folks, we have reached the end of the show, unfortunately. We do have $24 in the spin bank that will go to Thursday mornings, the Thursday show. But, gentlemen, is there any nuggets of wisdom, any final thoughts you want to leave the chat with before we head off today?
Love your woman, take charge in everything. But listen to her. But don't be her peasant. If she's your queen, you be the king. Don't be her peasant.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Independent thinker?
I can't follow that, dude. I just came here to bullshit. Appreciate you guys having me.
Absolutely.
Appreciate you coming by and appreciate you coming by to re-examination. But Shazzy, yeah, what can I say? Got to give it a little Pepe for Shazzy. Love yous all. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Wait, 1 sec. Is there anyone I can raid at the moment?
Rob's on.
The spaghetti. Wait, Rob Nora's live. So we have shit's gone down in Venezuela, folks. Okay, I know I've been memeing all this shit, all this thing, but shit's been going down in Venezuela. Trump's been popping off. If anybody's been watching the old Twitter, they would be able to kind of like get the gist of what I'm talking about. We also have Belinda as well, just before we go as well, with another $2 super sticker. Let me get that added in as well. We're up to 26. We're all going to be going over to Rob Nor. Make sure you give him an L like, an L sub, a little wave. Tell him who sent you. You know what I'm saying? So just double check that I don't fuck this up, because sometimes I do fuck the rights up. No, we're all good to go. Folks, it's been a damn good show. I'll see you on Monday.
That was a damn good show. For more damn good shows, click the video over there or the link in the description box. Oh, you getting pumped up. Don't forget the red pill of morons in the comment section below. This is all BS. It's all a bunch of lies for votes. Yeah.